안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
무술과 쿠키들이 모여 사는 세계, 무령비림. 그리고 그곳의 오랜 전설, 사령병기전. 흑룡이 온 세상을 어지럽히던 먼 옛날, 흑룡을 무찌르려던 난세의 영웅이 존재했다. 비록 영웅은 용에게 패배하고 쓰러졌지만 마지막으로 자신의 힘을 신령한 무기 4개에 나눠주었는데 중검, 권갑, 부채, 창, 이것이 바로 사령병기였다. 영웅의 제자들은 이 무기를 들고 흑룡과 싸워 승리를 거머쥐게 되지만 그 과정에서 제자들 역시 기력을 다하게 되고 사령병기는 그 힘을 이어받아 쿠키가 된다. 한편 흑룡은 사라지기 전 자신의 힘을 온 세상에 흩뿌리고 마는데 사령병기의 힘을 이어받은 쿠키들은 뜻을 함께하는 문파와 세가를 모아 봉인맹을 만들고 마침내 흑룡의 힘을 봉인하는 데 성공한다. 봉인한 힘을 관리하는 봉인사를 세우고 평화가 찾아온 지도 한참의 세월이 지나고 흑룡을 부활시키고자 하는 흑마교단의 등장과 설상가상으로 용암보주의 영향을 받아 흑룡의 힘까지 다시 날뛰기 시작하는데 과연 사령병기 쿠키들은 다시 한번 강호의 평화를 지켜낼 수 있을 것인가? 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 새로운 세계관 무림이 공개됩니다. 신규 레전더리 쿠키, 신규 스킨, 랜덤 챌린지 대규모 개편, 무림 컨셉의 타이틀 이벤트와 때 탈출까지 이외에도 다양한 개선 사항과 이벤트들도 푸짐하게 준비했습니다.
안녕하세요. 이번부터 업데이트 영상을 책임질 게임캐스터 김영일입니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 저희 오늘 소개해드릴 내용이 엄청 많거든요. 소개를 시작하기 전에 구독과 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 이번 타이틀 이벤트에서는 무림을 배경으로 강력한 기운을 품은 마가 핵심이 됩니다. 일정 시간마다 쿠키 주변에 마기를 두르게 되는데요. 이 마기를 강화해 나가며 파천과 흡공을 활용하여 흑화한 젤리들을 모아보세요.
무림 업데이트와 함께 찾아온 레전더리 쿠키, 흑마교주 쿠키를 소개합니다. 흑마교주 쿠키가 능력을 발동하면 공중으로 떠오르며 광환이 화려한 형태로 변화하는데요. 이 상태에서 버튼을 누르면 흑룡의 힘을 한 곳에 모아 경공으로 번쩍 도약하며 일정 거리를 순식간에 가로지릅니다. 충분한 도약 이후에는 흑룡의 에너지를 폭발시켜 주변 장애물을 단숨에 날려버리고 흑룡 결정 젤리를 생성합니다. 마법 사탕을 제작하면 일정 시간마다 흑룡의 기운이 전방을 핥히며 지나가 장애물을 파괴하고 그 자리에서 흑룡의 기운 젤리를 생성합니다.
흑마교주 쿠키의 펫 뿔사슴버섯은 능력이 발동되면 검붉은 곰팡이 질주를 하고 질주하는 동안 검붉은 곰팡이 젤리를 생성합니다. 신규 보물 위험한 비급서가 추가됩니다. 위험한 비급서는 일정 시간마다 흑마공 비급 젤리를 생성합니다. 이 젤리를 3개 모으면 어둠 호신 강기를 발동시킬 수 있습니다. 어둠 호신 강기는 강력한 어둠의 보호막을 만들어낸 뒤 곧 전방위로 폭발을 일으켜 주변의 장애물을 모조리 파괴합니다.
멋진 스킨들도 바로 소개해드릴게요. 모든 생명이 빛을 잃고 절규만이 메아리치는 파멸의 세상. 그 세상 속에서 악신의 연애는 이제 시작에 불과하다는 악신의 탄생, 흑마교주 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨과 그 악신의 곁을 지키는 종말의 수호자 펫 스킨, 종말의 시대 뿔사슴 버섯. 그리고 지금까지 이런 맛과 식감의 만두는 없었다. 순식간에 찜기를 10개나 돌리는 만두 빚기의 고수 자두맛 쿠키의 에픽 스킨과 자두맛 쿠키의 훈련을 돕다 만두 가게 사장이 된 펫스킨 홀서빙의 달인 사부 건자두입니다. 자두맛 쿠키와 펫스킨은 잼 교환소에서 만나볼 수 있습니다.
다음으로는 사실은 무서운 흑마교단 젤리 세트입니다. 이 젤리들 너무 귀여워 보인다고 방심하지 마세요. 흑마교의 힘으로 여러분들을 벌할 수도 있으니 조심하세요.
마교 교주의 등장과 함께 떼탈출에도 무림 컨셉이 찾아왔습니다. 초반 스테이지에서는 훈련을 하고 중반부 재미있는 기믹의 객잔을 지나 후반 스테이지에서는 본격적으로 마교의 내외부에서 마교 교주와 상대하는 쿠키들의 모습을 만나보실 수 있습니다. 이번 신규 떼탈출인 시작되는 강호의 전설은 5개의 스테이지 5주자로 진행이 됩니다. 여러분께서 직접 무림 속으로 들어가 마교의 교주를 물리쳐보세요.
정말 많은 분들께서 기다리셨던 랜덤 챌린지에도 많은 업데이트가 있습니다. 이제 천사의 레전더리 축복뿐만 아니라 다양한 새로운 축복을 골라 게임을 시작할 수 있습니다. 이번 시즌에만 쓸 수 있는 시즌 축복, 플레이 전략성을 더해줄 새로운 축복 등 다양한 축복이 추가되었으니 매판 새로운 플레이를 즐겨보세요. 시즌이 끝나도 남겨지는 나의 슈퍼플레이, 랜덤 챌린지 기록실도 추가되었습니다. 도파민 터지는 내 최고의 신기록을 돌아보고 기록 갱신에도 도전하세요. 버프에도 많은 변화가 찾아옵니다. 새로운 시너지를 낼 수 있는 신규 레전더리 버프 출시, 희귀도에 맞는 버프 밸런스 수정과 초보자도 1등을 노릴 수 있는 버프 조합 추천 기능, 드디어 랜덤 챌린지 패스가 업데이트됩니다. 랜덤 챌린지에서 점수를 쌓은 만큼 패스 레벨이 올라가서 보상을 받을 수 있어요. 그리고 프리미엄 패스를 활성화하면 축복 무료, 미리 달려보기, 그리고 한 게임에 한 번만 쓸 수 있는 필살 리롤 등 다양한 패스 전용 혜택도 이용할 수 있습니다. 또 전용 혜택을 최대한 많은 유저분들이 이용하실 수 있도록 랜덤 챌린지 패스는 결제 외에도 크리스탈을 사용하여 활성화할 수 있는 기능도 준비했으니 많은 기대와 관심 부탁드립니다. 새로운 시즌 이야기도 빼놓을 수 없겠죠? 이번 시즌은 업데이트 테마에 맞춘 무협 테마의 신규 시즌으로 여러분은 강호에 갓 입문한 수련생 쿠키로 시작합니다. 수련을 통해 다양한 내공을 높일수록 점수가 높아지며 4대 문파 중 하나의 비급을 획득하여 고수로 거듭나기 위한 여정을 떠나게 됩니다. 이번 시즌부터는 랜덤 챌린지 탑 100 위에 든 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 칭호도 추가되니 무림의 지존이 되기 위해 도전하세요.
드디어 2025 월드 챔피언십이 다가옵니다. 이번 업데이트에 오프라인 대회 모드가 열리고 월드 챔피언십의 맵을 미리 만나보실 수 있습니다. 선수분들은 우승을 향한 연습을, 유저분들도 직접 선수의 마음으로 월드 챔피언십에 사용될 맵들을 달려보실 수 있습니다. 월드 챔피언십 안내도 빠질 수 없겠죠? 월드 챔피언십을 향해서 그랜드 챔피언스 리그부터 뜨겁게 달려온 쿠키러너들이 드디어 세계의 무대에 서게 됩니다. 지역 예선은 9월 16일부터 28일까지 진행되며 본선은 10월 25일, 26일 양일간 진행됩니다. 올해는 어떤 플레이로 전 세계의 쿠키러너들을 흥분시킬지 벌써부터 기대가 되는데요. 자세한 내용은 9월 1일 월드 챔피언십 사이트에서 확인하실 수 있으니 월드 챔피언십 웹사이트도 많이 방문해주세요. 이번 업데이트에서는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 신규 유저와 복귀 유저, 성장이 추가적으로 필요한 유저분들을 위한 컨텐츠들도 함께 만나보실 수 있습니다. 먼저 튜토리얼의 개편과 함께 초보 유저분들을 도울 너무너무 귀여운 도우미 젤리곰이 추가되는데요. 이 도우미 젤리곰은 유저분들을 도와 정착을 도와주고 목표를 제시하며 보상도 제공합니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수가 되는 여정을 함께할 도우미 젤리곰, 빨리 만나보고 싶네요.
레전더리 쿠키, 펫, 마법 사탕의 성장이 필요한 유저분들을 위한 레전더리 성장 이벤트도 함께 진행됩니다. 앞으로 신규 레전더리 쿠키가 출시되면 기존 레전더리를 강화할 수 있는 이벤트를 만나보실 수 있는데요. 신규 레전더리 쿠키와 함께 미션을 클리어하면 전설의 원석을 얻을 수 있고, 이 재화를 사용해 기존 레전더리 쿠키, 짝꿍 펫, 마법사탕 재료, 레전더리 쿠키와 펫 물약도 교환할 수 있습니다. 길드전 매 시즌마다 길드원끼리 길드전에서 사용할 쿠키, 펫, 보물을 빌려주고 빌려갈 수 있는 길드 대여 창고가 신설됩니다. 모든 길드원들이 대여 창고의 빈 슬롯에 본인의 조합을 등록할 수 있고, 등록된 조합을 대여 티켓을 사용해 정해진 시간 동안 대여할 수 있습니다.
이외에도 무림 쿠키가 깜짝 등장하는 새로운 길드전 시즌이 시작되고 여러 개선 사항들도 포함되어 있으니 이번 무림 업데이트도 재미있게 즐겨주세요. 아참, 고스탐런도 돌아온다고 하네요. 9월 중순에는 온갖 독을 자유자재로 다루는 흑마교의 독립, 신규 쿠키, 백도막 쿠키가 찾아올 예정입니다. 그리고 백도막 쿠키의 신규 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 흑마교 만독 대장로 백도막 쿠키, 패스킨인 검은 동나비 토끼만두, 게다가 복숭아맛 쿠키의 슈퍼 에픽 스킨, 질풍의 배달 협객 복숭아맛 쿠키와 만두머리 주방장 판다만두 패스킨까지 만나보실 수 있으니 많은 기대 부탁드려요.
여름의 막바지에 정말 매력적이어서 깊게 다루고 싶었고 굉장히 오래 준비한 무림 세계관을 드디어 여러분께 선보이게 돼서 너무 설레고, 팀에서도 되게 많은 것들을 준비하고 있어서 기대가 많습니다. 이번 업데이트도 정말 치열하게 즐겨주시고 다음 달, 그리고 그 다음 달도 엄청난 업데이트들이 기다리고 있으니 많이 기대해주세요.
기대해주세요.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구도를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
Rejoice, Cookie Runners! It is time to start running here in the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. We're live from Seoul, South Korea. My name is Chobra. I'm joined by State today, and we will be guiding you throughout the next 2 weeks of the regional preliminaries to get to the main stage of the World Championship.
I'm so excited to be here with you, Chobra. This is going to be an epic day. It's going to be an epic weekend. We've got 4 days of Cookie Run Esports action coming to you. 2 days this week, 2 days next week, Saturday, Sunday. And we're so happy to have you joining us. It's going to be a really fun event.
Yeah, it should be exciting. Obviously, we've gotten kind of the taste of what Cookie Run esports and competitions can be over the past year, year and a half, with different events kind of being teased and tested kind of more as a pilot, and now it's coming into full fruition here with the 2025 World Championship. And I'm really excited to see how things pan out with, of course, now the players all flying in as well to try to get to that main stage.
Oh, this is going to be such an epic tournament, too. You know, we've got the preliminaries happening these next 2 weeks, building up to that grand finals for the World Championship in October. And with so many players flying here into Korea, it's going to be a fierce competition, man. I know we have a lot of homegrown talent here in Korea that's going to be vying for that World Championship, especially after they got a little bit shown up at the Global Invitational earlier this year.
Yeah.
But I really think that the global talent here in Cookie Run has come to the next level in 2025.
Yes. I mean, I know during that Global Invitational, like within Korea as well, there were a lot of fans that were kind of like, oh, we didn't realize, like we didn't know your game, all right? But now we know, so we'll see how that kind of matches up as well. But of course, at the end of the day, it is an individual competition. So I'm very curious to see kind of what every player has as their goals, because like you mentioned, we have some names that we're familiar with, and then there's some newcomers as well that, you know, we maybe haven't really seen, especially at like the official tournaments, right, in terms of being offline. So I'm very curious to see who matches up. Maybe we've got some players who are like kind of secretly dreaming that they could be the #1 runner. but we'll have to wait and see.
I mean, that always happens when there is an esport which is kind of simmering for a very long time and then eventually comes to a roiling boil, where you have these people who were just under the surface that you never really dialed in on.
Sure.
What is their level? What is their capability? What is their potential? And then suddenly gets unleashed. And that might be what's happening right here in the Global Championship. You don't know who is going to be coming and taking that World Championship trophy here. As we look at an overview of the tournament, just as we said earlier, today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, and then next week on the weekend, we have the regional preliminaries kicking off for you. Each day is going to be one region: desert, plains, ocean, and glacier. Within those regions, 2 groups, in total 8 players. 2 of them will be advancing into the global finals from each day.
Yes, so basically we're getting through all of one region on each day, so we're going to go through, we'll go through the actual format, but basically their round robin, their semis and finals, to determine the two runners and their seeding going into the World Championship Finals on each day. So we'll already kind of start to see the roster build out towards that end of October to see who's going to make it to the very final quarterfinals. Of course, a prize pool prepared for all these players as well. Total $17,000 US in the pool. Of course, it's going to split up eventually between the first, second, and third place. So it's you've still got a little bit of a marathon to go. This ain't a sprint, right? You want to run all the way to the end to try to get that $10,000 as the first place runner. And to do that, again, you got to go through the preliminaries and then the final quarterfinals as well at the end of October, which is going to be a little month away. So once again, obviously, you've all kind of known about the regions and how they've been divvied up. You probably each have your own regions as well, so you've been participating either as a spectator or just trying your own times as well. So you've got to cheer for that as well to see which runners will make it all the way.
Yeah, and I mean, you say it's a marathon and not a sprint, but I'm telling you, for a lot of these players here in the preliminaries, it's going to feel like a sprint because there are so many matches ahead of everybody. If you're playing in the deserts, say you're Sikduck or you're Tim or you're playing in this one, look at all these matches you've got ahead of you just today to qualify for that World Championship in October. There's 4 players in each of the groups here in Desert, in Plains, Ocean, and Glacier. We're going to start out with a round-robin best-of-1 within the individual groups. That means that every player is going to play every player once. You'll get 5 points if you win, and you'll lose 1 point if you lose.
Yeah.
And at the end, we will tally up which are the top 2 players from Group A and Group B here within the desert. They will move on into a single elimination playoff bracket of 4 players. 2 of those players will be going into the grand finals.
Yeah, exactly. So, of course, each region, like you see, has a total 8 players, but they're divided into the 2 groups. So you play 3 matches within that round robin. And then if you move on to the semifinals and finals, then you play that bracket. So you have to play 4 matches to get to at least qualify for the World Finals. And then you still have to play that grand finals to determine the seeding, which there is going to be a benefit if you get that first in your region going into things like the group draw, etc. for the World Finals at the end of October. So, you know, even though you qualified, like that best of 5 finals is still going to matter as well. So there's a lot at stake. And like you said, State, a lot of games coming up for all of these runners.
Yeah, it's going to be a gauntlet here today. I can only imagine how much preparation goes into getting ready for a match like this one. And then to be running through all of these maps, all of these matches within, what, a 5, 6, maybe a 7-hour time frame. Oh, it's going to be brutal. I cannot wait to get started. Here we have a look at the map pool. Beginning in the quarterfinals, this is going to be the the best of 1 group stage for the round robin. Beneath the Lilies and Boiling Stock Village will be the maps we're going to alternate between those 2. And then moving on to the semifinals for the best of 3. The maps available will be Terrifying Bear Jelly Forest, Moonlit Bamboo Grove, and Temple of the Sun. Moving on to the finals, it is a best-of-5 series in the finals, but just to make sure that all of the players are going to be able to deliver the highest level of performance so they don't have to prepare for so many maps all in one day, it's only going to be 3 maps. So in total, you'll be able to check out maps, 2 times maximum in that best-of-5 series. But yeah, it's basically going to be the set you got right here.
Yeah, basically you can't like spam the same map over and over again in the finals, but you could try another go at it, right? Or like if you think you've got it, stronger, maybe you lost on that one and you want to go have a rematch, you could do it twice, but not 3 times. As we take a look at the participants as well, so you see them divvied up in boxes. Oh, never mind. We're going to go back and talk about the maps a little bit. All right, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. It's all good. But that I'm glad we went back to it because I want to clarify that a little bit further. So again, if in the semifinals and finals, we do have the kind of same format where the person who lost the first map will be able to choose what's the upcoming map. So again, you could try for a rematch, things like that. But in the finals, you know, you can't play it 3 or more times. Now the quarterfinals, it's selected. So like you said, it's already predetermined. Matches 1 through 3 is going to be on Beneath the Lilies. Then the other matches on Boiling Stock Village. So everyone will have kind of an equal share of how many times you're playing each map. And they were already aware of what order they're going to be playing in, right? Who you're playing on which map. So you kind of have a maybe some strategy as well for some of these players where they're like, well, I know I'm confident more so on, you know, Beneath the Lilies over Boiling Stock or something like that. So you can pick and choose where you lean into it. But here we go. Back to the full lineup.
Yeah, finally taking a look here at the participants on today. It's going to be the desert. So we have Sikduck, Tim, Inverse, you in Group A. They're all going to be playing within each other for the round robin stage, leading into that single elimination playoff bracket. And then for Group B, Wreath, Dalgum, Caramel Choux, and Storm. For me, really, the headliner match is going to be the opening match that we have today, Chobra. It's going to be Sikduck versus Tim. GCL rank 3 versus GCL rank 1. These are some of the top heavy hitters in the entire tournament. It's going to be the opening match. They're in the same group.
Yeah.
I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. There's been some rumblings here and there about, you know, maybe some of these groups are a little bit too skewed one way or the other, or even within each region, like you're kind of grouped up too much. But hey, at the end of the day, if you want to go to the World Finals, if you want to be the best, you got to beat them all at some point anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe sometimes you just get the harder challenge first. But hey, that just means if you win, it's an easier road ahead of you. So in some ways, perhaps whoever's up for the challenge, that's who's going to be able to get through the entire day. And like you said earlier, this can end up being, you know, maybe even 6-hour days. So there's a little bit of endurance involved as well, because I assume that a lot of these runners may not be as used to, you know, being in a different environment, having to wait and then play again. Like when you're at home, you're just going again and again and again and retrying. So there's a little bit of that experience gap perhaps as well.
Yeah, I'm looking here. The match order, it's going to be, of course, Tim versus Sikduck there for match number 1. You, another fan favorite, will be matching off against Inverse there in number 2. And, of course, being a round-robin stage, everyone will play everybody at least once within the Groups A and Group B. And once more, I know the format's a little bit confusing. We have a lot of different stages here as we decide who's going to be going into that World Championship. After we play this round-robin stage in Group A and Group B, today, the same day, the top 2 players from Group A and the top 2 players of Group B will be battling in that round of 4 bracket.
Yes. So again, you get through the groups and then you got to play at least one more best of 3 to ensure that you're going all the way to the end of October to the World Championship Finals. So a long day ahead of them. But again, they already knew like who they're playing, which maps you're playing here in the group stage. So I think this should be kind of where you're the most prepared. Like you knew exactly what you're up against in these first couple matches. So you show us your best and then we can worry about, you know, the best of 3 and potentially the best of 5 later on. So if you're just tuning in, we've got a long day ahead of us. You know, grab some snacks, maybe boot up the game yourself, follow along as you're going through the entire day, check in and out, and then we'll still be around here in a couple hours.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a gauntlet. And for these players, like you said, you do know the map order, you know the map sets, the list, even going into the best of 3s and the best of 5s later on today. There is just so much coming at you. There is so much preparation that's going to be coming in for every individual player into this, because nobody wants to walk home empty-handed. You want to win today. You want to win during this preliminary stage and come back again in October for the big World Championship Finals.
Absolutely. You definitely don't want that journey to end here. Now, I do think there's going to be, you know, some advantages for some of the players that were here for the Global Invitational, because it's actually the same exact venue. So you've already traveled here. You're kind of used to how it works out here. You're used to setting things up on stage. So we might see that come into play a little bit, but it does look like our very first matchup already prepping and setting up on the big stage. And as soon as it ready, I'm sure we'll be jumping in ASAP.
Yeah, I cannot wait to get started, Chobra. This is going to be a brilliant day. So everybody's making sure their settings are right. And if you're wondering, you know, what devices they're playing on, everybody has the exact same kit. So there's not going to be any difference in terms of the equipment that they're using. And everyone has also been given time to prepare. They know what device they're going to be playing on. So everything will be above board, completely equal playing field right here on the main stage in Seoul, Korea.
Yes, this is basically the same as we had at the Invitational as well, and even last year at the CR tournament. But everyone's provided the same tools, and then you're given some time to warm up on it, practice on it as well during the rehearsal to make sure that you can adjust if you don't play with the same exact setup at home. So we've done our best to set up. Also, players are given the option to wear headsets if they want. If you just want to kind of lock in, don't worry about the Korean casters. Oh, and look at this right away. There's the special coupon coming out. I know a lot of you are wondering when that's coming here. Well, the very first one, 300 crystals right away. And it's going to be the Desert Live coupon. Now, as it was in the past as well, these are time limited.
Yeah, man. I remember watching the preliminaries. They're only available for 3 hours, so make sure you redeem that right now if you can. Desert Live coupon. Type that in the chat if you want to be very friendly for everybody. Make it easier for them to punch that in the phone. Just open up the game, go into the settings. I'm sure you'll be able to find the redeem option there and enjoy a little bit of crystals on the house for supporting Cookie Run Esports.
Yeah, people ask in chat, please help each other out, right? I mean, it's not like it's going to be limited in numbers, it's just limited in time. So make sure that everyone gets their shot at those crystals, submit those coupons while you're waiting for this first match. And hopefully we'll have some more to share with you down the road. We'll have to wait and see about that.
Sure we will, Chobra.
Yeah, listen, this ain't my first rodeo. We've been here for a couple shows like this. I've done a couple similar ones. I mean, surely you don't give away everything at the very beginning. But here we go, introducing our very first matchup. We talked about it briefly before, Steve, but it's going to be Tim versus Sikduck.
Yeah, Tim right now, GCL rank 1, going up against Sikduck rank 3. So 2 of the top 3 players already in this tournament here in the opening match. But I'm looking at this right now. Their best score reported on this map, 743 mil for Sikduck, 737 here for Tim. And honestly, I feel like Sikduck, he might have not gone as far as a lot of fans would have expected in the preliminaries, but this is one of the players that I'm looking at not just today, but potentially in the grand finals in October as somebody who absolutely can win this. Sikduck, he's a fantastic player coming in from Thailand. Strong Tim, of course, from Chinese Taipei, as we have a lot of international representation here in the desert stage. And it's going to be a brilliant match. Again, best of 1, by the way, here in the round robins.
Yes. So you win, you get the +5, right? You lose, you get -1. And, being the opening match, if you lose, you're already in the negatives. You don't even have any points. You're down in -1 territory. So you don't want that to happen. You want to stack up the 5 points right away to put yourself in an advantage to try to get to that semifinal stage of the preliminaries here. And talking about the best scorer here going into the very first matchup here on, I believe it should be Beneath the Lilies for match number 1. A little bit of a gap in terms of best score, but as we've seen, when it's on stage, you usually, some players do, some runners do, but most don't actually reach their high score.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, you're playing under the best possible circumstances. You're at home where you're comfortable. You're completely relaxed. You're able to lock in. It's a little bit different when you're on the main stage, when you know that the fans are watching online, when you know that you're playing for real money, for real glory here.
Well, are you implying that things at home are fake?
No, I'm not. But
fake internet points?
Practice is an entirely different beast from actually coming and performing on stage.
Yes.
Even for some people who are veterans of not just Cookie Run, but other esports, it can be so much more taxing trying to reach that same level that you reach in practice when you are on the big stage with all of the eyes of the world glued on you. Guys, the map is going to be Beneath the Lilies here for set number 1. Available cookies, Spinach Cookie and the Ion Cookie Robot.
Yep, so you of course have the choice of order, Spinach between Ion, but it is limited to those 2. The pet already determined. And we're starting off kind of, simple here with the 3 stars on Beneath the Lilies. Focusing on those Lotus Gems, we'll see who's going to be able to bring out a little bit more perfection going into this very first matchup.
Yeah, well, you say we're starting simple on one of these 3-star difficulty maps, but I'm telling you, as somebody who is pretty new to the Cookie Run universe, has been playing and getting ready for this tournament, even these 3-star maps, dude, it is hard to come up with the correct lines, the input, timing the double jumps, the slides.
For sure.
If it's me, I'm running into every obstacle. My energy
without
meter
the
is down after 1 minute. But
yeah,
it'll be really exciting to see. For these guys, I'm sure it's going to be a little bit more of a cakewalk, but it's a cakewalk for both of them, and you're not trying to play for the highest score. You're trying to beat your opponent. So really, the difficulty of the map, it doesn't particularly matter that much. It's really about you outperforming the other opponent on stage.
Yes, and we're looking at it exact same setup, right? Exact same blessings on the candies as well. So it really is going to come down to probably that 1 or 2 mistakes, right? I mean, it might even really come down to the basic jellies, because if they're both going to play with perfection around the big points, then we've seen it at the Invitational as well, where it's actually just coming down to 100,000, something like that points, and it's really just a matter of who got a little bit more going into it. And again, best of 1 in the round robin, of course, it's a round robin, so you're not out just because you lost your first race, but you are on the back foot. Now, it looks like the refs double-checking with the players. They do look like they're ready to go. They're not fiddling with their setups anymore, and we should be able to jump in soon. This is going to be Tim going up against Sikduck to open up our regional preliminaries for the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. In we go, and it's going to be beneath the lilies. Let the countdown begin. And oh man, get ready for it, everybody. I'm so excited to jump in and see who's going to be kicking things off. We got Tim on top and Sikduck on the bottom screen.
Yeah, I am so ready for this, Chobra. Opening match here in the entire tournament. Tim getting a little bit of a faster start right here, so there's a bit of a desync, but kind of, in my opinion, it makes it a little bit easier to kind of follow the action here. You can watch Tim over here on the top and then pan right back down to Sikduck and see exactly who is able to make everything. And so far, it's been absolutely perfect. Every single Lotus Gem has been collected.
Yeah, I mean, no big changes just yet, and we're going to see if that keeps up as we go through. Not seeing any crazy reactions. Picking up a lot of the power set you're going to need here. Starting off with a spinach cookie on both as well, so we'll have to make sure that they're able to collect all the vegetable jellies that the spinach cookie is going to be able to give you, because that's going to add up to a lot of the bonus points moving forward.
And thus far, I mean, it's kind of hard to feel like you almost need a two set of eyes to be able to catch everything. Okay, Sikduck losing a couple of little jellies right there. Now, they are the Lotus Gems, so it's not that impactful, but given how perfect the runs have been so far, especially from Shin here on the top screen, that might come back to bite him.
I mean, yeah, you look at the point difference on the right side, right? And it's just been dead even right around the 200,000, 300,000 points. So it might really just come down to a couple of those. But we'll see, of course, now with the power-up, able to get a couple of those extra points. And that's where the gap starts to show a little bit here for Sikduck, falling behind.
Yeah, man, Tim navigating the earlier stages here a little bit better than his opponent. Has a comfortable 2 million point lead. Double jumps coming in right now. Everyone able to collect each Lotus Gem, so still perfect. And for Sikduck, there isn't too much of a gap. Oh, no.
Yeah, missing a couple. Just one extra Lotus Gem, and that starts to add up. You see that number starting to fluctuate a little bit on the right side. Sikduck might have to make sure that he plays perfect. Even then, it might already be out of his hand.
I think at this point here for Sikduck, you just have to lock in, play this one perfectly, and hope that Tim goes for a misstep. But thus far, I feel like Tim has missed basically nothing, Chobra.
Yeah, this is looking like it's Tim's to lose so far. Okay, just a couple. Obviously, you have to kind of pick and choose where you're going to be able to go with this one, but Tim looks unfazed so far, and it doesn't look like he's giving any room for Sikduck to try to catch up. Going for those destruction points here with the spinach cookie. Collecting all the Lotus Gems.
Hey, the gap has closed a little bit right now. Sikduck been navigating this a little bit better here in the late game. Only a 600,000 point difference. Is there going to be a misstep coming in here for Tim in some of these later moments of the map? Thus far, it's still been good. He's actually been able to regain some of that lead.
Yeah, Sikduck missing 1 or 2 Lotus Gems again. So we'll have to wait to go into the second phase here with the Ion Robot.
Ion Robot now coming in. The baton has been passed, and let's see if the Ion Robot's going to favor Sikduck a little bit more here. Big double jump coming in. Both players able to do it perfectly.
Yeah, nice and clean from both players. You love to see it, still keeping things in contention here for Sikduck.
Ooh, Lotus Gem missed there by Sikduck once more. I feel like he got most of the little jellies, but losing the Lotus Gem, that is the big money maker right now on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to come down to adding up, 1 to 3 maybe differences here on those Lotus Jellies.
Yeah, there is, of course, some strategic decision-making you can make in terms of what you're going to prioritize taking. It's hard to basically choose everything, even on a 3-star map. But so far, it seems like Tim has been able to maintain this lead. He's still sitting at plus 1.3 mil. He just hasn't relented.
Yeah, not too much. I mean, sometimes that number has to catch up a little bit. Ooh,
they both do.
Yeah,
they both miss a Lotus Jelly. It's one of the harder double jumps that we have here on this map. So at the end of the day, it still is a wash. Let's see if Sikduck is able to catch all 3 of those and the 5 on top. Indeed, he is.
And now just bouncing back up for those extra points, trying to close the gap. But like we said in the beginning, I think, again, it's just going to come down to, okay, all right, yep. Oh, one extra one missed from Sikduck, and I think that is
Yeah.
going to be the difference. Tim leading by just about 1,000,000 points.
734 mil there, the closing number. That was an incredibly close match. It's really what you expect when you get two of the top GCL players in the world, Tim and Sikduck, going head-to-head.
Yeah.
And given this is a round robin, you know, only one player is going to have a chance of winning every single map, right?
Yes, yeah, true.
It's inevitable that somebody is going to be losing something. Even a favorite like Sikduck, it's such a small difference. What, 1.1, 1.2 million in total? I'm actually wondering where that difference maker came in. You see the rainbow jellies, exactly the same number of jumps, almost identical, but it's the destruction points, Chobra.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. I believe one or the first or second time that we saw it come through, that's where we're seeing that big jump here. So Tim just barely being able to keep that lead and taking that win. So Tim will be taking the +5 points, you know, winning his very first race here in the regional preliminaries, and Sikduck will be starting with a -1 on the board. But again, it's round robin, so both of them still have 2 more matches to go. So Sikduck, of course, could win the other 2 races against the other 2 remaining players in their group and try to get to +9 and see if he can compete to try to get into that semifinal stage.
Yeah, this is a really tough group, honestly. We were hyping up this first match for very good reason, Trevor, because these are 2 of the top dogs, 2 players that, honestly, I think myself and a lot of other fans watching at home are kind of expecting to just breeze through these preliminaries and make it into that grand finals in October. And I feel like they basically delivered there. That was near perfect on both of them. There are a couple moments where they didn't get all of the Lotus gems. I mean, like, in a situation like this one, you can't actually get everything. I feel like even with perfect input, it's tough. You have to pick and choose your battles, right?
Sometimes obviously they're purposely kind of designed to try to either bait you into going for all of it, or you have to kind of pick and choose because of what's coming up afterwards, right? That's why there's some of these maps we'll see, of course, different players having different builds. That's why that happens, because you're kind of picking and choosing. Am I front loading kind of where I want to get a lot of my points? Are you going for the remainders? But for now, it does look like Tim just looking comfy on that stage. But State, if we are to believe that what they've built up so far, of course, in the GCL, they should be okay. Like, we've kind of started off strong, right? So I know we have some fans watching for Sikduck as well, but I don't think you should be too worried just yet.
Yeah, Sikduck is absolutely one of the fan favorites here in this Cookie Run tournament, and I'm still thinking, you know, even though you take the game 1 loss, it's a round robin, you just take the L, you move on, you're fighting for the 2nd seed now. It won't be easy because I still think there's a lot of talent bubbling under the surface here in the Cookie Run esports community. There's a lot of names who I think we haven't even properly learned yet, though they're going to be surprising and impressing us, not just this year, but also next year.
Yeah.
So Sikduck, he has to watch his back, but if anybody's going to be able to do it, I think it's him.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how he's able to bounce back. We are going to jump into the next race as soon as it's ready, but of course we do have to rotate players on the stage. So the first time around, we'll give them a little time to make sure everything's set up. We don't want any mishaps, right? It's a best of one. You don't want anyone to be like, oh shoot, I forgot to like do one thing or set up one other thing, or the chair wasn't comfortable. We don't want any of that. We don't want any of that here. So the first couple times, I think we'll take a little bit of extra time.
Yeah, it's just necessary whenever you have players in a live venue like this one rotating on stage in those booths. It's tough. There's a lot of moving parts in an esports event such as this one. So bear with us. We'll be going into the next match in just a moment. I believe it's going to be Inverse versus you. Am I correct about that?
In terms of order, yes. I think we're swapping both sides, and then we'll have one person stay and rotate the other players to make sure that we get the full round robin. So we'll wait for both of those players. But speaking of both Sikduck and Tim, coming into the tournament, obviously we had a brief interview with all of them, and both of them actually prefer Boiling Stalk Village over Beneath the Lilies here in the quarterfinals. So not even their favorite map out of the 2 that you have to play here in the quarterfinals. I'm curious to see how they'll show up on the other side of things in the later matches.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things, too, is the discrepancy specifically here in the round robin stage, because I was reading through the same documents, the talent. We asked the players, which maps do you prefer? Which maps are you not really a fan of? What's difficult for you? What are your strengths, your weaknesses? And it almost felt like it was a 50-50 split between these 2 opening matches here and the round robin, in terms of some players actually favor the map that has more destructible objects because, hey, there's more of a higher skill ceiling.
Sure.
Your opponent might make mistakes. If you're able to outplay them, it gives you more opportunities to kind of create some asymmetry, close the gaps. If you have a bad start, you might be able to regain that ground if you outplay your opponent in the mid game.
Yeah.
Whereas Lilies, it's a very straightforward map. We saw the exact same build.
Sure.
Even going for the Lotus Gems, the moments where, say, Sikduck didn't get a Lotus Gem, his opponent's also not getting it because they have the same kind of calculus in terms of how do we get the highest possible score.
Yeah.
Whereas when you get to the trickier maps, as you were mentioning earlier, suddenly there starts to branch out in terms of what strategies you can choose, what paths you can employ. It's interesting. It's very interesting to me as somebody who, again, is pretty new to this game to see the decision-making process that goes into what maps do I really want to play? Because in this kind of situation, the round robin, the map is predetermined, but as we move into the best of 3s, as we move into the best of 5s, it's loser's pick.
Yes.
There will be map drafting as part of the strategy within a series.
Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out as we have our next two players in Group A of the Desert Region Preliminaries here. You coming over from Indonesia, playing against our first Korean player here in this group. It's going to be Inverse.
Yeah, going to be really fun seeing Indonesia versus Korea here. I know a lot of Indonesian fans tuning in right now, trying to lend you their energy. And once more, we'll be on Beneath the Lilies, so exact same cookie setup and pet setup right here on the 3-star map. 100,000 points for the Lotus Gem. And Trevor, I'm kind of expecting the loadouts to be exactly the same as we move into this one. I feel like the meta for Beneath the Lilies, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, and I love you. So both of these players actually prefer Beneath the Lilies compared to our other two players. But Yu's reason for preferring Beneath the Lilies is the other one is hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like 50-50. Some people are like, oh man, this other map is harder. I don't really want to play on it. Beneath the Lilies, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Oh, and we do see a little bit of a different setup. So Inverse going for the pink bear jellies, a little bit of that bigger burst, whereas you going for the overall kind of stability that we even saw the first two runners go for, the 500 points for all jellies. So Inverse trying to cash in big on the pink bear jellies here.
Yeah, that's an important one. Oh, matchmaking cancel. Gonna go back to the main screen. Maybe one of the settings was not right.
I wonder if that's what it is. Yeah, I wonder if you want to switch out the blessing on the magic candy here, but we'll have to wait to see if Inverse actually switches that, or if there was just a bit of a mishap on the lobby. So we'll have to wait to see.
Yeah, I am curious if we're gonna keep the pink bear jelly boon coming in here.
Yeah.
Onto this map because it's kind of a Hail Mary. You know, I don't know exactly the math on theoretically what is better if you play perfectly, but it adds a lot of extra pressure on you as a player. Maybe makes the map even a little bit more difficult in terms of you absolutely need to get those pink bear jellies. If you're swapping out for that, you don't have the safety of just being like, well, you know what? I'll just go for every single jelly. They're a lot easier to get than the pink bears.
Sure.
That'll be my MO.
Yeah.
And so for me, mathematically, it feels like probably it's going to lead to a potential higher score if you execute perfectly.
Yes.
But maybe if you have a couple missteps, you're going to be regretting not having every single jelly.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of, are you going all in or not? But it can also play a little bit of that mind game as well, right? Because you might be glancing at the point difference while you're racing, and suddenly there's that big burst, and that helps you catch up a little bit. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be confirmed. Also should be noted, of course, on screen right now, it's going to be you hailing over from Indonesia, but Inverse here, our youngest player in this group out of the 4, coming in at just 15 years old. So, yeah, just starting off in the Cookie Run universe here. And we'll see. He even says that, he really just tries to play the game 30 minutes a day, just practice mostly the quarterfinal maps, just getting his feet wet coming in to the preliminaries. And we'll see if that's able to pay off for Inverse.
Well, the age of 15 probably can't afford to play much more than 30 minutes a day. You got a lot of schoolwork on you, don't you?
Yeah, especially out here in Korea, yeah. I mean, he's still kind of making sure it's routine, but it does look like we're going to be ready to jump in. And considering we're not reviewing the setups again, that is going to be the difference. So we have Inverse going for those pink bear jellies, and meanwhile you going for the standard all jelly bonus, just the 500 points.
Let's see how that plays out for them. I like it when there's a little bit of asymmetry here in terms of the build order selection, the loadouts.
All right, and just starting off nice and simple on both sides. Inverse keeping tabs on a lot of the pink bear jellies as we go through. Inverse on the bottom, of course, for those of you just tuning in, and you from Indonesia up top. Oh, catches everything nice and clean.
Even on the speed boost there, I feel like we haven't had a single misplay. It's what, 1,000-point difference, and that kind of comes down to the build order selection, right? In terms of getting some bonus.
That's so tight, 1,000, getting all of the Lotus Gems there as well. Nice and clean so far for both.
It's basically no difference at all. That's like 1 or 2 jellies in total, and I'm alternating my view between you and Inverse, and it feels like I haven't seen anybody miss anything. Maybe 1 or 2. I think 1 or 2 jellies might have been missed there by you, and that's going to lead to a 500,000-point gain here for Inverse relative to the opponent.
And the candy's coming in big as well for Inverse so far with the pink bear jellies, by making sure that he collects all of them, giving him that extra boost. But we'll see if that continues all throughout. You have to skip out on a couple of those. He actually misses 1 extra one compared to you. And again, considering that Inverse is banking on those pink bear jellies, it is going to cost him a little bit, but he's still keeping the lead pretty nice and healthy.
Yeah, so
missed the
far
Lotus.
It seems like the plan has been mostly going
mostly
the way that
okay.
he would expect it.
Yeah, I mean, considering he had a decent lead, he's going to be okay with that for now. But again, we've still got a lot of the race left. We saw how much the points can still fluctuate towards the later part of the race, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that.
All right, both players navigating the mid game on Lotus quite well here. Let's see if they miss any of these gems. Got a double time, or timed up that double jump. Both players able to do it successfully. Really flawless play thus far. No, for the first match these guys are playing in the tournament, it seems like they are already settled in.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that though, a couple Lotus gems missed on top.
Yeah, a little bit of the difference coming in so far. Inverse keeping it clean on collecting all the Lotus gems. Expands that point difference just a little bit further.
Yeah, that was so flawless there by Inverse. Almost hard to believe this guy says he's only practicing 30 minutes a day and he's delivering this kind of performance here on the opening match. Does miss 1 Lotus jump. Three
that's a
missed
big
right
one.
there. He still has the lead, but it's whittled down to 800,000 points.
I mean, that cuts down his lead by an entire 50%. All right, now we'll see, of course, going into the Ion Robot.
Robot now coming here as the baton is passed. Inverse, let's see if we can lock back in. The early game was flawless. The mid game a little bit more shaky right there.
Both of them missed a decent amount there, but 1 extra one missed for you.
You missing 4 of those Lotus gems. Inverse missing 3 in total. Is the headset there for Inverse adjusted a little bit?
No, his head's still too small.
It's falling off.
The headset's adult size. It's too big.
All right, dude, Inverse, he's locking in right now, man.
Yeah, he's still keeping the lead. Let's be honest, it's going to be pretty distracting having someone hold your headset for now, but he's still going through it.
Wow, I'm actually very impressed that despite having the headset get adjusted mid-game, he didn't miss a beat. Dude, that would be throwing me off so much in this moment. He still has a 1.1 million lead, and I know that's not very much, but with a 3-star map like this one, it's hard to close the distance.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's kind of the same as that first race we saw. Now it's on Inverse to lose this one, it seems like, as both of them playing relatively similarly, just the 1 or 2 extra mistakes making a big difference. And of course, Inverse having kind of that advantage early on with the pink bear jellies as well. Both missing 2, it looks like, so it should keep Inverse in the lead. And there we go. Once again, just a 1,000,000-point difference, and Inverse able to close it out.
The headset slips, but Inverse does not. That was a very tricky finish, but man, he maintained his footing.
Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Like, both of us have casted a lot of different games.
Oh yeah, it's been years.
But I've never seen that happen where the headset is slipping off in the middle of a game.
Yeah, that's
But he holds strong. He holds strong. And there we go. A rainbow bear jelly missed as well for you. So that's a big one earlier on in the race. But again, it just comes down to 1 or 2 of those mistakes, and that's what it's going to come down to when you're playing against the best.
Rainbow bear jelly getting missed there by you also compounds the problem a little bit. It wasn't the difference maker. I think it comes down to the destruction points. There's only 300,000 points from that rainbow bear jelly, but in any case, very, very fun match.
That was fun.
The
headset adds a lot.
I just can't. Honestly, I want to give some really big props to the
No,
staff that
yes.
we have on the stage for noticing
Yes.
and catching it. Because
Yeah.
imagine the disaster
just
scenario
drops.
where the headset
Oh my
keeps
gosh.
slipping while he's playing. Like eventually it
mean,
goes down to his cheekbones,
listen.
and it falls onto the phone. Like that was a real possibility. Like they stepped in, they saved that match.
I mean, listen, if that did happen, that's a skill issue. You should have brought like extra headbands, man. You should have known that your head's on the smaller side. You should have brought like extra headbands to make sure that it fills up the gaps between the headset or something. But either way, I agree. Both the staff and Inverse as well. Like keeping it cool. Keeping it cool.
That was a team effort, man. If
Yeah.
you run esports, we got each other's backs right here. That was very impressive.
That was too funny. A little bit of a shame here for you. I know a lot of people kind of cheering on the global runners here, but again, we're not done yet. Just the first match. They each have 2 more to go through in the round robin, so we'll see if he can redeem himself.
Yeah, and of course, this is Group A of the Desert stage, and so 2 of these players are going to be advancing. Nobody is eliminated just yet. Being a round robin and 4 players, everyone's going to have 3 matches. It's plus 5 points if you win, minus 1 points if you lose. And you know, when you have a round robin in a 4-player group like this one, there's a pretty high chance of a tiebreaker too. So we might potentially have one of those matches, but every single map is critically important, Chobra.
Oh, yeah. I mean, because just think about it this way. Right now, we both have Tim and Inverse already at 5 points, right? So even Sikduck kind of thinking like, I have to win this next one, which is actually going to be, I believe, Sikduck versus Inverse. So if Sikduck loses out on this one, I mean, Inverse is looking totally fine, and Sikduck actually looking like he doesn't really have a shot anymore, just already, despite it being round robin, because it's only 4 players. So you want to make sure that you kind of catch back up and keep things tied and keep it suspenseful all the way to that last match between all the players.
Yeah, that's a really good catch. I didn't know that it was going to be Sikduck versus Inverse.
Yeah,
Next,
I mean,
that
that's
is
tough.
got to be a little nerve-wracking for both of these guys right now. Yeah,
And it's going to still be this is going to be the last match in this group for Beneath the Lilies. Then we swap to the other one. So because of that, obviously some runners will play on Beneath the Lilies twice, and then in Boiling Stock only once, and then others will play twice there. They didn't know about it ahead of time, so you could prep for kind of leaning heavier towards whichever map you're going to play more of. But Inverse obviously favoring Beneath the Lilies. Like this is his big shot.
he won on this map.
Yeah.
And Sikduck lost on this map, and now they have to play it again.
Yeah,
That's
so-
going to be.
He can try to up that a little bit. So we'll see if Inverse is going to be able to take advantage of this matchup coming up in this round robin.
Imagine what happens though. Inverse, the headset doesn't slip. Sikduck's got to watch out. He might not have that same handicap that his opponent did.
I want to see.
That's a real possibility here.
When we go back to the stage, I want to see that headset taped on to Inverse. Right? I just want to see tape everywhere, man. And then just make sure, get another headset. Unplug it for him. He just keeps it on the whole day, all the way until the finals, and just so he can be locked in. But I agree, because Sikduck, again, one of the runners that preferred Boiling Stock as well, where you have a little bit more to show in terms of that mechanical skill.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if Inverse says, okay, well, you know what? I've really, really drilled. Those 30 minutes a day? It was actually all Beneath the Lilies. Like, maybe. Maybe. Maybe he's just like, I'm Boiling Stock, whatever. I just got to win 2 out of these 3 matches, and then I'll be able to move on to the semi. I mean, that's a strategy.
That actually would make a lot of sense, yeah.
You lean into what you have to play more of, for sure.
Of course, especially as the maps are going to continue to rotate as we progress through the stages of this tournament. The round-robin maps are not necessarily the maps you're going to have in the best-of-3 stage. When it gets to the best-of-5s in the finals, should you make it there, that's another completely different set of maps. And so, that's a very good point, Chobra. You're good at this, man.
I might have casted some different esports in my time. And
it didn't occur to me at all, honestly. Like, I used to compete at esports a long time ago, and that's still like, wow, I mean, if you know the maps ahead of time here as Inverse, and you're like, you know what, this is my strength, let's just completely focus in. Obviously, we're going to try to win every possible map. It doesn't make sense to completely isolate on one thing. But if you're going to prioritize one map over the other, here is Inverse. Play your strength. Get really good at Lilies.
Yeah.
You have 2 maps you're playing on this one.
see, the problem is, State, you're generally good at games, so you just practice everything. But me, I gotta find I gotta find the meta. I gotta find the out-of-game meta to determine how far I can go. And if I have to play a certain map twice, I'm only practicing that map, man. Forget the other one.
Smarter, man. That's using the brains.
Yeah, you got to be smart about how you spend your time. But coming back to it, of course, I think we have some new people tuning in as well, right? In terms of just esports in general. Maybe Cookie Run Over and Break is your first time and watching an esport, which is cool. But let me just tell you one thing. no matter what people say, the casters don't actually have control of when the next game starts.
Yeah,
Trust,
don't be blaming us.
trust me, I want to get into the game too, because at some point we're going to run out of things to talk about, and we want to talk about the game. But we will be getting into it as soon as the players are ready. We just have to make sure. And look at that.
Maybe you do control it after all, Chobra.
It's a secret. It's a trade secret. But it is going to be Inverse and Sikduck. It does look like we had a change of stations as well. And I think that's fair too. You know, sitting on both sides of the stage, you want to make sure that it's all nice and fair and equal. Now, again, personal record, Sikduck still holding the higher record this time around, but it was the same thing for Inverse versus you. Inverse had the lower record, I believe, and on stage, he's able to show up a little bit bigger.
I'm eyeing that headset right now, and I feel like tucked in the earmuffs a little bit, you know?
Oh,
It's a
okay,
little
yeah,
bit
yeah.
it's a little bit of a tighter. Like he's
All
not
right.
using the extensions at all right there. Let's see how that goes for him. That's another strategy you got to consider here, Inverse.
the headset strategy.
I feel like I'm getting a little bit tunnel vision on this. I've literally never seen.
No, I've never seen that happen.
Again, I know a lot of people are watching this, and Cookie Run is probably their first venture into the realm of esports. This
Sure.
is not a typical thing.
Yeah, headset's falling off? No.
The
no.
closest thing I can think of is there was a StarCraft 2
Yes.
tournament maybe 10 years ago. You're thinking the exact same
Yes.
thing. In StarCraft 2 Pro League, there was a player who was in a proper booth because they had like a soundstage. It's a little bit more impactful in that game, whether you can hear the commentators or not, because
Sure.
there's like a fog of war, there's limited information.
Yeah.
Where Cookie Run, it's more about your strategy individually. It's more about your skill, your self-performance,
Yeah.
right?
But that
There's a
one-
player who literally had the wall behind them
Fall
collapse and fall on them mid-game, and they
That
were
was-
like grasping the back of their skull. Like it looked like it was a real injury, but that was the closest thing that I've ever had to a headset falling
Yeah.
off mid-match.
It was too funny, man. That's a legendary moment. But once again, Inverse sticking with the same setup. So going for the extra points on the Pink Bear Jellies. We saw it work out, you know, gave him a little bit of that extra cushion. Of course, it came down to some of the bigger points like the destruction points and, of course, the Rainbow Bear Jelly being missed by you as well. But Inverse sticking with what he's prepped coming in.
Hey, it worked in that previous map, and actually felt like it might have been the better strategy. Honestly, given his execution, I don't think he missed any Pink Bears, maybe one at most. I
Yeah.
certainly didn't catch more than that.
Yeah. I don't think-
If you're hitting those, you're stealing for points. It's probably a little bit higher than what Sikduck has. And Sikduck, obviously, this is day one. These are the first maps these guys are playing, but they're very important. And so you might not have as much time as you would have hoped to completely lock in. But for Sikduck right now, hey, this might be his tournament life on the line.
That's true. Yeah, he's got to show up big here once again. Just the best one between these two. We got Inverse on the top, Sikduck on the bottom. And we will be kicking off in match 3 of Group A here in the preliminaries.
A lot of fans from Thailand going to be cheering here for Sikduck. Can he deliver the performance that everybody is expecting from him so far? A flawless start here on Lilies.
Yeah, both of them getting everything they want. Of course, Inverse a little bit more skewed. Oh,
no.
a Lotus Strip Jelly miss for Sikduck. Starting off a little bit on that back foot, already behind 200K, and we'll see if that gap starts to widen a little bit.
As long as he's able to mitigate the damage, not let that happen again, I think he should be fine.
Yeah,
It's
I mean-
inevitable that you're going to be missing some Lotus Jellies. I mean, this is a 3-star map, but even at this level, it's hard to do everything perfectly. I don't think that we've seen a perfect run here yet.
Yeah, we actually just got a little bit of a trade-off there for Inverse as well. So Sikduck taking that lead just once again, making sure also just to rack up on a lot of those basic codes for the extra points. So we're pretty much all tied up, right? A little bit of a mishap on both sides. Sikduck back at it.
Yeah, it's 70,000 points, and a game like this one where the points easily reach into the millions and usually 1 mil plus is going to be the difference.
Yeah.
It's not going to really bode well for either guy unless, actually, take a look at this. I missed exactly what the interaction was there, but somehow Inverse just got a 1.6 million lead. I think he might have gotten more destruction points.
Yeah, Inverse just taking a little bit of that extra lead there. So once again, starting off strong in the first half of this race.
You see why it is one of his favorite maps and certainly his preference between the two that we have here in the early preliminaries. Inverse, despite his young age, despite the limited time that he has to practice, is delivering a phenomenal performance against some really good players here.
Yeah, I mean, beating Sikduck here would mean a lot for Inverse, I think. You know, not just for the fact that he would be in the lead in this group to make it on to the next stage into the semifinals of the Desert region, but also just to say that he played better than unknown value here in this tournament. A little bit extra mishaps happening, but the points still kind of staying right around that 1 million mark.
We'll see if there's going to be any missteps coming in from Inverse. It feels like that lead just keeps compounding. There is a little bit of damage done, down to, what, minus 200,000 points in the favor of Sikduck, but he's got to do a little bit more to close the gap. Okay, speeding up right here. Inverse does miss one of these Lotus gems.
Yep, nice and clean though on the ball for both runners, so just still keeping right around that 1 million. And that 1 million is pretty much what the difference was for both races that we've seen so far. So we'll see if Sikduck's able to close it out here with the Ion.
Feels so good here for Inverse still. Able to maintain that 1 million point buffer. That is a big safety net.
Yeah, Inverse missing a couple of those extra Lotus gems. Look at that, made a huge difference. Now closing it down to 500K.
Yeah, that score lead, it is halved. This gives Sikduck a little bit of a chance at life here. One of the favorites coming into this tournament. So many fans in Thailand and around the world cheering for him as one of the foreign hopes. Here in the preliminaries and down party 0-1 in this group. This is such a pivotal match. He's continuing to close the distance.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes on Sikduck trying to make sure that he gets every last bit possible. Now just slowly, already all catching it down to 70,000. It's really just back and forth depending on who's going to be ahead in the sync right now. So we'll have to watch all the way to the very end. Okay, both collecting all of those Lotus gems in the air.
We're down to a 200,000 point difference. Now 9,000 points. Are you kidding me? Usually it's 1 mil plus that decides this, but this one might come down to the basic jellies.
Yeah, it's all back and forth right now, all the way to the very end. It keeps on swapping, and the game just can't keep up right now with the calculations, collecting as many as possible, and it should be Sikduck closing it out at the end. Completely crushing it with the final extra Lotus Gem Jellies. 4 million difference right out of nowhere in the last spurt. And you know what it meant for him. He was locked in on this one, keeping his tournament run alive.
What a comeback win. I mean, the action, it finished so quickly. It's hard to exactly tell what happened, but I feel like Sikduck might have gotten just a little bit further on the map than his opponent. And so he got those final Lotus gems, and that was absolutely the difference. It was neck and neck, less than 1 million. We had what, like 100K, sub 100K difference going into the final moments of that game. I mean, the destruction points really carrying Inverse there, but in the end, the extra distance, the extra Lotus gems, so clutch there for Sikduck.
And that's why sometimes that build really comes into play, because you might be able to get a little extra step, meaning that you actually just have, by default, extra chances to get, you know, some of those more important jellies.
Yeah, 160 more distance run there for Sikduck. In my opinion, that was the real difference maker, because the 74, 75,000, whatever it was, distance heading into that moment, I felt like Inverse was outplaying him just a little bit. But with his build, with the way he navigated that map, he was able to get that critical amount of distance to seal the deal and get the win. And that's why when he finally won it, we saw, I think, one of the biggest sighs of relief that I have seen from Sikduck. Because he is one of the favorites coming into this. You know, we
especially
look at this,
in this region for sure.
In this region, especially within this group, he's one of the players that we're looking at as possibly being the #1 seed out of Desert heading into the global finals. But he lost that first match, and then here, that was a really close one. Really showing that, honestly, the skill level across the board here at Cookie Run, it feels like we're getting so much more parity. Everybody is closing the distance.
Yeah, and that was such an exciting way to go too, because it was kind of neck and neck, but it really came down to the kind of the long game, and of course utilizing that extra distance to get those extra gem jellies as well. So, all right, so now no one's completely out just yet, right? It's just going to be Inverse and Sikduck who have played 2 matches so far. So now it comes down to you to try to redeem himself and have another shot at staying in, because now that we have I believe Sikduck and Inverse tied, and Tim, of course, leading with 5. If Yu's not able to secure a win here, he's too far behind with -2 points, and it would be kind of impossible to try to get into the top 2 to move into the semifinals. So this next one means a lot, and it's important to note it would be switching maps now.
Oh, that's right. We are going to be switching maps. Of course, we do have 2 maps here in the early stages of these preliminaries. Desert, Plains, Ocean, and Glacier. All 4 days when we play this best-of-1 round-robin stage, we are going to be alternating between these 2 maps.
Oh boy, I mean, you said that he preferred Beneath the Lilies because Boiling Stock Village was too hard, but you're gonna have to face your fears at some point, And we'll have to see if he's able to bring it back out. Now, this does mean, of course, we have a different selection of cookies available as well. It's going to be orange and Yugua being prepared here. So a lot of this is going to be about using those skills to destroy the objects, get those coins, utilize the treasures that give you extra points with the coins spent, and kind of cycling that back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Anytime we have these abilities coming out, it makes things a lot more interesting.
Yes, yes.
Especially because on a lot of these maps, you can't really get everything. There's a little bit more decision making. I feel like at this skill level, all right, let me walk that back for a moment. At my skill level, say I'm playing Orange Cookie, I'm gonna have a hard time making the connections, you know?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
I'm probably a little bit below average right now. There's a steep learning curve in this game, you know?
Yes.
But then you get these guys, it doesn't really become, in my opinion, so much of a mechanical issue in terms of the execution of, you know, swiping down with a tennis racket, getting those destruction points. Instead, it becomes a little bit more of a choice in terms of who's going to have the better build, who's going to have the better route. What decisions are you going to make that are going to propel you to get the maximum number of points?
Ooh, and we do see a slight difference in the setup here. Tim going for the extra points in blast mode, whereas we're going to see you focus on the yellow berry jellies overall. So, Tim, those blast modes are going to really have to, you know, you don't want to make any mistakes during that. Obviously, you know, we're going to assume that he's going to be very well prepped in that departure, but we'll see if that makes sense for him.
Yeah, it's fun to see these different builds coming out here early on in the preliminaries, because I was watching the Global Invitational earlier this year for the Cookie Run esports scene, and it didn't really feel like we had that much of a divergence over the majority of the maps. People would generally have exactly mirrored builds. It felt like the meta was kind of, solved is a strong word to use, but it felt like there was absolutely a meta that was just consensus agreed on as this is the way that we're playing, this is the way that we get the max number of points. But clearly between you and Tim, there's a little bit of a difference, and now we're getting started.
Yeah, we're starting with the Yugua Cookie on both sides, going for those bounces with the Hope Tiger Badge. Kicking things off with a nice burst of points. We'll have to keep our eyes on it, especially with this first part of the run as well. A lot focused, I mean, both cookies, quite frankly, right? A lot focused on the destruction using that skill. A little bit of an extra miss coming out from Tim, so he's going to have to pay for that.
Yeah, I got to choose your priorities here as you're navigating this tricky part of the map. Those destruction points going to be becoming a very critical issue moving forward. So far, it seems like about a 300,000 point lead for Tim on the bottom. You, of course, is on top.
Tim restabilizing here, getting those extra points during the last one as well.
So far, pretty immaculate starts for both of these
Nice
guys.
hop there, making sure you time it with the Hoping Tiger Badge as well here for both runners.
Man, that point difference is just maintaining at exactly 300K this early game. Okay, I feel like a little bit of a misstep right there, potentially by you. He missed some of these gems.
We'll have to see if he can catch up. Of course, in terms of the treasure setup, same on both sides as well, so continue to collect those photo cards. Making sure that, again, you're cycling with this map, giving you extra coins with the destruction, and that compounds with the treasures.
And it seems like with Yugua, just the consensus way to approach this, there isn't too much timing going on. It seems like they're just trying to maximize utility on that thing.
Yeah, just a little bit. Some extra jellies being missed here from Tim, but overall, we are going to keep the lead just intact.
It's actually compounding quite considerably right now, all the way up to 4 million. That would be one of the biggest differences that we've seen thus far, but as we move on into the stage, it is beginning to equalize. Actually, you in some really good plays right now. Gone from 4 million all the way down to 1 million, so the gap has been closed.
Yeah, moving on to the next stage of the map here. See if you can try to catch up. You kind of tournament life on the line, more or less, already just on his second race here for the preliminaries.
So much at stake for both of these players. These best of one maps, there's a lot on the line. First time on stage here in day one of the tournament. It feels like he's fighting back. He's actually able to take a little bit of a lead here, Chobra.
Yeah, a little bit of a mishap it looked like on the bottom side for Tim, trying to keep our eyes on both screens. But you will see if he's able to keep track of this as both cookies are running forward. Gets a little bit of that extra distance here for Tim, going for that jump on the swap.
Yeah, that distance, as we've seen in previous matches, can be absolutely critical. Even if you are behind, if you get a little bit more distance, you get more opportunities to score points, and that might be the ace up Tim's sleeve here as we head into the later stages of this first part of the run.
Yeah, nice, clean jumps and smashes here from Tim, though. Make sure he destroys every single one of those dropping fireballs. Kind of keeps him in a giant status here to try to keep the lead.
I mean, the effect of that is just absolutely massive on this score right now. It is 9 mil going on 12 mil in favor of Tim. He is absolutely locked in on this more difficult map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just those two early phases that we saw here with the orange cookie. Tim kind of playing that perfectly, it seems, whereas you know, not anything crucially terrible, but not able to maximize the points that he could possibly get.
Yeah, when we play on a map like this one, it is so much more difficult to play the perfect game. There are a lot more opportunities to really flex your skills with the execution, and Tim is one of the favorites, one of the strongest players in this tournament, is really demonstrating what a player with his skills can do on a map like this one.
Yeah, and it looks like as long as he doesn't make any crazy mistakes, it should be fine. And I don't expect that to happen here with a player of the caliber of Tim, as we just have a little bit left to go.
Yeah, these coins and jellies just getting vacuumed up on both sides right now. Flawless execution thus far, and although that's very impressive for both players, it means that there isn't really any kind of difference being made between you and Tim, and that's gonna be it, man. Pretty significant point difference here, 853 million to 845. As Tim, I feel like the early game and the late game were basically even between these two, but the mid game for Tim was just so solid. I don't know if it was the route, I don't know if it was the execution. The game was going on so quickly, but some part of that game plan was just better.
Yeah, I really just the first two kind of big phases here that you get with the orange cookie. It looks like Tim just didn't miss a single beat, destroyed every single obstacle that was in the sky with the perfectly timed double jumps. Whereas you kind of skipped out on one or two, and it starts to really add up. You look at the obstacles destroyed, that's a massive difference, and a big chunk of it, more than half of the point difference coming just from the obstacles destroyed. So well played by Tim. And of course, you still has to play one more match, but I don't think it's going to have much meaning as he's now sitting at -2 points here in the round robin.
Yeah, I think it might theoretically be possible for him to have a chance, but it would require a tiebreaker. I'm quite sure.
Sure. And there are tiebreaker rules in place if that happens, right?
Yeah, but my heart breaks a little bit here for you because he is one of the top players coming in, and the fact that we've only played a couple of maps thus far, and already it feels like your chances are starting to dash away from you, you know? Yeah. That's why this early stage, especially the best of ones, it truly is a sprint. I mean, in the matter of what we've been live like an hour or something now, fates are starting to become sealed here in the early stages, Shobra.
Yeah, more or less. So we'll have to keep our eyes on it. You're right that there is still a chance, and it comes down to this next match that you will have to play. It's going to be up against Sikduck. If you can redeem himself, now he's gotten that warm-up on the stage in that specific map, right, with Boiling Stock Village. If he can kind of clean up, just kind of calm down, clean up, if he can bring it back, then we just have to wait for Inverse versus Tim. If Tim sweeps his entire group, then it comes down to a tiebreaker between the remaining three.
Yeah, that certainly is a possibility right here. So fingers crossed for you. Honestly, would love just to see more cookie run action, but we're going to have to wait and see exactly what the match outcomes will be here in the best of one stages. And I'm a little bit worried for you on stage, honestly. Not because he's a player who isn't capable, but more because Sikduck really found his stride in his second match.
Yeah, I mean, he was locked in. Sure, he had a sigh of relief, but you knew that he had to perform. He knew he had to perform, and he was able to deliver. So we start to see kind of that adjustment to the pressure on the stage, playing in a different environment. We'll see if Sikduck can bring that out here, because now there is that difference as well. Sikduck preferring to play on Boiling Stock Village, right, with the Yuguan Orange Cookie. So we'll kind of see if that comfort starts to show a bit of a difference between these two or not. Of course, 2 matches remaining here in this group here for the Desert Preliminaries, and soon enough we'll know which of them will be moving on to the next stage for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and we talked about the pressure of being on the main stage here with everybody in the world. In the Cookie Run community, keeping their eyes on you. It adds a lot of pressure, but let me tell you, when you get to a situation like this one, here as you representing Indonesia down 0-2, knowing that you need to win. You need to win this upcoming map against one of the best players in the world to have a chance at a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a tough situation right now.
There's a lot on his shoulders right now, but you gotta just get rid of the pressure. You have to forget about it. You have to just focus on the game itself. It's the same old Cookie Run Open Break that you're gonna be playing. We're returning to Boiling Stock Village for the remainder of this Group A matchup. Once again, the Yuguan Cookie and the Orange Cookie showing up. The Firestarter Pet, of course, for the extra destruction points. So once again, it really comes down to the destruction points, and we'll see if Yu is able to redeem himself.
Looking at the builds right now, it's actually completely mirrored thus far. Okay, a little bit of a difference here.
Just with the, once again, just with the Magic Candy for the orange cookie. So in the second part of the race, you once again focusing on the yellow bears towards the second half. But it's going to be Sikduck that's actually going for the destruction point even on the orange cookie. So that's different from Tim as well. Tim was focusing on the blast mode in the second half for those extra points, but it looks like Sikduck just wants to cash in on everything about this setup, right? The map gives points on the destruction, your cookies are giving destruction, so he wants to double down on all of those to cash in on the big points.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, honestly, just in terms of the game theory heading in on this one. Destruction points are already the main focus of this map, and then you add in everything else into the loadout. You add in the fire starter pet, you add in the treasures these guys are choosing. Yeah, just double down, even triple down right there on the destruction points, and that will allow him to just completely focus in on that one aspect of the game. As our match is starting now. You on the top screen, Sikduck here on bottom. You fighting for his life in this tournament.
Yeah, all eyes on you, honestly, because we want to see if he can continue to stay in this tournament. So far, a nice clean start from both sides, just a minuscule difference, but of course that will continue to calculate live as we go through this matchup.
Yeah, single jumps and double jumps pretty much proving on both sides right now as we're into the easier early stage of this map. A little bit of a point difference right now in the favor of you. Yeah, 240K, but as many of these matches have been decided by million-plus differences, to me it's really going to be about the more difficult mid and late stage of this map that's going to determine the victor.
Yeah, and you know, these big phases as well, with not just the larger jellies, but of course the skills coming in from the cookies as well. So once again, they're just neck and neck right now, getting the jump for the destruction here on both players.
I think both players hitting every single destruction point right there, not even really missing the jellies here on these double jumps, which can be a little bit tricky at times, even on these easier early stages.
Yep, everyone gets the Rainbow Bear jellies, completing the photo card album as well, so all the bonus points that you would want. Now,
so far, basically flawless play on both sides. Somehow Sikduck is getting actually a little bit of a lead here. I think that those destruction points just really compounding with the skill activation. But as that calms down, things do tend to equalize.
Yeah.
500K point difference now.
Yeah, missing extra giant yellow bear jelly here from Sikduck.
Oh no, actually missing two of them.
But we got a little trade-off on you on the top side as well, so it should equal out once again just around a 500,000 point difference. Keeping his fingers warm from Sikduck there with the slide spam.
Yeah.
Making sure that he's ready for the next phases.
Yeah, it's a good catch actually. He is he's spamming APM right now
yeah,
is what he's doing.
Yeah. He's pumping up those stats.
All right, 1 million lead right now as we head into the very scary and hot, scorching fire stage on this map.
Now, my eyes are going to be when we swap the cookies, right? Earlier, we also saw Tim getting that extra distance on that swap, going for that double jump to make sure he just extends a little bit more the distance for the Ewok cookie.
Sikduck,
no.
he actually dropped onto the lower level. I don't think that was a strategic choice. I think that might have been just a misinput, and as a result, he's kind of bled her a little bit of his lead. He is able to make up ground again, but
we'll see once it kind of calms down with all the destruction points, though, as we do see, again, extra distance. I mean, Sikduck and Tim know exactly how to go for the swaps, but the double jumps to smashes on the orange cookie is going to be where you have to try to catch up.
I wonder if that was part of the plan here for Sikduck to try and get more distance. As it is right now, you has a pretty large lead.
But we'll see if, of course, this is where we saw that build difference as well for Sikduck, doubling down on the destruction points with the orange cookie, see if he's able to catch up, and he does a lot with those destructions. Now, you didn't miss as many as he did in that first race, but I don't know if it's going to be able to stay in the lead. We have a couple more phases here with the orange cookie able to double down right here on those destruction points. He cashes in on all of them for Sikduck.
Those destruction points absolutely critical in this late stage. Sikduck still maintaining a 1.7 million point lead as we head into the later stages of this map.
Oh, a Rainbow Bear Jelly missed from you, I
was
believe.
it really? Oh no, you cannot afford a mistake like that one with everything on the line. That lead is going to compound now for Sikduck.
Yeah.
Double jumps coming through. It's clutch on both sides, but is there really going to be another opportunity here for you to close the distance? We're running out of time.
Yeah, I don't think so. Obviously, going for the Yellow Bear Jellies himself or the Magic Candy as well, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get a big lead, and you got to hope that Sikduck makes a bit of a blunder, perhaps on some of these destructions, but I just don't see it happening yet.
Oh, it feels like it's still going Sikduck's way. It's gotten a little bit closer, but I mean, these destruction points are just so clutch right now for Sikduck. Still 900,000. Man, the math, it's having a hard time keeping up with everything getting collected. And that's going to be it. Sikduck is going to win. Woo, it's a closer match. I feel like man, he definitely performed better on this one, but just a couple of misplays with the pressure, with everything on the line, and that's going to be Sikduck advancing.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think you definitely cleaned up a bit compared to his first race here on Boiling Stock Village, starting off a bit cleaner with that orange cookie, but also Sikduck kind of doubling down on those destruction points will actually kind of keep tabs on the actual numbers here. But yeah, there's that Rainbow Bear Jelly mist in that second phase. That obviously adds in a little bit of 300,000. Again, not a big difference compared to the first time you raced here. 5 destruction obstacles difference, but that does make a big difference when Sikduck, again, has extra points coming in from that.
Yeah, it's really the obstacles that decided the outcome of that game, in my opinion. You even got a little bit more distance there at the very end, but the obstacles destroyed there for Sikduck. My heart breaks for you. You know, he's a fan favorite for a lot of Indonesian fans at home.
Of course.
I'm sure they, as well as me, were hoping that he would go a little bit further here in this preliminary stage. But hey, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yes. Oh my God. How many more times are you going to use that, man, in the next 2 weeks?
You better get used to it, Chobra.
Oh boy.
I've got a plethora of cookie puns ready for you.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Well, but as you said, I mean, it's a competition at the end of the day. It is a shame, obviously, because, you know, it's round robin. You're kind of hoping, okay, you might have one more chance. But again, the journey for you ends here for 2025, the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. But hopefully we will see more of you in the future.
Oh, it's inevitable. I mean, he is such a highly skilled player. I feel like the performance that we saw from you so far here in this group stage, it's not really indicative of his skill level as a player. There's so much that comes in, really, to any kind of live event, regardless of the esport. It doesn't matter what you're playing. Day to day, people's condition, whether they're feeling tired, whether they're feeling sick. You know, for players also that are traveling into Korea like you to compete in this tournament, jet lag might be a factor, or even just being in a new environment, trying to acclimate. Those kind of small things can already be impactful, but when you play best of ones in a round robin stage like this one, 3 maps, everything gets amplified.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, for you, my heart breaks. We are definitely going to be seeing more from him in the Cookie Run Esports universe, undoubtedly.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of overall GCL points, it's not like he was on the bottom side of it.
Not at all.
Quite frankly, in the top 10. So we know that in terms of overall consistency, he's got it. But for now, he is out of the running. But we're not quite done with this group just yet. As Sikduck now sitting at 9 points, Tim sitting at 10 points. But Inverse is looking to bring things back, try to make this a tie across 3 players. If Inverse wins here, we have a 3-way tie to determine who of those 3, which 2 of those 3 will be moving on to the next stage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this is a pretty big one here for Inverse. We saw that he was able to keep his calm, but it is also going to be the first time we're seeing him here on Boiling Stock Village. So we'll see what he has for setups, if there's anything new this time around.
Yeah, I think this was the map that he said isn't one of his favorites, right?
Yeah, that's true.
He's good at getting the Lotus Gem Jellies. He really likes to lean heavily onto that one. And, of course, in terms of preparation for this preliminary stage, for the group stage when you're playing the round robins, you want to focus on your strengths, especially knowing the lineup ahead of time that you're going to be playing on that Lotus map twice in a row. 2 out of your 3 maps will be played there. And so I'm very curious what his skill level is going to be on this map, because it is a very different beast.
Yeah, and let's see. Oh, it's going to be the same setup, the blast mode setup here for Inverse as well. So it just comes down to whoever plays cleaner.
Yeah, exactly same setup, same order as well. Yuwa cookie into the orange cookie. It's going to be a raw mechanical skill.
Yeah, now in terms of their personal best scores between Tim and Inverse, it's already about an 11 million difference. So quite a bit of a gap in terms of personal best, because that's when you're expecting everyone to grind all the way to perfection. So, you know, obviously 11 million for some maps, etc., it might not be the biggest gap, but when you're comparing like best scores ever, I mean, this is a bit of a comfort gap here between Tim and Inverse.
Yeah, that is a little bit concerning right now for Inverse.
Yeah, we'll see. Inverse, his personal best, 845 million. Tim sitting at 856. And we'll see if either of them can get close to a best score. That would be quite impressive here on the stage as we look at the last match of Group A in the Desert Region Preliminaries. Inverse versus Tim. Inverse fighting to stay alive and bring things to a tiebreaker. Tim trying to get out as the top seed of this group.
Inverse on the top screen, Tim here on the bottom. Inverse a little bit of a head start right there, so a bit of desync, but it allows you to catch the action a little bit first. You watch Inverse, see if he makes his jumps, pan right back down to Tim, see if he makes his jumps.
Yeah, we'll have to just make sure we keep that in mind when we're looking at the score difference as well. But for now, starting off fairly clean here.
Yeah, looking pretty flawless thus far. I mean, this early stage, it is the easier stage on this map. It continues to get more difficult as you progress later on, especially once the handoff happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we saw the big differences in the first two races here on this map. So we'll see if that's where the difference comes down to it as well.
Yeah, just trying to follow the action right now. Looking at Inverse, looking at Tim, it feels like both players have basically navigated this flawlessly. When they just sync up, I think it's like maybe a 50,000 point difference.
Yeah, but I think just now, Tim kind of doubling down on a couple extra destruction points, if I'm not mistaken, getting that extra jump right as he goes for the Hope bounce. So
yeah,
that might be something that catches up to Inverse down the road.
Yeah, Inverse is taking a little bit of a different route on some of these double jumps, not going for every single jelly, instead preferring a different path forward. Let's see if that's going to be a boon for him or if we'll come back to bite him.
Yeah, if I had to guess, it really does feel like Tim kind of doubling down on how to maximize the points on this map, whereas Inverse perhaps taking a bit of a safer route.
Yeah, both sides actually missing some of these jellies. There's so many points at stake, and it's one of the harder jumps coming down to actually catching absolutely everything. In fact, I feel like the input needs to be completely perfect for it to happen.
Yeah, bit of a big gap though, right as we see Tim catching up in the race overall, about a million, somewhere around that difference already. We'll see if Inverse able to clean things up as we slowly get ready for the later part of this map.
So far, things are looking very even heading into this later stage, and this is where a lot of these points are going to be coming in terms of destruction. Once those abilities get activated, as it looks right now, considerable lead for Tim. 5 points already. If he can maintain this, we will not be having that three-way tie. He will be advancing into the next stage.
Yeah, has that first seed as well going into the semifinal. So we'll see Inverse, can he clean things up, especially as we get ready to swap. We'll see if Inverse can get the extra distance on the cookie swap here with the double jump. We saw Tim and Sikduck both succeeding in their first times. 3, 2, 1, goes for the extra jump. Okay, Inverse lands it as well. Lands on the extra yellow bear cookie.
And distance basically equivalent on both of these players, and Inverse has done a good job of closing the distance a little bit in terms of points, but there still is ground to make up.
See if he's able to get all of the destruction here on the fireballs landing, and not quite as clean. Tim just once again perfection, bounces off all the tennis balls and gets a massive boost in the destruction points.
The timing, the angle, just absolutely flawless there for Tim, and that we have a lot of game left to be played, Chopra, but I feel like these moves are basically putting the game out of reach here for Inverse. It's going to take a miracle comeback if he wants to close the distance.
Yeah, and this is where you might start to see perhaps a little bit of that difference in the comfort and where you spent your time training here for Inverse, right? We've talked about how these are the active skills that you're going to have to use in this race with these cookies, with the Yuga and the orange cookie. And so far, Tim has shown a lot of comfort in saying, okay, even if I make 1 or 2 smaller mistakes, I know where the important parts are. It's going to be those first 2 phases with all the fireballs coming down on the screen, and he was able to make them clean on both of his runs so far.
Yeah, first time seeing Inverse here on Boiling Stock Village. You can tell it's a little bit more of a difficult map, not really playing to its strengths. Point lead just compounding right now for Tim. At moments, it's surpassing 8 mil.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Inverse. He's still doing his best all the way to the end. Obviously, you can't be sure until the race is actually over, but we know the setup was equal even until the very end. The yellow bear jellies all being secured by Tim, and that's going to be a 10 million point difference here for Tim as he goes for a clean sweep in Group A.
Yeah, and this was one of the tougher groups in the entire tournament, so very impressive performance out of Tim, showing why he is the GCL #1 player. Inverse, a little bit of a shake of a head. You can see the frustration, but honestly, for such a young player who has to be juggling all of the tribulations of young life, to still play at this level and have a performance like this one against Tim, it might have been 10 million, but I am really impressed with the games that he showcased here in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, you missed 2 rainbow bear jellies, that's pretty big, but then the obstacle is destroyed. I mean, that's a massive difference. It's so hard to overcome that in any way. You just have to hope the opponent also makes other mistakes, and we're just not seeing it. I mean, Tim so far, very impressive here on Boiling Stock Village. So no surprise, of course, coming in with the most points as well through the GCL. And he's proving why. Goes for a clean sweep, 3-0 in the round robin. He's going to be the first seed of Group A. But of course, that's within the Desert Preliminaries for today. So he still has at least one more match to go through to try to get to the World Finals.
Yeah, this is just the first stage of 2 stages today. We have the
Yes.
round robin for Group A and Group B, and then Group A and Group B are going to join forces. They're going to duke it out in a single elimination bracket for the top 4 players, deciding who goes to that grand final in October. So for Tim, it's not over yet. He has a lot more ground to cover, but I must say, what a fantastic start.
I mean, he's looking very, very comfortable, though. I think he should be very proud of how he kicked things off here.
Absolutely. It wasn't even the fact that he swept the entire group, which is impressive in and of itself. I mean, these are no slouches by any means. It's a very stacked group. To win 3-0 is impressive, but the difference, even on the individual sets that he won, I mean, a 10 mil difference in that final match.
Yeah, that's kind of crushing, isn't it?
Wow, just very impressive here for Tim. He's going to be advancing with 15 points, a perfect score. You get +5 for a win, -1 for a loss. Sikduck also going to be advancing in second. In my opinion, these are the 2 players that I kind of expected to see, even though this is a very tight group. But wow, Tim just absolutely showing up.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping that lead. Meanwhile, Inverse still gets 1 win to his name, and I think considering a kind of his first dabble into it, we got to give his applause there. And you still, you know, we got to give the applause for a good showing, doing his best on stage. But unfortunately for Inverse and you, their journeys will end here for the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championships.
Yeah, and of course, if you're a fan from Indonesia tuning into this one, we also have Vanessa playing next week in the Ocean group. So you still have some more home ground hope for you right there, but my heart breaks right now for our players flying into Korea. Just a little bit of a tough draw.
Yeah, that's always tough, right? Because you kind of come all this way and then your run ends. But, I mean, it was going to end in one day unless you completely move on to the World Finals, of course, but it's still tough to be eliminated in the round robin.
Yeah.
But that's going to be it here for Group A. We are going to take a quick break, and then we'll return to see who moves on from Group B here in the Desert Preliminaries. We'll be right back after this break.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구조를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
Well, welcome back, Cookie Runners. We are here continuing on with the Desert Region Preliminaries. We just wrapped up Group A. We have our two players who are going to be waiting in the semifinals. That's going to be Tim and Sikduck. But now we have to go through another entire group of players in Group B here for the Desert Region.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting, man. The action just doesn't stop here at day one of the Cookie Run Global Championship.
We got a lot. We got a lot coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be another set of round robins, a lot more best of ones. Going to be the same two maps, same format that you saw earlier on in this tournament. And then after this one is done, we're going to take the top two players from Group A, the top two players from Group B, and they're going to be going head-to-head.
On new maps.
On new maps,
that'll be semifinals.
In best of threes and in a best of 5 finals.
Yeah, so right now we're still going to just see kind of who's prepped the most, right? I think this round robin is really just going to be about, okay, how much did you drill in these two maps? You know you're playing both of these at least once each, depending on the order of the matches that you're lined up for. And you want to make sure, you know, we saw like Inverse clearly practicing one map more than the other. It doesn't quite pay off in the end. So we'll see how that goes for our 4 new players here in Group B. But this is all about just how well drilled are you, right? Like pressure or not, lights, whatever, the headset falling off, it doesn't matter. You want to make sure that you're showing everything you've practiced. And then we can worry about, like, I have my favorite maps out of these 3 and the best of 3 or whatever else it might be.
Yeah, and as opposed to Group A, actually, the latter portion of Desert, Group B, all Korean. We have no international players coming in this one. It's going to be 4 Koreans all competing against each other. And I wonder if that's going to impact the gameplay at all, just because I imagine being, you know, competing in the same country, they might be more familiar with each other. They might discuss strategies amongst each other. Is there any chance that someone has like a little bit of subterfuge? Like they come in with a sneaky strategy or a unique build. They try to trick everybody else.
The thing is, I think Korea in general in a lot of games kind of used to have that problem where you're like you're so focused on competing against each other that you forget that at some point, like, it is just better to share things and just whoever just practices more gets ahead. Because I know the Korean commentators were talking about this during the Global Invitational where they were like, okay, like, we just saw a lot. You guys both lost. You guys have to start working together now, like in the future Cookie Run tournaments, because you got to share builds and you have to scrim against each other to make sure that you're getting the best practice you can. Because if you're just going for your own high score in your own environment, that's a little different, right? From maybe identifying, okay, I could have done this or you're doing this. Why is that different? You know, does that just suit your techniques better, whatever else it might be? So we'll see. We'll see. I did hear, like, while we were getting ready for the show that I don't know exactly who, but there is a pool of Korean players that have been getting some tips from Shio, who is not here.
Oh,
who's
really?
not competing, but I guess he's more or less coaching now. So like,
Oh, wow.
I
didn't know that.
I don't know if that. I don't think it's going to impact the group stage, but like if it gets to those best of fives or whatever, that might be the difference maker for some of these Korean players.
Yeah, that's very interesting to hear the dynamics of the players starting to work together because I watched that Global Invitational and I was kind of surprised to see the Korean players upset as much as they were. It felt like every international star that came in, even though they were the underdogs most of the time, they were taking out these top Korean players. And yeah, I guess the adjustment from that being a couple of months ago now moving to present day, getting ready for this World Championship, suddenly we have those Korean players starting to work together. And it makes sense because it's a very prideful esports community, you know.
Yes.
And honestly, Korea, they've been top dog in so many esports so many times for really the history of esports from the very beginning in StarCraft 1 all the way now into present day.
Yeah, they're not used to being the underdogs, but
Yeah.
at some point, listen, I'm all for the Korean underdog era. All right, like the Koreans have to learn.
Really?
Because here's the thing: at some point, you're gonna learn. But if you learn too late, it just feels even worse. You know, at some point, you're going to get too cocky. So it's better to kind of learn that lesson from the get-go and be like, okay, you know what? Just because it's a game doesn't mean that we're the best. We're going to have to work together. We're going to have to work as a team. We're going to get creative to try to get the lead. But hey, for now, again, like you said, this group, all Korean players, it's just about whoever plays a little bit more perfect.
It's a very good point, actually, about if you're gonna take that bruise, take that punch on the chin. It's better to have it happen very early on because Cookie Run Esports, it's starting to reach the next level. There's already been 2 major events here in Korea this year. We're looking at potentially having more of them moving forward, and
hopefully,
as a result, hey. You really want to step up. If you are going to get upset in a surprising way, you want it to be at the very beginning so that you know you can lick your wounds, you can go back to the drawing board, work together as a team.
Yes.
How do we get better as a community? How do we elevate our gameplay so that we can reach that next level?
And listen, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for saying this because, first of all, it's not fact, right? Like, I don't work with the Cookie Run team. Like, I don't know any insider information. But in the announcement video for, this World Championship, they specify, like, this time it's going to be in Seoul. It may not always be in Seoul.
Oh, wow.
So, like, you have to take that into consideration for the Korean players of, like, you have to take advantage of it when it's in your home ground. And other times, obviously, you'll have the benefit of getting to travel, but sometimes that means you're going to be in worse conditions because you're not used to it, right? Like, you have to take that into account, which, by the way, it would be cool to go to other regions. Like, that's always the big dream for esports, that you can kind of travel and bring things to fans across the world as well. And maybe just everyone watching, I'm not making any promises. I don't work for the team. I don't want to get fired for making empty promises, but I'm just saying that is the goal. I'm sure that's the goal for everybody. Like, if you can do it. But for the players, you can't take it for granted is my point. For Korean players, like, it's in your home ground. You can't just assume that it's always going to happen that way.
In any case, getting more events for this game would be pretty
that
exciting.
would be sick. Yeah,
it's been fun, learning and watching and getting familiar with the players, getting familiar with the fans. Everybody's so friendly. Everyone's so supportive. Even on competition on stage, people don't take the losses too hard. They're very friendly. Everybody, there's some camaraderie for everyone.
You don't see that
sweet.
in every sport. I'm not going to name any names, but you don't see that in every sport. But it is great to see that you're taking it as a celebration on top of it being a competition. But obviously for the runners who will be on stage, it is going to be about competing. Now, if you're wondering why we're just talking nonstop, I assume, in fact, we can just look over the back.
Yeah, careful with the mic there.
Yeah, they are getting ready. They're getting ready. They're just finalizing the setup. So once we're ready with the new players from Group B, we will be jumping in. Don't worry. Like, as I've said before, we want to watch the game. We don't actually like to talk just on camera, and we're not that narcissistic. We're a little bit narcissistic, but not that much. So we want to get into the game.
Yeah, I'm excited to get started. It seems like, we might actually be ready now. All right, let's go into this. This is going to be Dalgum versus Wreath here in match number 1 of Group B. Remember, this is just the same format as Group A. It's going to be best of ones. That means 1 map played between each player, and everyone is going to play everybody else at least 1 time.
Yes. And of course, the first 3 matches will be on Beneath the Lily, so we'll be returning to that map here for the first phase. And then the later 3 will be on Boiling Stock Village. Now, looking at the best score, nobody in this group having as high of a best score as we saw in Group A, I believe, with Sikduck perhaps having the highest top score, personal best record out of this entire region, out of the 8 players. But they're all kind of similar, right? They're all hanging around the 735, 737 thousand or million point range. So it is really going to come down to who makes just one less mistake between these 4 players.
Yeah, Beneath the Lilies really feels like a race to be perfect.
Yes.
Based on the early matches that we saw here in Group A. Now in Group B, are we going to have about the same story? We have a little bit of difference here with Pink Bear Jellies, being favored by Wreath instead of just the 500 points for all jellies.
Yeah, we saw that from one of the players in Group A as well. We'll see if that's going to be the difference maker here for Wreath as he goes up against Dalgum, who's just going for the all jelly bonuses across both cookies. But outside of that, obviously no big changes here.
I like the Ion Cookie Robot Dinobot costume that they got.
That's sick.
It doesn't impact the gameplay, but
Yeah, not
I'm
for
kind
this
of rooting
one.
for Dalgum a little bit because of that one.
I mean, hey, it's personal skill expression, I would say. So
It's
I'm
adorable.
down to watch it. I'm down to watch it. Of course, that's a big part. Some of the cookies obviously will have slightly different ones, but here it's just visual. It's not going to impact the actual abilities and bonuses they get, but it does look like we're just waiting for the green light from the referees on stage. Both players at the ready. You can see they're both looking kind of nervous, like just making sure that their hands are like ready to go to make sure they don't miss a single beat. This is going to be the opening match of Group B in the Desert Region Preliminaries. Who will get the first 5 points in the round robin? We jump into Beneath the Lilies between Dalgum and Wreath.
All right, Dalgum on top, Wreath on bottom as the map is loading in. And here we go. We've seen so far here in Group A over the course of the day, players be near perfect, not just in the early game, not just in the mid game, but also in the late game. And actually, look at that though, Dalgum already missing, I think, one of these Lotus Bears.
Yeah, just a bit of that difference. Of course, in the first phase, the Pink Bear Jellies is going to make a big difference as well. Actually, a couple extra Lotus Gem Jellies being missed by Wreath, so despite having the advantage of the Pink Bear Jellies in the first phase, he's actually falling behind just because of the Lotus Gem Jellies.
Yeah, missing those Lotus Gem Jellies is so painful. Actually,
Oh,
missing
another
another one.
It starts to add up.
Yeah, it really does. You get bonus points for those Lotus Gems here on this map, and it's so painful when you miss opportunities like that one, especially in the early stages, because now you're just fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of it so far has been just neck and neck. Both players having the exact same build in terms of their jumps here. But we'll see if Wreath can find an opportunity to try and catch back up. Earlier, we did see even here with the Spanish Jellies, the destruction points coming into big play between the first couple races. So we'll see trying to maximize the extra destruction that you can get, but not enough to catch up here for Wreath.
It actually feels like Dalgum might have gotten a little bit more destruction points right there. In any case, he's able to maintain a 700,000 point lead now. And on a map like this one, where it's not quite as difficult, there isn't quite as much room for error, and so you don't have those big point discrepancies like we saw on the more destruction-focused map. 700K is going to be hard, but hey, with 1 or 2 Lotus Gem Jellies getting missed already, that's 400,000.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, it can always flip, especially with the Lotus Gem Jellies, because that's a very big part of this map, obviously, where you're going to get a bulk of your points. You're expecting everyone else to really perfect, the own cookie abilities and things like that. We should see a clean double jump. Ooh, another one missed a little bit earlier here from Dalgum.
Another getting missed right now.
Yeah, you can't. We haven't seen anyone get all of them, but of course, it's kind of which one you're missing in favor of trying to maximize your points here. Closing down to 400,000, destroying all the obstacles there on both sides, so no big difference just yet.
Let's see how they navigate this. On the back of the fish right now, are they going to be able to time this jump perfectly to get all these gems? Oh, actually looks like they missed one of them, perhaps one each, so about the same build right now, no big differences. Okay, they're able to get every single Lotus Gem. That was a critical jump right there.
And the extra jumps, okay, Wreath gets a little bit further here.
He missed one jump, or one gem, as compensation. Is that going to be enough right now? He has a lot of points to try and close the distance.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that extra distance is going to make a difference. Oh, so many missed from Dalgum on the fall down! And Wreath kind of nodding his head on the camera. You know he knows that he made the better drop on that jump. I mean, that's one of those things where if you just mistime the jump, you're going to miss the entire line. That's devastating for Dalgum.
Just a couple frames too late on the jump, and he misses the entire right side of those Lotus gems. And now this is going to be a very big gap to try and overcome. Will he be able to do it? It seems like he is getting closer and closer to equalizing.
Yeah, but Wreath, he did miss one extra Lotus Gem, and what he has to remember is, yes, you were ahead by 1 million, but this can get close at any point, right? 1 million is what it ended up being in the final score difference for all the races here Beneath the Lilies.
Man, another one gets missed by
man. Yeah, Wreath is staying locked in. He's not letting it get him too lax just yet, keeping that 1 million point gap so far as we near the end of this first race.
Yeah, the second half of this map gets a lot tougher than the first one. It's why you see these errors coming through as both players are sweeping on by. Are they going to be able to get every single Lotus Gem? Dalgum is one more, and Wreath made it even further. The biggest point difference that we have seen on Beneath the Lilies thus far. That was what, 5 million?
5
plus
million,
right
yeah.
there for Wreath. The extra distance plus those early mistakes.
Yes, exactly. The extra distance on the swap, and even at the end there, we saw this in Group A as well, but Wreath going for the build where you're able to drop down a bit further down before you're going for the double jump into the flight, timing that perfectly so that you get a little bit of extra distance as well towards the end. No Rainbow Bear Jellies missed, but of course it is going to be that slight difference on the Lotus Gems and the distance, because we actually have equal obstacles destroyed as well. We saw that early on, both of them trying to maximize the destruction with the spinach cookie, but it's just going to be that. I honestly, Dalgum's probably thinking about the entire line he missed on the drop there, and that's kind of devastating because you keep thinking back to it.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably the game-ending move right there. And in the moment like this, too, it's the first match that you're playing on stage here today because this is Group B. I think you make a mistake like that one, and then it's really hard to maintain your focus there in the remainder of the map, right? And I think we kind of saw that a little bit because that was like the first time that we saw him really start to shed. Yeah, like that was the first blow really done. It was a very, I think he was down maybe 500,000 points.
It was right around 500K to a mil, right? It was flippable at any time if Wreath had made another mistake. But like that one is where Wreath, might have missed 1 or 2 extra Lotus Gems right afterwards. But then as long as he just locked in again, and then you keep thinking back to the mistake. We kind of saw that on the camera as well, where Wreath is like nodding, being like, okay, like I'm feeling good. I did mine perfectly. He must have messed up. And meanwhile, Dalgum, he was kind of licking his lips like, shoot, like I know I messed up, but I have to keep going because you can't pause and retry when you're on the stage. You just have to go to the end of the race.
Yeah, just one
really
mistake
feeling
like
for
that
him.
one.
You're really
it's
feeling
painful.
for him.
I could see there. I could read the expression
No,
on
I
his
know.
face after that happened, and you could tell that like up until that moment on the map, he was playing very well. It was neck and neck, and then after that, it wasn't just that one mistake. You could see he started to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah. We saw a couple more mistakes, not being able to get, as much distance on the swap, not being able to maximize. I don't even know, maybe it's not practiced with kind of the float into the flight of the ion cookie, things like that. But unfortunate. The good news, the silver lining, is that you have more matches, right? It's round robin. So we'll see if Dalgum's able to regroup. But for now, we are going to have a swap of players on stage. We'll get to meet the other 2 players here in Group B and see if anyone looks like they've got the chops to be able to go on to beat Wreath in match 3, because Wreath will be playing Beneath the Lilies once more in this round robin in that match 3.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's going to get to play the map twice. That's scary for whoever's facing him in match number 3, because I feel like the performance that he showed there on Lilies was probably one of the most impressive ones that we've seen thus far today.
Yeah, it looked pretty solid. It is going to be Caramel Choux, so we'll have to see if Caramel Choux performs well in this next matchup against Storm, since we already have the matchups all lined up. They already know who they're playing up against on these maps. So if Caramel Choux shows up, though, in this next matchup, that match 3 is going to be intense between those 2.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We might have a situation where one of these players, I mean, they're fighting basically for the #1 seed, right?
Yes, basically, yeah, at that point. So we'll have to see. Now, looking at the profiles that we got from the players before, I mean, Wreath and Dalgum both preferring Beneath the Lilies compared to the destruction-based map in the second half of this round robin. But once again, we have Caramel Choux, actually the only player in Group B who actually prefers Boiling Stock Village. So not as much of a fan here of Beneath the Lilies. We'll see if it's still well prepped.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, he has to play that map only once.
Yeah. So he's got to have at least some prep done here for Beneath the Lilies.
Yeah, of course. That must be painful too. Imagine you favor that map, the destruction. You really want to flex your skills, and then you go into it. You're like, oh well, in the group draw, I only get to play it once. I have to play the other map twice.
Yeah.
Because Beneath the Lilies, there is something to say about the difficulty level here. I feel like we get bigger point differentials when we go into the harder map, but really, from my perspective, starting to familiarize myself with Cookie Run, it seems like even on these easier difficulty maps.
Yeah.
The pressure is the exact same because it basically the bar is you basically have to be perfect on this map instead of that because ultimately you're always just trying to do better than the opponent.
Yeah.
Nothing else matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we can play on the easiest map. We can play on a 1-star map. As long as if you're not perfect,
Yeah, exactly.
you're gone. Like you can't make one mistake.
It's
in
kind of
some ways on the trickier maps, like mistakes are inevitable.
Sure,
You're going to make one or two mistakes. You can shrug them off. You can lock back in.
Yeah, you can kind of pick and choose where you want to focus.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's interesting.
It's very similar to anyone who plays classical music. I mean, everyone says like, well, things like Mozart sound so simple, but it's actually more difficult because of that, because your mistakes are so much more amplified because that's where, the difference is made. So we'll see as we see a Storm, and it's going to be Caramel Choux on the right. That's how we're going to read it in English. And the point difference, not too big on the best score. But Storm saying, I'm going to hard carry this region. Wow. So, okay, wants to be the hard carrier of the desert region. You've got some big competition ahead of you, not just in this group, but in Group A earlier, we saw Tim looking unbeatable. So we've got a little ways to go. But right now, his first opponent is going to be Caramel Choux. Now, Caramel Choux, by the way, just wrapped up his mandatory military service here in Korea, and now he's jumping right into the competition. So we'll see if maybe he's got a little bit of that mental fortitude that you sometimes see from some of these players in different games that have already finished their military service. They've been there, done that, and now they're coming in with a little bit more maturity. As we take a look at the builds here. Okay, both of them going for Pink Bear Jellies. Okay.
That Pink Bear Jelly is going to be the priority here. Basically no difference. No difference whatsoever. Both candies are exactly the same. So it's going to be mirrored build. It's going to come down completely to execution, especially on a map like this one where it doesn't feel like there's very much decision making in terms of the route you're going to take. It's really just, will you hit every jump? Or will you have a situation like we saw on the previous map where, maybe you time it a little bit too early and you miss an entire line?
I mean, that's so big. That's like 5 Lotus Gem Jellies. That's a massive difference that you're already starting on the back foot. So we'll see if that comes to fruition for either of them. Hopefully not, obviously, as we are waiting for the green light between these two players. The opening match for Storm and Caramel Choux. Now, Caramel Choux, if you were wondering, presumably named Caramel Choux as they love the Caramel Choux cookie, as they have confirmed for us. So we'll see if, just having that favorite alone is going to be enough power to get through this first race. It is Storm on your screen versus Caramel Choux now as we get ready to jump into Beneath the Lilies in their Desert Group B match. Counting down, and here we go.
All right, it's going to be Storm on top and Caramel Choux on bottom as the map is loaded in. Caramel Choux, a little bit of an earlier start, so he's the guys who have the eye on right now, navigating this perfectly. Let's see how they're able to handle these Lotus Gem connections in the early game.
Yeah, both of them, of course, with the same blessing as well in the Magic Candy, so the Pink Bear Jellies being the main focus. Oh, missing a couple on that burst mode.
Yeah, 2 Lotus Gem Jellies missed already is quite painful, honestly, here for Caramel Choux on bottom. I know it's hard to navigate when you're playing with that burst mode. I mean, you move so quickly across the map, but...
Yeah, but you got to train it, right? You just have to find a way to make sure that you're stable enough. So far, though, no extra mistakes. So it's still redeemable, right? Again, you've seen some big differences pop up in the future. Oh, an extra one missed on that landing as well, though, for Caramel Choux.
And I've been watching Storm. I don't think he's missed a single one just yet. So he is perfect, whereas Caramel Choux is -3 in total.
Yeah, the biggest difference that he can make without Storm making mistakes, I think, would just be, trying to get the extra distances so he can get the 1 or 2 extra Lotus Gem Jellies at the very end of the race.
It's a little hard to tell exactly who's going to have more distance thus far because, of course, Caramel Choux loaded into the map maybe a second faster than Storm here on top. Okay. So far, it seems like they are neck and neck.
Yeah, the destruction kind of favoring Caramel Choux in that phase, though, in the earlier phase, so just making sure that he's able to at least keep up. But I don't think it's going to be enough yet. He's going to have to make sure that his transition, I think, is perfect, assuming that neither player makes any bigger mistakes here in the first phase of the race.
Yeah, seems like Caramel Choux is really settled in here in the middle game. He has not missed a Lotus gem in quite some time. And for Storm, he's still basically perfect. I feel like he hasn't gotten as many destruction points perhaps as his opponent, and as a result, it's neck and neck. But in terms of actually collecting the Lotus gems, it has been very solid.
Yeah, both of them only skipping the mandatory one. They get all the rest on that line, on the lily pads, getting both on the drop as well, and dropping down onto the destruction of every obstacle so far.
Talk about a comeback for Caramel Choux. He missed 3 of those early game Lotus gems, and now he's up 500,000 points in total. He is absolutely locked in.
Yeah, and here we go. The first big drop. You're going to get all of them on both sides. Nice and clean.
Yeah, even the jumps and double jumps right here, I think favoring Caramel Choux maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, distance on that transition just about the same, so not any massive difference on the final ending. And here we go. This is the big one. And both. Oh!
One miss there for Storm.
It was looking so close. But that does give a little bit of that
Another
advantage.
miss for Storm, though,
Yep.
Chobra.
Yeah, both of them skipping out on one on that burst, but right now for Storm that matters because he's the one who has to catch up now.
Yeah, that disparity is continuing to grow.
Oh,
It was quite close
no!
earlier.
Oh, no! He missed the power-up!
Oh!
He doesn't have the giant mode!
That might be everything here. He still has enough.
Okay,
Maybe
okay.
you get a little bit more distance with this, actually. I wonder, is there any world where that could have been a strategic choice? Because, hey, he still has enough points.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but he's lost a lot of that lead right now, obviously ahead in terms of the sync. So we'll have to wait for the final calculation. Missing another Lotus Gem Jelly as well. Looks like Caramel Choux might be starting to get shaky. We'll have to keep our eye on to the very end now to see what the calculation comes down into.
I wonder if there's any compensation for missing that power-up. Like, are you going to be able to get a little bit more distance at the end of the run, or is it just a complete miss? As it is right now, Caramel Choux, he is still maintaining this lead despite missing that power-up. He loses one Lotus.
Oh, no. Does that come down to the difference, though? It's still going to be Caramel Choux who is going to have the lead just a little bit. Oh, he's come prepared. I just realized his shirt as well with the Caramel Choux cookie.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Look at that.
oh, he came prepared in full costume right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
But such a bare difference, 300,000. That's the closest we've ever seen here.
yeah, that is a very, very close match. And Caramel Choux, we were wondering if that power-up getting missed was going to come back to bite him, but no.
300K. I mean, that's nothing. That's really just like the 1 or 2 Lotus Gem Jellies. I mean, that is insane. The distance just barely, but not enough to make a massive difference. In fact, missing out on the destruction as well early on. But he's still able to get just a bit more. I mean, we saw, kind of the compounding mistakes from Storm right in the middle, right as we swapped over to the Ion cookie. So, again, it just comes down to that one move, right? One kind of mistimed jump, the one that he missed on the big drop, things like that. It's going to start to haunt you a little bit if you're Storm.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with Caramel Choux. That was
Yeah.
not an easy comeback. I feel like out of the first maybe 20 or so Lotus Gems, I think he missed 3, which, if it's you or me playing, that's pretty good. But if it's these guys at their skill level, it's almost unheard of.
Yes.
It was a bit of a shaky start, maybe a bit of kind of first-time jitters here. It's day one, getting on the main stage. But just locking in after that, he was so solid. He missed the power-up. There was maybe a little bit of points lost as a result, but in the end, he's able to maintain.
Yeah, and even after missing that, we did see him kind of making sure that he was jumping to maximize all the jellies that he needed to get during that phase of the power-up. So, able to just stay locked in, not being too phased by the mistakes he made, just making sure that he's playing his own game. And that makes things a little bit interesting because now he'll be going up against Wreath. Both of them being one of the players that favor the Pink Bear Jelly blessing on their Magic Candy in the first phase as well. So, neck and neck, same build. And it's just going to be about who plays better in their second matchup now.
Yeah, that's going to be the next match coming in as our players are getting ready on stage at this moment. That'll be 2 of the top dogs going at it here early on in Group B. The 2 undefeated players will be facing off. And then after that, in match number 4, when we have Dalgum going up against Storm, that will be a very spicy one because if you go down 0-2, you have basically no chance of advancing from the group anymore. This is a round robin. There are 4 players, but everything is a best of 1. And so You cannot afford to have 2 losses.
No, I mean, that's because at that point it's kind of out of your hands even if you win, right? You have to rely on the other matchup and the result. So you want to make sure you at least have that 1 extra win before getting to your 3rd matchup. Now, just as a reminder, this match 3 will still be on Beneath the Lilies before we switch over to Boiling Stock Village. So once again, Caramel Choux now on the left side, Wreath on the right, neck and neck with their top score once again. And we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, Wreath says that he is aiming for 1st place, and he has a good chance of making that dream come true right now.
All right, we'll see. Both of them, I believe, ending with similar scores as well in their first run. We'll have to try to keep an eye on that. Of course, Caramel Choux just beating out with 300,000 extra points, around that 735 million. As we get ready for our last look at Beneath the Lilies for the day. After this, we'll be moving on, of course, in the group stage to Boiling Stock, and then we'll have the new map pool for the best of 3s later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, we're really getting the crash course on these maps right here in the round robin stage, right? Only 2 maps in these best of 1s. Looking at the builds, basically, actually not even basically, just completely mirrored.
Yes, yeah,
Exact
even
same
the skins
candies again.
Yeah, even the costume.
skins.
Yeah, the costume is exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't have that cute costume again.
Yeah. A little bit of a difference on the spinach cookie. We do have the pouch of wishes here for Wreath, but again, the functionality is going to be the same here on both sides.
Yeah, can be basically mirrored coming in, and I'm expecting, because this is one of the simpler maps that we have here in the preliminaries, it will probably be basically the same route that they are running. And it's tricky on this one. We have seen, even for these top dogs who have won their first maps here in Group B, mistakes are inevitable. It doesn't matter if this map is one of the easier ones that we've got. You have to be as close to perfection as possible.
At this point, you have to wonder, who really determines what's easier or not, because it does not look as simple as it is. Now, here we go. The final look at Beneath the Lilies for today. It's going to be match 3 in this round robin between Caramel Choux and Wreath. Who will take the lead in this group with 10 points?
Caramel Choux on top, Wreath on bottom. Both players basically in sync with the start time, so it's going to be really hard to follow the action right here. Make sure to keep your eyes glued. 1 on top, 1 on bottom if you can do it.
That would be insane. That would be insane. If you could do it, definitely leave a comment.
Oh, no! Wreath!
Once again, he made the same mistake. It doesn't look like it's something that he's too used to being able to maximize. We saw that in his first race, already starting on the back foot, down 500,000 points by missing 2 of those Lotus Gem jellies.
Right, he's able to make up a little bit more ground, though. It looked like Caramel Choux did miss 1 of the Lotus Gems here on that last jump, so things aren't completely lost here. It's still very early on in this map.
Yeah, you've still got some chances, both of them making sure that they maximize the pink bear jellies as well. Equal numbers on that, I believe. So it's still neck and neck, anybody's game. We'll see, of course, a big part is going to be the extra destruction you get when we see the power-up come through. Rainbow Bear Jelly secured on both sides as well.
Yeah, and I'm already thinking forward to the big drops that we're going to have later on in the mid-stage here of this map. It has been a pivotal moment for players in Group A, for players in Group B in terms of determining the winner. This is one of the smaller drops of the first one. Both players able to deal with it very easily, and even with the speed boost.
Ooh.
Not missing a single Lotus Gem on either side.
Yeah, the destruction as well, equal on that first time that we see it come through. We'll see here, as we go through, if we see any bigger differences, or if it's going to come down to that second half with the Ion Robot Cookie.
Both players have been basically perfect since the early game right now. I think it might come down to those drops.
Yeah, I mean, it really could, and I'm also curious if Wreath maybe taking that different line is going to make a bit of a difference here in the later phases with the flight mode on that Ion Robot Cookie. But here we go. See if anyone misses any extra ones. An early one missed,
two
and
extra
two
missed
missed
for
instead of
Wreath.
1. Little bit of an extra blunder here from Wreath. I mean, the perfection coming through for Caramel Choux keeps him in the lead.
It wasn't even just the 2 Trobra. I thought he was missing the mandatory 1 earlier, and then there was an additional 2. So in total, Wreath really with a bit of a painful run over there as he jumped over the lily pads. He's going to have to make up some lost ground, hope that his opponent will miss some more.
Yeah, and 1 extra one missed as well. It starts to slowly compound, but I have to keep hopes because I believe Wreath was the only one who took that different line on the... Oh, an extra one missed as well, but he maximized the jump on the swap, so it should be a little bit extra distance here for Wreath. See if that 8 is able to get him to catch up, because so far, the point difference is pretty big now.
Yeah, the point difference is so big that I kind of don't think... I kind of don't think the distance is going to matter. I feel like it's just not consequential enough as both players navigated that last drop very well.
Oh,
Another
no.
Lotus gem. It just keeps compounding.
It's getting to him, man. It's getting to him. He's thinking about the ones he's missed. He has to be because he didn't make as many mistakes on the first time we saw him on this map.
Oh, it's so hard with the pressure on stage. Okay, cannot miss these right now. Okay, the power-up does not get taken, so a couple of Lotus Gems are missed there, but still maintaining a 2.5 million lead.
Yeah, and we're going to see Wreath if he can try to catch up. I mean, you gotta at this point hope that Choux makes a big blunder, because otherwise, like you said, I don't know if the extra distance makes all the difference here. Just trying to maximize all the Lotus Gem jellies. He's doing his best, Wreath. He's kind of foregoing some of the smaller jellies just to make sure that he doesn't miss the big ones like he did on the earlier part of the run.
It makes sense. Choux, he is missing a Lotus Jelly here and there, but overall, it really hasn't been that bad. He's still maintaining this lead. Another big speed boost coming in, but of course, to vacuum up all of these gems hasn't been an issue. Both players missing the mandatory one here. That's going to be the drop, and Wreath will be going not undefeated here in this one, man. It was looking good for him in the early game, but Choux with the victory.
Continuing on, celebrating, of course, with his keychains as well. And yeah, it just really comes down to just mistake after mistake starting to really add up against Wreath. And that's got to be a rough one. I think that's a lesson learned for Wreath here about trying to just stay locked in. Because it didn't look like it had to be this big of a difference, right? He still gets a little bit extra distance. Obviously, Choux got just enough distance to complete that entire section of Lotus Gem Jellies at the end as well. But, you even get a couple more points on the obstacles destroyed. It doesn't matter when you're missing as many of the core parts of that map.
Yeah, Choux just a little bit more solid. And for Wreath, he's not out of this. This is just the first map that he has lost thus far. He has won one, and so he still has a very good chance of advancing from Group B to go into that single elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, he's still got one match ahead of him, and of course that will be up against a Storm later on. But for now, we'll have another switch of players as we go through this round robin. And now we can be done with Beneath the Lilies for today. That'll come back tomorrow in a new region. But for now, for Desert Region, no more Beneath the Lilies. We move on to the 3 matches with Boiling Stock Village here in Group B of this region.
Yeah, and then of course, after we finish with this best of 1 round of robin stage, we're going to be going into that bracket where the top 2 players from Group A and the top 2 players from Group B will be joining forces, or it's going to be a battle cross between Group A and Group B. And only 2 of those players are going to qualify for the global finals. But hey, 3 new maps in that first stage, and then for that final match, we are going to have that best of 5.
It's a lot. It's a lot that you have to be prepped for, right? I mean, because you can say like, oh, well, it's really, you just have to be good at like, let's say, 6 maps.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
like,
8.
Well, if you want to,
yeah,
just focus on the ones you win, right? Like minimum 6. But even then, like those 6, you can know it in your head, but how consistent are you at executing everything, right? I mean, we saw earlier on Boiling Stock Village, like it's very clear that obviously every runner understands what you have to do, especially when you switch to that orange cookie, but can everyone get the exact timing on the jump? Because the thing is you can't ever stop your cookie from running. They are running nonstop. So if you mistime the first jump, you're kind of screwed. You're missing out on who knows how many points.
Yeah, and it feels like basically every player has had kind of the same MO in terms of the way they're approaching these levels. We have a couple of difference in terms of which candies get equipped on the run. Like there's some tiny discrepancies in the loadouts, but overall, it feels like it really is just raw execution here in the preliminaries. And you would think that because this is such a sprint, you have 3 maps, you've got to win probably 2 of them if you want to advance into that next stage. Everyone will be locking in here on the preliminaries. But as it is right now, it just goes to show how hard this game actually can be, because we have players making missteps, and maybe it's the pressure of being on stage, maybe it's really just the weight of going up against the best competition in the world. But in any case, there have been some trials and tribulations across the board here, both in Group A and in Group B. Some surprising results as finally we are moving on to Boiling Stock Village. Orange Cookie, Yuwa Cookie going to be the 2 cookies working in tandem here for all players, and Firestarter Pet really honing in on the Destructibles.
Yeah, and it's funny enough, both of these players actually stating that they don't like destruction-based maps. So it's about 2 runners who don't like this map. They don't like the destruction mechanic. They're not going to like the cookies they're using, but they don't have a choice. they're going to have to see who still comes out on top. So just based on their profiles, I'm going to expect maybe not as clean of a match as we've seen earlier on in Group A, but obviously whoever wins, they'll still get the +5, and it does look like just going for the standard extra destruction points. So while you don't like it, you understand you got to lean into it, and they'll see if they can just try to maximize it over the other team, or the other player rather.
Yeah, that's what this map is all about. We've had some players kind of choose to go for the jellies instead of doubling down or tripling down on destruction points, but it does feel like the destruction point optimization might be a little bit better here, just based on what we've seen from Group A earlier on. We'll see if that story is going to, continue to be true here in Group B, as we are figuring out how these maps are played at the highest echelon of Cookie Run.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. Both players, again, not liking this map, but as both of them are sitting on that 1 loss, 0 win so far, one of them has to win, and they will love to win as they try to stay in the running here in Group B of the desert region. This is going to be Storm on the left of the stage there. It's going to be Dalgum on the right. So get ready for a match number 4 between these two runners in Group B of the Desert Preliminaries. Of course, as we go through this, we're going through all of the Desert region today. We will be going all the way to see which 2 players will be moving on to the World Finals at the end of October. So keep your eyes glued to the screen. It's going to be Storm versus Dalgum going to Boiling Stock Village in match number 4.
Yeah, and if Storm is able to win this map, that'll go a long way towards locking in his position in the next round. He's already up 1-0 right now, and he's looking for a pretty good run here.
All right, kicking off with the Yuba Cookie, of course, on both sides. Now we'll see as we continue on if we're going to see any big differences. Right now, neck and neck, of course, pretty straightforward in the starting point of this map.
Yeah, looking quite good on both sides. Storm on top, of course, Dalgum on bottom. And we've seen basically the navigation here in the early game be pretty good for basically everybody thus far. There's some minor discrepancy of the points right now. I think it's 140,000 in favor of Dalgum, but it's really the later stages of this map that decides who is going to be winning and who is going to be losing.
Yeah, I mean, I think really the Yuba Cookie section, as we see a little bit of craziness happen, but the Yuba Cookie section is fairly drilled for most of the runners that we've seen so far. But when it comes to the Orange Cookie, that's when you actually have to have really good intentional timing. We did see a nice jump there to throw out the Hope Tiger badge once more. We saw some of the races miss that in Group A, but so far, they're basically the same score right now.
Yeah, it's near identical. 26,000 or 100,000 is almost a wash. I feel like the closest win that we've had has been about 500K.
Yeah, I mean, this is identical. It might even, at this rate, it comes down to some of the basic jellies. If we keep up with this, and we are going to see everyone pick up the large yellow bear jelly, so it should be still equal. One miss from Storm, but about equalizes. So a slight gap, but still, it's under 500K.
Yeah, one more does get missed there by Dalgum. He's still leading with 78,000 right now. Honestly, it might come down. If these players keep playing like this, it might come down to the basic jellies. They have been so solid. It feels like one of the most perfect runs we've seen here in the beginning.
Yeah, this is going to be intense. And again, we saw it in the earlier races. It's when you switch to your relay to that Orange Cookie as we enter the second area of this race.
This is the danger zone right now, and this is also where those destruction points are really going to get important too.
Yeah, it does look like Dalgum had missed a couple of extra destruction points to maximize the points he's getting from his Chop Cell bundle there for the treasure. So that might have been a big difference maker as well.
No!
As we see a bit of a slip up here from Dalgum.
Yeah, that's painful here for Dalgum. The game was neck and neck, but now what, a 5 million lead there for a moment. Okay, the score is updating. It might not be that substantial, but for Dalgum, that is a painful blow. And now Storm, it's all about playing defense right now. You just got to lock in. You could afford a little bit of room for error. You have a buffer zone right now. You're leading by 5 million points.
Yeah, I mean,
just stay solid.
Yeah, I think the treasure and then plus the extra mistakes here coming in from Dalgum really start to compound. Dalgum trying to get as many, but he doesn't. And on that last jump, he's missing a bit more. That brings the gap a bit larger as well. Storm not greeting as much, but going for a safer route on those destructions.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense right now. You know you have that extra 5 million to play with. Just be safe. Just make sure you don't make any mistakes. Destruction's coming in. Near flawless. Actually flawless right now for Storm. He's doing such a great job.
I mean, but like you said, he just doesn't need to greed, right? It's okay if you don't get every single destruction as long as you don't make mistakes. As long as you're not missing the important jellies. I mean, Storm, this is completely in the bag for him.
Yeah, he's able to get every single star jelly right now, but the destruction point damage just isn't there. Minus 6.8 million.
Oh,
the
man.
energy is getting closer and closer to 0.
He'll try to do whatever he can, but there's not really many opportunities left either, right? A lot of the big burst in destruction comes from that earlier part when you first relay onto the orange cookie. And Dalgum will try to catch up, but there's still so much room to cover.
I just don't think there's enough math left for him to close the distance. Even if he plays perfectly from here on out, Storm has been rock solid. That lead, it is not going anywhere, Chobra.
Oh, man.
4.8 million in the advantage of Storm.
Oh, boy. I mean, again, the kind of two big blunders in the right before we're switching over to the orange cookie that cost him, and Storm understands he just needs to play defense. That's part of it. When you see that you're in such a large lead, you just say, you know what, I don't have to play for a high score, right? This isn't about recording my best to try to qualify. You're already here. You just need to beat the opponent. And so very well done for Storm.
Yeah, a little bit less distance, but everything else was just so solid. I mean, I love the safe play too. Not really trying to risk it too much when he had that 5 million point lead. He just maintained it because the pressure's on your opponent, really, to try and get something done. And
exactly.
The difference absolutely coming through during the destruction points. 183.3 to 179.4. Yeah, you take that as Storm any day. So many more obstacles destroyed.
That's a rough one for Dalgum. I mean, neither player preferring this map, but honestly for Storm, it didn't look like he hated it. It just wasn't his favorite. Yeah, he played fine. Obviously, if we're playing against someone who's very well drilled on the map, yeah, you might be at a disadvantage. But Storm seems like he can gain maybe a little bit more confidence here on Boiling Stock Village, whereas Dalgum, I mean, you're going to have, I believe, one last chance at the very end. But at that point, he may not even be in the running, right? It kind of depends on how this next matchup goes.
Yeah, and for Storm, a little bit more life now with that win over Dalgum. Dalgum, he's fighting for honor right now. It's really tough to advance out of this group with only 3 matches after you drop 2 of them. You have to kind of cross your fingers and hope for some tiebreaker situation to get one more shot. But more likely than not, Dalgum probably going to be out of Group B, and the remaining 3 players fighting to advance into that bracket.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Now, next up, it is going to be Storm staying on the stage and Wreath stepping back up to now take a shot at the Boiling Stock Village. Now, Wreath already played 2 matches, so this is going to be his last match. He's sitting at 1-1, and so at 4 points. If he loses this, he goes down to 3 points, and that might open things up here potentially for Dalgum. But I do believe it's already kind of looking rough for him just because Storm takes the win here.
Yeah, and for Wreath and Storm, this match, absolutely pivotal. Last one here in Group B for both of them, barring a possible tiebreaker. And the winner of this one might be deciding who goes into that bracket and who doesn't.
I think so, yeah. Since we already have Choux sitting at 10, he's already at a 2-0. He's sitting kind of comfortably at the very top.
He's a lock, I think,
yes.
or at least top 2. So
yes.
Who is going to be joining Choux? That is the question.
That is the big question, and we'll see. Now, Wreath also not a player who really likes this map that we're going back into, Boiling Stock Village. He, in fact, specifically says, I just don't know the combos. And I'm going to assume that part of that, most of that is going to be when you go to the orange cookie. There's a little bit of it, obviously, that you have to manage in the second part of the Yugua cookie in the first phase.
Yeah, the orange cookie definitely seems more difficult than the Yugua cookie. And that's not to say the Yugua cookie stage is easy, but once we swap over and the destruction points really start to add up, that is where the winner of the game is usually decided. It's in that final, 30, 45 seconds.
So we'll have to see if Wreath was able to brush up on it after he submitted his bio here. If it's been a little bit more cleaned up. He also got to see just Storm playing a little bit of that safe and steady game in that previous race. But we'll see. Once again, just a reminder, Boiling Stock Village, the Yugua cookie, orange cookie, and we'll be able to take a quick look in just a second to see if Wreath is bringing anything different. Now, I believe we had Storm and Dalgum both bringing the extra destruction, even on the orange cookie.
Yeah.
But earlier we saw Tim going for, of course, the blast mode. We've seen the yellow bear bonuses coming out from you, so we have some different options.
Yeah, the blast mode did work very well for Tim. Let's not forget that, and we will see. It's usually not the first magic candy, it's going to be the second one if there is going to be a difference.
Yeah, here we go for the orange cookie, and it's going to just be destruction points. So leaning once again into the map, into the cookies that you're using.
Yeah, keeping it nice and simple here for Storm and Wreath. And in a mirror matchup like this one, where everyone is choosing the exact same loadout, just like it was in match number 4, here in match number 5, it's going to be all about the mechanics. How good is your execution, especially in that later stage when things start to get crazy, when you're trying to get all the destruction points possible? Can you do those combos? That's going to be what determines the winner and the loser, because honestly, Group A, Group B, every single player who has been playing this map, even if they say they dislike it, Chobra, the first half has been so solid, has been so perfect. But I think just the spontaneity, the craziness of that latter half, it is a lot to handle.
Absolutely. So we'll wait to see if Wreath is able to clean things up. He's just got to be able to focus on his own game. But right now, Storm on your screen, trying to make sure he's able to move on. Wreath trying to make sure that on his last showing on this stage, he's able to stay in, extend his journey today in the desert region. We jump into Boiling Stock Village. Storm on top, Wreath on the bottom.
Both of these players fighting for their tournament life right now. You do not want to drop a second matcher in this stage. You want to join Caramel Choux in that playoff bracket.
All right, once again, just simple starts here in the very beginning, but we'll start to see a couple of the important parts where you're gonna have to make sure you time that jump to get the extra destruction.
Yeah, these single jumps and double jumps relatively easy here on both sides. You see them. All these coins, not really missing any jellies. 20,000 point difference is basically nil. That's like one of these basic jellies, maybe two.
It's a big, I mean, it's still a big race right now as we constantly see it flip back and forth. Now, Wreath does seem to be taking a little bit more liberties just to make sure he's getting the important jellies and make sure that he's utilizing everything from the treasures as well.
It's looking very solid on both these sides. Storm with a little bit of a lead right now heading into this section of the map.
Yeah, both of them getting that jump on the destruction. And so that's going to give Wreath a nice opportunity to try to get the lead and now extend it as well. Just getting that ever so slight difference on the jump to make sure that the Hope bounce gets the extra points.
Yeah, these guys both just getting every single one of the big jellies. Destruction points coming in, and actually seems like it favors Wreath quite a bit. 1.5 million after that exchange is done. It looked very similar on the screen, but the actual result is so much better for Wreath, Chobra.
Yeah, just one or two of those jumps and the destruction coming in from the Hope badge really favored Wreath. He's actually extending it ever so more, just continuing to make sure that he times it perfectly. Whereas Storm, he's gonna have to do a little bit more catch-up.
Yeah, some of those bear jellies even got missed there for Storm, and that's compounding the problem right now is we're getting closer and closer. Usually it's more close, it's neck and neck as you head into the second stage. If Storm wants to come back in this one and deliver another win, he is going to need to get so many destruction points.
Yeah, we'll see. He played pretty safe with the orange cookie after the relay in that first matchup, but right now, since he's behind, he's gonna have to make sure he gets the maximum amount of points that you want, especially as both of them have the blessing on the magic candy with the orange cookie for the destruction points. It comes down to that. Storm right now just focusing on playing clean, but when you get that relay, when you get to that timing, you've got to be locked in.
And none of these big jellies missed thus far. Everyone playing this near perfection. As once the trade-off happens, once we swap in the next cookie, destruction points are going to be all that matters.
Yeah.
1.6 million difference. That is salvageable here for Storm.
It absolutely is, especially if Wreath isn't perfecting the combos. He said that he wasn't used to it. He already missed one more extra giant yellow bear jump. What do you mean you don't know the combos, Wreath? What do you mean? What do you mean?
A little bit too humble, dude. That was pretty well executed. All the way up to 2.8 mil right now. That combo is near perfection, if not already it. These jumps have been good. He's hitting all the destruction points as well. Dude, he doesn't miss.
He's getting as many as he can, right? I mean, is he the best on this map? Maybe not, but for someone who says he doesn't know the combos, oh, I don't think so. I think you've put in the time after you've submitted your bio.
And he has absolutely worked on that aspect of the game. So many more destruction points coming in. That lead, it keeps getting better. And it's not even like Storm is making a lot of mistakes. It's just that Wreath is so locked in.
Yeah, again, that big burst, on that first phase with the orange cookie where you're able to get all the firebones as they come down. I think that's such a difference maker on this map. As we continue to see it, I mean, we are going to see perhaps some opportunities, but no, it's going to be Wreath still not able to make any giant mistakes, and there's really not that much more room unless you run into an obstacle at this point. I think he should be fine.
Storm, he is fighting back, but Wreath is just a little bit too solid. That is going to be an 11 million point win here for Wreath.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not buying anything on his bio anymore. Like, this guy has put in the work. Because I was expecting, like, okay, maybe you missed, one or two of the obstacles, but you still practiced. All right, I'll give you your props. But he came in nice and clean, timed the double jump perfectly, and going for the smash with the tennis ball and the orange cookie paying off here.
And for Wreath now going 2-1. That is pretty promising. Most likely going to be the second seed coming into this.
Yeah, I believe he should be locked in with this result now. Storm sitting at 3 points, Wreath at 9. And, well, I guess we could get a tie. We could get a tie for seeding. And so that could matter depending on how Caramel Choux does in the last match. But, yeah, you see the obstacles destroyed. A giant difference there in that second part. But everything else, all the other kind of main stats, similar here across the board.
Yeah, there is still one more map left to be played between Dalgum and Caramel Choux. But Dalgum right now, he's been having a little bit of issues on the big stage right now, trying to bring in these wins. The games have been close for him, but he has not been able to seal the deal yet. And going up against a Caramel Choux who just looks so on point so far today.
Yeah, it's
a
rough.
bit of a mismatch.
The thing is in terms of the overall tournament, Dalgum is out of the running. So there's no real pressure here. It's just about, hey, do I get to still show what I've prepared? Can I just play my game? And if he does that, there's a chance that he throws a wrench into Caramel Choux's plan, where Caramel Choux thought he was going to be fine with the 10 points. Suddenly he loses this, goes down to 9. Now you're tied with Wreath, and they might have to play a tiebreaker, one extra race to determine who gets first or second seed going into the semifinals.
Yeah, that seeding very important. You want to have the best possible opportunity to advance into the playoff bracket. And as we seed in that 4 playoff bracket, it's going to be number 1 versus number 2. You don't want to face a top dog in Group A. You want to get the best possible chance to advance, because that playoff bracket, it's what, 3 matches in total. It's 2 best of 3s and then 1 best of 5. And the best of 3 is a qualifying match for the final event in October.
Yeah, you get to come back for the big event, now playing against people from the other region as well. So that's a big goal. Now, it is funny that we say, obviously, you don't want to face the top dog Group A. You don't want to face Tim. He looked great. But your other option is Sikduck, which isn't exactly that much better.
Yeah, they're both pretty tough draws, honestly. But the way that Tim was playing, I'm still taking Sikduck any day of the week.
Sure. Yeah, nothing against Sikduck. It's just that Tim looked kind of unbeatable so far here in the desert region.
By far the most impressive performance out of everybody so far today, I think.
Yeah.
His form is just on point.
All right, well, let's see. Dalgum, can he throw a wrench into Caramel Choux's plan? It's left side. That's going to be Caramel Choux, his ID in Korean. But if you couldn't tell with, his T-shirt and the extra accessories that he's brought, that is going to be Caramel Choux on the left side. Currently 2-0, looking to go for that clean sweep, just like Tim did in Group A.
Yeah, Caramel Choux and Wreath are already a lock. You go into that bracket. All about the seeding right now. Can Caramel Choux do a flawless 3-0 in this group? Sweep every opponent?
Yeah, and the thing is you don't want to have to play one extra race. Like, even if that you're already secured, even if it's just for seeding, having to play another run on the stage, extending the day so it goes longer, like, that all adds up as you have to go through, a 5-6 hour day of competition. So Caramel Choux is going to be looking to close things out here. Now, he's the only person who prefers Bowling Stock Village in this group. So I'm expecting some big things.
Yeah, certainly. Seems like a lot of these players, both in Group B and in Group A, really aren't a fan of the, I don't want to say randomness, because it isn't random, the destruction, but it might feel like it in the moment with how fast the game is running, with trying to hit those shots. get the combos down and
Ooh.
time them perfectly. It is very difficult. And look at this. The yellow bell jerry yellow, oh my god, I bungled my words right
The
there.
yellow
the
bell
yellow
jerries?
bear jelly. Magic candy coming in here for Caramel Choux. Excuse me.
Yeah,
It's like a tongue twister.
going for that. Now, you was the only runner in Group A who went for that blessing. So a bit of a difference here, you know, going for the smaller points but more consistently. Whereas Dalgum is kind of cashing in on the big destruction points with the orange cookie. I wonder if we're going to see a pattern in terms of like if the less confident players go for the big blessing just to say, hey, if I hit it, I hit big, right? Go for that jackpot. Whereas, you know, the player who thinks maybe that they know they're going to be better overall, you're just going for the consistent cash in on the yellow bear jellies. But we'll have to wait to see as we get ready. Caramel Choux on your screens going up against Dalgum. Currently 2-0 versus 0-2 in this group. But can Dalgum perhaps change the seedings of Group B here in the desert region? We jump into the last match of the round robin right now.
Caramel Choux on top, Dalgum on bottom as the game is loading in. Synchronized start right now. Keep your eyes glued, both sides of the screen. Let's see who's gonna take the early lead.
It should just be fairly equal here. We haven't seen too many missteps in that first phase. Fairly straightforward. But we're going to have one or two phases here where you want to try to... Yeah, there you go. Just the big jump forward. Okay, bit of a drop on the signal. It should be coming back.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
no,
just a signal.
no worries, no worries.
I got a little bit spooked there, Trevor.
I
but-
was a little scared,
Oh man,
but I have to pretend that I know that it's going to be okay.
your confidence inspired
Yes.
me back to
Exactly. There you go.
All right, well, here in this early game, I feel like Caramel Choux is getting a little bit of a better treat. No, actually, look at that. Dalgum. Okay, well, it keeps swapping over. It's so close. It is neck and neck. 500K, 500K.
Ooh, okay, going for the extra destruction there. That was pretty big from Dalgum, but not enough to make sure that he's going to consistently be on top as we do see the scores trying to catch up to the calculations. But overall, we should be fairly close so far. It did look like Dalgum had a little bit more on the destruction, but I think Caramel Choux going for it just a bit later.
Yeah, honestly, if the point difference is like 500K getting out of this early stage, I don't think there's very much you can read into it. A lot of this comes down to what happens in that later stage of the map when the destruction points are really up for grabs on both sides.
Yeah, mostly getting all the big giant yellow bear jellies as well on both sides.
Couple getting missed right now. With that drop, able to get every single one. That is well played on both sides. 800,000
Okay.
point lead. No, what is that? 40? It just
Yeah,
keeps
more.
changing, man. It's hard to keep tabs. It's so close.
Honestly, below $1 million though, especially as we get ready for the big burst coming in once the relay swap happens. I think that's what it's going to come down to. As long as neither player is, you know, maybe well over $1 million difference, it's going to be anybody's game as we now enter the second area of this race.
Yeah, destruction points going to be absolutely key here. Everyone nailing the single jumps thus far. Still neck and neck.
Okay, just going for that destruction there on the jump as well, chaining that in for the maximum amount of points.
Caramel Choux actually pulling a little bit ahead. One of those big jellies missed by Dalgum. That's going to be 1.7 million in the favor of Caramel Choux. And maybe even getting a couple more destruction points is Caramel Choux. Look at this lead just balloon up.
Yeah, it should stabilize once that sprint ends, but it is still going to be a little bit sizable. 3 million, but now, can we see Dalgum with the 10,000 extra points on destruction? Can that blessing pay off as we look at the orange cookie?
I mean, 10,000 points is a lot on destruction, but is it going to make up a near 15? What is this, 15 million point gap for a moment right there? We're sinking back up so that it is going to drop all the way down. It is getting
Yeah,
considerably
it's too
closer.
big.
Dalgum, he is making progress. He's making a headway, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time.
I mean, at this point, it's not just him playing perfect, but you have to hope that a mistake comes through from Caramel Choux, because Dalgum, I believe, played that first phase more perfectly, but not enough, as Caramel Choux still able to keep up. Dalgum's trying his best to minimize the difference, but it just isn't enough.
Yeah, all these jumps have been perfect so far by Caramel Choux, even getting all the big jellies, all the small jellies. He's getting everything every which way. This guy is near flawless here on the second stage. Double jumps coming in with the size up as well. Well played on both sides, but for Dalgum, you don't want it to be well played on both sides. You need to create some kind of discrepancy. Unfortunately, Caramel Choux just a little bit too solid.
Yeah, and from here on out, Caramel Choux, of course, with the Yellow Bear Jelly bonus points, and just continues to have that stability as well. Not many opportunities for big mistakes. We haven't really seen anyone go for big blunders in this last phase, so I don't think we're going to see much more coming out from Dalgum. He'll still do his best to the very end. The run doesn't stop until you run out of energy, but it's just not going to be enough. Caramel Choux should be able to lock in the 3-0 sweep in this group with a giant 11 million points ahead of Dalgum. And there you have it, the celebration. Oh, no celebration this. Oh, he wanted to take it out of his pockets. There you go.
Caramel Choux.
Yeah. little pass, a little shy, but still showing his passion for the cookie and getting that 3-0 sweep, securing the first seed going into the semifinals of the Desert region.
Yeah, really just well played there by Caramel Choux.
Yeah,
And for Dalgum, it's not the best performance. We know that he's capable of doing better, but we only get to play 3 maps like this. It can be hard to catch your stride, especially in a mismatch like this one. I mean, Caramel Choux is just on cloud 9 right now. He looked nearly as good as Tim here in this final map.
Yeah, he looked real comfortable. And again, especially on a destruction-based map, obviously it comes down to the obstacles destroyed. But just having that advantage in that first phase, I think, is where maybe perhaps a lot of that big difference came through, and then just a couple of those last jumps as well. But that's going to be it for the round robin phase. Of course, we've still got a lot more to come for the rest of the day, though.
Oh, yeah, this is like, what, the halfway point maybe
Pretty
in this
much,
tournament?
yeah.
We got 2 best-of-3s and a best-of-5 remaining here. Caramel Choux going to be the #1 seed out of Group B, Tim the #1 seed out of Group A, and so those brackets will be drawn here in a moment.
But yeah, it should just be, the matchup against the other seed. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Sikduck going up against Caramel Choux.
That is going to be so
That's
exciting.
That's
And,
exciting. Yeah.
It's a little sad too, because they've both been playing so well, and one of them will not be going to that October championship because you have to win this upcoming best-of-3 if you want to make it there. Only 2 players can advance from each region.
Sure.
But wow, I mean, we couldn't. The best players that have played today have certainly made it into that single elimination bracket. Here, as we look at the standings, Tim and Caramel Choux completely flawless, 15 points apiece. Sikduck and Wreath right there at 9 points, and then 3 for Inverse and Storm, -3 for you and Dalgum.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we just had the clear differences here in terms of who was the stronger runner between Group A and Group B, but now all eyes on the 4 runners. Tim and Sikduck going up against Caramel Choux in first in Group B, and Wreath coming in as that 2nd seed. So that's the bracket, Tim versus Wreath. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a David and Goliath, I think, just because of how dominant Tim looked. But then it's going to be Sikduck versus Caramel Choux, which, given the performances, I think that one's going to be neck and neck.
Oh yeah, Sikduck versus Caramel Choux is going to be a very close match if expectations hold. Sikduck,
Yes.
one of the fan favorites coming in, representing Thailand, playing so incredibly well. He's going to be fighting to represent his team back in the bracket.
Yes, and of course, those are qualifying matches for the finals at the end of
Yes.
October for the World Championship this year for Cookie Run Oven Break. So very, very important matches coming up. Those are going to be best of 3. I'm sure we'll have a chance to review the format, but it's a different map pool, and of course, that's where we'll have kind of that draft again where, you select the first one, but after that, whoever loses will select the next matchup and try to bring it back to that 3rd set.
Yeah, here on the round robin stage, the map is predetermined. It's a best of 1, but once we go into those best of 3s and best of 5s, the longer series, you have 3 maps, pick one.
Yeah.
You lose, you get a chance to pick your strength, have a potential to come back in that series. We're going to see that strategy get deployed a little bit here coming into the later parts of this tournament.
Yeah, and again, I mean, did they all practice all the later coming maps as well, right? Because maybe you're just focused on trying to get through this quarterfinal, the round robin a little bit as well, where you know exactly the 2 maps you're playing. But now it could be, maybe some of them have only practiced 2 out of the 3 maps in the pool. We'll have to wait and see if that strategy comes into play. And we do have top scores for all the maps from everyone, but they're going to have comforts and strengths and weaknesses as well. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there.
Yeah, and the top score, I feel like, isn't really indicative of where everyone's performance is going to be on the day. It's different. Your condition on the day matters a lot, the way that you're feeling already, the confidence that you perhaps have built over your earlier matches. At this point, everybody is basically warmed up, I would say, that is qualified into this round of 4 bracket. It's going to be intense.
Yeah, I can't imagine the pressure, right? Because you're feeling relieved that you got through the round robin, but now
It's
you're
just
like,
the first stage.
Yeah.
It's the first step. You have one more series with everything on the line. If you win, you're going into the grand finals in October no matter what.
Yes.
If you lose, you're out of the tournament entirely. I mean,
just
it's
after one best of 3.
yeah, it's make or break.
Yeah.
It is so cutthroat here. Not just the round robin stage, but also
Yes.
this best of 3.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for anyone tuning in right now, we are just getting ready to make sure that we have everything in line, and then I
Yes.
believe there will be a short break before we come back for the next phase, but we do have more matches coming up, and these are the big matches. These are where we find out, again, who the 2 players will be from the desert region that go and qualify for the finals at the end of October, 1 month later, for the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. So big matches coming up, and hopefully some more things to stay tuned with as well. As what time is it? Because I believe the code we had earlier for anyone who missed it, are we done with it?
I think it expires at 5 p.m. KST. I'm not sure if
Yes.
I'm remembering correctly.
I believe so. How much time do we have left right
30
now?
minutes maybe. It's
Okay.
4:30 p.m. right now, guys.
right.
If
So
you
help
have
each other
that-
out.
Yeah, help each other out. If you
Yep.
had that code from earlier, make sure you share it in the chat so that everyone can get, what is it, 300?
Yeah, 300
300
crystals.
crystals.
So make sure that you secure that in the remaining 30 minutes. But of course, we'll have more matches and more content coming to you. I believe we're just waiting to confirm exactly what the next lineup is going to be. But I just got the call. We're going to take a quick break. And when we return, it's going to be the semifinals of the Desert Region Preliminaries.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구조를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
Welcome back, Cookie Runners. We are now getting ready for the second half of today, and it's going to be the semifinals. And these are the actual qualifying matches to see which runners, which players will be going all the way to the finals of the World Championship in 1 month at the end of October.
4 players have advanced in total, 2 from Group A, 2 from Group B, but only 2 of them can make it to the World Championship final in October. I am really excited to get into these best of threes. It's no longer a best of one. It's no longer everything on the line on one map, all of that pressure. Now it's time we branch out. We're going to go to 3 different new maps for every single one of these series. Best of 5s are going to be another set of new maps for us to play on. It's going to be really exciting. The matches that we have remaining right now, too, are too close to call. The players that have played so far today, I think that Tim probably has impressed me the most out of everybody. Him versus Wreath, maybe a little bit of a mismatch on paper.
Yeah.
But Wreath, he did impress us. He went on the map where he said, I don't know the combos. Hey, he knew the combos. He played pretty darn well.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I'm thinking he has a pretty good chance. And then, I mean, that second match, it's just impossible to decide who to favor.
It's a tough one between Choux and, of course, a Sikduck on the other side. And so we are going to have kind of this, Korea, non-Korea representation as well. So that's something to keep track of as we move forward. Now, just taking a look, I'm sure we'll see some more information as we get ready, but taking a look at the personal best record so far, I mean, Choux topping the board here for the desert region of 2 out of the 3 maps in the semifinal map pool. And we'll take a look at what that is exactly in a little bit. So while the difference isn't huge, it is just good to note that he should be feeling pretty confident coming into this matchup with the map pool. You just have to win 2 out of the 3. So even if, let's say, they pick the one that you feel a little bit less confident on in the second set after you win, you still have a chance to bring it back in that third map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like at this point, now that everyone has played at least 3 matches here, a lot of those early game jitters are probably going to be going away. You're getting more used to being on stage. You're more used to the lights. You're more used to knowing that the casters are there commentating your games, knowing that the fans like you are watching at home. And that pressure starts to subside a little bit. Of course, you're still playing for everything right now. This is an elimination match. If you lose, you're out of the tournament. If you win, you're going to the grand finals. But in terms of at least settling into the venue, getting acclimated to competing on stage, I feel like we're going to get a little bit more clear gameplay, a little bit more solid gameplay out of these guys, where even the top dogs have been a bit shaky so far today. And I feel like that means that for somebody like Sikduck, as you said, who has these personal records that are basically top of the class, maybe there's some more potential that can be unlocked, because he didn't get first place in his group. That was Tim. But Sikduck, we all know what he is capable of. He absolutely has a chance. That's a story for later on today, though, because the first match we're going to be having is Tim versus Wreath. Tim, #1 seed out of Group A, went undefeated. Wreath, 2-1 overall. Honestly, pretty impressed by Wreath, but Tim really stole the show in Group A.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Tim, once again, just looking unbeatable. In fact, unbeatable so far, 3-0 in the round robin. Doesn't even have anything he wants to celebrate with. His ceremony's just going to be nothing. He's just going to be sitting there. And now the first map is going to be terrifying Bear Jelly Forest.
Oh, no. Guys, get your blankets. Don't be too afraid. Snuggle up. Maybe get a little cup of cocoa. It's going to be all right. It's a scary map.
Terrifying, in fact.
It's a terrifying map, in fact. Yeah, it's very scary, but I think we're going to make it through it together. It'll be all right.
We'll be okay. Now, of course, big focus on the different bear jellies here, and especially the bitter bear jellies. Oh, it is a bit of a tongue twister. You're right.
Man.
Yeah,
it's not just that one. There's too many of them.
Yeah.
Everything's a jelly.
All the bear jellies or the bell jerrys, whichever one they might be. But obviously going to be a big focus here. Now, of course, that means we have new cookies that they'll have to be using. So the Schneeball and the Cream Puff. And, of course, the Ammonite Roll for the pets as well.
Yeah, and we'll see exactly what the build is going to be. Okay, both of them going for the Schneeball cookie first.
No big surprise on the yellow bear jellies here as well. Obviously doubling down on the map and its priorities.
Yeah, the map, if you don't know, plus 60,000 points for yellow bear jellies and plus 1 million for yellow bear jelly parties. And yeah, the build's completely identical, just really going ham. Plus 5.4K points on yellow bear jellies for each of these. Man, I think
I've messed this up even more by saying bell jerrys instead of bear jellies.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, the tongue twister's coming in.
Yeah, we'll get through it.
It's all right, Showbread. We're not here for our speaking abilities as casters.
yeah, we're just here to watch. We're not here to talk, obviously.
Anyway, the build's identical here for both of these guys. So on this map, it's going to come mostly down to just the execution, and it might be a tricky one here. This is a 4-star difficulty map. In fact, every single map that we're going to be having, I think, is 4-star or 5-star here in this best of 3. So it is a dangerous, dangerous realm we're moving into as Tim and Wreath have taken the stage for this best of 3. Remember, the winner of this is going to go on into the finals of this bracket, but regardless of whether they win the finals or not, they will qualify for that global championship in October, whereas the loser, if you lose, you are out. This is it.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty big deal. Of course, it is still a best of 3, so we'll see who's able to best the opponent on 2 out of these 3 maps. It looks like we are ready to jump into our first semifinal of the 2025 World Championship Preliminaries. It is the desert region, and currently we are watching Tim on the top going up against Wreath on the bottom.
All right, it's terrifying. Bear Jelly Forest, all about those yellow belts, bear jellies, and the bitter bear jellies, you got to watch out for them because you get absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see the rocks being blown away with the hammer to try to maximize the points.
So far, pretty much flawless starts on both sides.
Yeah, both going for a slightly different timing on the drop, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Tim coming out on top a little bit there. Just ever so slightly. It's neck and neck anybody's game right now. It just comes down to whoever makes the first mistake.
Oh, no.
Took the bitter bear jelly!
You can see him, he's talking to himself a little bit on stage, not happy with the way that one went. That is minus 8 mil right now in total.
That's a rough one. You have to really thread the needle on that jump. Well, Wreath, I mean, we'll see if he's going to have an opportunity to bring it back. It's such a crushing blow right now. Still avoiding the rest, though. Right now, he's still staying focused, right? You still have a lot of the race left to go. You never know. I mean, Tim might make a big mishap as well.
Yeah, with so many bitter bear jellies, you got to watch out. This is a dangerous area to be in right now, but both players navigating it perfectly. dodges shurikens too. Well done on both sides. They make it look so easy.
Yeah, weaved that one, doesn't take an extra hit here for Wreath, so he's still been able to regain since that mishap, even gets the second one there right at the edge. So right now it's just looking like it might come down to that one big mistake, but we'll have to keep our eyes on both players because Tim right now looking comfy, and this is that situation where Tim can start to play a little bit safer, right? He knows that he just has to stay in the lead rather than have to continue to expand the lead.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught with your hand in the cookie jar in a situation like Tim's. You want to maintain this lead, don't get too greedy. 7 mil is a lot of buffer, even on a map like this one, heading into the later stages.
Yeah, right now just collecting everything that you can. It continues to stay at that 7 mil mark. Oh,
man, another miss there for Wreath, I think.
Yeah.
He might have been opting for the distance. I'm not sure if that was a choice or if it was just a misstep, but in any case, still a 7 million point lead right now here for Tim. Now the points are really racking up. Both players surpassing 600 mil right now as we have the baton handoff going into the latter stage.
yeah, and you just see the rest of these all being hit by Wreath, so it hurts even more to know that it was that one big blunder in the beginning. But it's not over just yet.
Wreath still fighting as best he possibly can.
Firing off all the dessert jellies as well, still keeping eyes on all the bitter bear jellies. But I mean, unless Tim gives him room, I don't know if Wreath is going to be able to catch up right now. I mean, Tim is just playing too clean. Okay, Tim actually kind of takes one hit, but again, the gap is so big, it brings it down to, 5 mil, but that's not going to really cut it, is it?
Yeah, man, Tim with a really solid win like that one. Wreath, bit of an error in the early game. Tim, very few false steps, just able to carry it home, and he made it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's more so just Tim having to not make any mistakes, and in that first kind of toughest jump that we saw, and then it hurts even more because we saw Wreath hit all the other ones afterwards, but, that one big one is a little bit rough. So Tim now 4-0 in terms of maps, but this is a best of 3, and now we have to wait to see which map we'll see Wreath select. He has a choice between, of course, Moonlit Bamboo Grove and I believe the Temple of Sun, but we'll take a look at the stats so far on this first run.
Yeah, distance run basically identical right here. And actually, Tim, man, doing it with sub 200 jumps too. Just the movement pattern was so good. You can see how many yellow bears he collected. That is a huge difference in terms of points. Really, the main driving factor behind this score being so high.
All right, Wreath. Right now, Wreath's not concerned about the stats of the first map. He's concerned about where he can bring things back into contention. If he loses the next race, he is out after having gotten through the round robin. And so suddenly the pressure's on, and he has to select it between Moonlit Bamboo Grove and Temple of Sun. Let's take a look at his records so far, as he is going to be given some time to think about this as we come back on screen. And looking at Wreath, I mean, he definitely should be more confident on Moonlit Bamboo Grove, if I'm not mistaken. Currently, the third highest best score within this region of the desert region out of all 8 players, whereas Temple of the Sun Central Arena, he's not going to be too confident, but everyone's pretty close on that one. Everyone feels very, very tight-knit. It's just a matter of 100,000 points or something like that, so this is debatable.
Yeah.
This is debatable.
Honestly, Chopra, I think at this pause, it might not even be so much about making a decision for the next map. I think it might just be more about, like, collecting yourself, because everything is on the line right now. It is already match point because this is a best of 3. If Tim wins one more map, he's going to the finals.
Yes.
No matter what. He will be there in October, whether he's number 1 seed or number 2 seed, that is still to be decided. But
sure.
He will be there in October. And so in this situation, just taking 1 or 2 minutes, asking the admins for a quick pause. Let me collect myself. I need to lock in right now, because if I lose just one more map, I'm going out. And the selection came through. It is going to be Temple of the Sun.
Okay. All right. Temple of the Sun Central Arena. So going for one where everyone kind of still tight-knit in terms of the score. Now we are going to be looking at the Vampire Cookie and the Skater Cookie. So our first map where we're not going to be using the epic level cookies, and it's going to be the Vampire and Skater. And we'll see how that comes through. A little bit more straightforward, all about the Giant Star Jellies on this one in terms of the goal. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's an easier map. Just means that the overall strategy here is about maximizing perfection here with your mechanics.
Yeah, this is in fact one of the harder maps that we have overall in the tournament, in my opinion. As we take a look here at the loadouts, exactly the same. Grape juice jellies, pass-through points.
Yeah, and just
Base
going
speed as well there on the cookie costume. So gonna get a little bit more distance on both sides.
Yeah, I'm curious how this is going to pan out because especially with the cookies that you have and the map that we have, it is just going to come down. Again, it's going to come down to like one mistake, I feel. And I think that's going to be tough. But from what we've seen from Tim, I don't think he's going to be too phased. And Wreath, I'm almost concerned that he might be putting too much pressure on himself to try to say, I have to play perfectly to try to stay alive instead of maybe just trying to play in a comfort zone for his own game. But that's neither here nor there as we see on stage Tim warming up his fingers, warming up his hand to get ready for this second game in this best of 3. If Tim wins, he will qualify for the World Finals in 1 month. He will be coming back to Seoul, South Korea to compete against the best runners around the world. Meanwhile, Wreath fighting to keep his journey alive here in the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. Let's get into the game. It's going to be set number 2 between Tim on top and Wreath on the bottom screen.
All right, the map is loading in right now. Tim, he has been perfect thus far in this tournament, just looking so absolutely dominating. Can he continue his Miracle Run undefeated streak in this best of 3?
Yeah, we've got all the little zip lines here as well, so that's going to be another point. I mean, this is just such a mechanically challenging run that you're going to have to do.
But make it look so easy, but the mechanics to be going those zip lines, do the drop downs, get the jellies on top, get the jellies on bottom. It's a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, I mean, your eyes have to be a lot busier. Get the quick drop there. Okay, gotta be able to secure them as they go through. Draws it in with the magnet.
Every single star jelly. Oh no, I jinxed it. 3 of them go down there for Wreath.
Yeah, that's a big caster curse in play there. Wreath kind of missing those. Still trying to get whatever pass-through points he can as well. It's still not a crazy gap as we saw in the first one, but it's already a pretty sizable difference.
Yeah, and against the Tim, who has been so rock solid this entire day. As Wreath now, you got to be kind of crossing your fingers and hoping that he will make some mistake. Now, both players are navigating this very tricky next section of the map very well. No star jellies missed just yet. They have to deal with those obstacles. Indeed, they do. A couple of basic jellies mixed there for Wreath. It's not the biggest of deals, but in a situation like this one, you need every possible point you can get.
Yeah, he's actually maximizing all the pass-through points as well, though, to try to make sure that he's staying in the game. So I think this is still doable for Wreath for now.
Yeah, but ultimately, if Tim is just this solid, I'm not sure how you're going to be able to close the distance. You need Tim to make a false move if you want to try and come back to this one. Now, there still is a lot of map left to be played.
And just on that one as well, it looks like a couple extra of the pass-throughs missed here from Wreath, but still staying within that 1 million point difference. But again, I think now we have to start looking at Tim and just talk about how just consistent he looks across all the different maps that we've seen.
Yeah, my eyes have just been locked on him, and he is near perfect. It is a sight to behold right now. Absolutely the player to beat in this tournament thus far.
And that's a little bit extra missed there on the pass-through as well with the bat, and then another jelly missed on the Rainbow Star Jelly. It's starting to compound here for Wreath. It's starting to get to him. He's starting to slip away, but still a decent amount left here on the race.
My eyes are locked onto Tim right now. He hasn't missed a single star jelly, I'm pretty sure. This has just been an impeccable run thus far. All these star jellies getting caught on both sides right now with the speed up.
Yeah, and you see again, I mean, Tim maximizing all the pass-through points every time he's in bat form, but meanwhile...
Oh, no! Damage coming in right there on Wreath, his energy bar.
Yeah, he wanted to maximize the pass-through, but he missed the first jump, and that cost him falling into more obstacles.
You just can't afford a mistake like that one. Tim is going to get even extra distance right now, and I feel like the win is all but inevitable. We are going to have the pass off into the skater. Maybe this is where Wreath can stage his comeback, but it's going to be an uphill battle, Choux.
Yeah, but you look at this, you're still in the Vampire 4 for Tim because of that energy lost by Wreath, because he hit the obstacles. I mean, he'll do his best, but he knows that this is more or less over. At this point, it's about Tim perhaps putting fear into his future opponents by seeing how high of a score he can get.
Yeah, just play for glory. It doesn't matter. You're playing to be the best person you can be in a situation like this one. And Tim His performance thus far has just been so incredible.
Yeah, I mean, right now my eyes are glued on Tim's screen.
Tim with a big expression right there. Perhaps wasn't expecting that move go quite the way it did, but still the recovery is very well done. And I was just going to be optimizing for all of these start delays right here on the zip lines.
Yeah, I mean, listen, again, the race doesn't stop, the run doesn't stop. You have to keep running if you're Wreath, but you're starting to kind of glance at that number on the right side, and you know it's over. You're just going for your own pride. And meanwhile, Tim, he just has to play safely, and it will end there. A big blunder in both maps here for Wreath, and it costs him his tournament run, as Tim will be qualifying to go on to the World Finals in 1 month's time for the Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
Yeah, and he did it without dropping a single map thus
Yeah.
far. He is 5-0. Tim looking absolutely incredible, and with Wreath a little bit of a big laugh right there. He knows he's capable of doing better. It's just one misstep, you know? In a normal situation, you're playing against basically anybody else in the world. It doesn't matter. You're still going to win, but when your opponent plays like Tim, really, what can you do? It's so hard to match the magic of his perfection. He has been so spectacular.
It's really about the fact that, again, you know, one collision, that's just your run over at this level, right? There's no really coming back from that unless the opponent also makes as big of a mistake. And we're just seeing that kind of cost him a little bit. 2 collisions total by the end of it for Wreath. And that's what I was talking about, because, you know, it was on Wreath to try to maximize his points. He needed to win this one. He needed to play perfect. So I think he was trying to greed for some of those extra points, some of those extra pass-throughs. And again, it cost him his overall run. But still, a round of applause for Wreath. Obviously, still got through the round-robin stage, you know, making it as far as he could. Unfortunately, his run ends here for this year, for 2025, for the World Championship. But hopefully we'll see more of him in the future. Meanwhile, congratulations to Tim. He's moving on to the finals, right, in 1 month's time, and he still has one more best of 5 to play today to see if he can even get that first seed, get that advantage going to the group draw for the World Finals.
Yeah, just to reiterate what you said, Wreath, really a phenomenal day overall.
Yeah.
But so far, not a single person in this tournament has been able to stop Tim here in the desert region. It's been really a fantastic performance from Tim, all things considered. Can he actually make magic happen and go perfect through the best of 5 as well against the winner of this upcoming series, as our players are not getting ready on stage? And guys, look at this. We actually have, what is this, another coupon?
Yeah. And
is it Christmas, Chobra? 300 more crystals to go away?
Christmas in September?
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. If you guys are in chat right now, type this in, live desert coupon. Make sure that all your friends in chat, everybody in the community is going to get these extra 300 crystals. This is only going to be available for the next 3 hours. It is a very limited run.
Yes.
Basically, if you're here, you can get it. If you're snoozing, if you've already gone to bed, I'm sorry, you missed out.
And guess what? I mean, if Tim's playing at this rate, we might end before 8 p.m., which means chat might not be around to remind you. So you got to get your coupon in right now. I mean, it'll be available until 8 p.m., but you might forget, and then you'll leave chat, and no one will remind you. So make sure, while we have the players getting on stage, don't complain about the match not starting yet. Go and get your coupon. Make sure you're getting those crystals, and then we should be all set for the next best of 3.
Yeah, man, I'm a little bit greedy, actually, Trevor, because you and me, we're stuck up here casting. I can't open up my phone and go redeem this code by the time we're done.
You didn't get the first code?
Wait, did you get the first code?
Yeah,
did you get that on the break?
Yeah, we had 10 minutes of break.
Oh, I had to run to the bathroom, Trevor. I didn't have time to get on my phone and redeem the code.
Priorities. Skill issue, in my opinion. Skill issue, IMO.
No, that one actually is a skill issue, but man, I could have used those crystals.
Man. Well, hopefully this one I'll remind you on the next break. If we have another one, I'll let you know.
Honestly, I have such a goldfish memory that I've already forgotten what the code is. So I'm hoping that somebody in the chat spams the code again once we go on to the next break, so that I can type it in on my phone.
Yeah, make sure you remind each other if people are filing in, asking if they've already missed it. But right now, all eyes on these 2 players. We kept hyping it up, given the performance they've shown us so far. But Sikduck coming in as the 2nd seed from Group A. Meanwhile, the undefeated Caramel Choux on the right side from Group B. But the way they both played, it's really hard to tell, right? That earlier matchup, like, we knew Tim was the one to beat. We knew Wreath was the underdog. But this one, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's very tough to say. Even though that Choux is undefeated up until this point, I don't know if he's going to be able to take down Sikduck. Sikduck is such a phenomenal player. The only person who's been able to stop him thus far has been Tim, and nobody has been able to stop Tim.
True.
And even looking at the best scores right now, that is such a close difference. 656 million to 657 is basically a wash when you're looking at scores
Yeah.
this absolutely high, because on the main stage, with fans watching, with casters casting, it's hard to reach that height. You know,
Yes.
you're not in the comfort of home or wherever it is that you like to practice during the off season as you're training for these tournaments. And so a lot of this is going to come down to the confidence of these guys on stage. Can they perform under pressure?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Of course, the first map of each of these best of threes was pre-drawn right after the round robin, so you didn't know ahead of time, but they did know during the break what they'll have to start on, and then afterwards the loser will get to select the second map, and if we have to go to a third, if it's tied, then the next loser will select the third map again. But this time, we're going to start on Moonlit Bamboo Grove. We didn't see it from the earlier best of three, and now it's time for these two to show us what they've got on this map.
Yeah, getting to see basically every map already here in the best of threes. I'm happy because there is a possibility that should you have, you know, 2 2-0s, you don't get to see every single map, and that is not the timeline we are living in right now. I'm very happy we're going to get to see Moonlit Bamboo Grove. This should be a lot of fun.
This one's tough, right? The limited number of jumps. It's such a big curveball compared to everything else, because a lot of other times it's about like maximizing your jumps, constantly being able to jump again and again to maximize. But now you got to be so smart about exactly how clean your jumps are. Every jump matters. Every jump has value. And of course they have, you know, bigger value as you go through. If you use them all up, you're going to be kind of screwed towards the end of the run.
Yeah, jumps are going to be a resource here for both these players as we take a look at their loadouts. Both players will be starting here with the pomegranate cookies, taking 500 points for all jellies here with the first magic candy, and then topping up with the cinnamon cookie here to round out the run. It's going to be just another plus 500 points for all jellies. So nice broad approach. Just going to try and maximize as many of these normal jellies as they possibly can.
Yeah, and now, of course, you also have to keep your eyes on the pomegranate cookie and the abilities that come with it, right? You're going to have to go for those pomegranate jellies to get the drop jellies, to get that big bonus going into the relay with the cinnamon cookie. And we'll have to see. I mean, do you make sure sometimes, are you going to have to use an extra jump to get them? We'll have to wait and see who comes out on top.
All right. I'm excited for this one, man. This is actually not going to be this is going to be Caramel Choux versus Sikduck coming at you in just a moment as the players are getting ready here on stage. Caramel Choux still undefeated thus far here in this tournament. Sikduck, he did have that loss earlier to Tim, but he's been looking so good. I know fans around the world are cheering for Sikduck. He's a very popular guy, and I know there's a lot of fans from Thailand that are tuning in that are just pulling for him to represent here.
It says Tim, but it should be Sikduck, so I'm sure we'll get that correction here on the screen. But it's going to be Sikduck coming in from Thailand, going up against Caramel Choux. Now, Caramel Choux, I believe, getting a lot of fans already with the celebrations with the Caramel Choux keychains after every map win. Yeah, we'll see if he keeps it up here, and we'll see if he's able to keep it up right now. Like you said, Tim undefeated on the other side. If Caramel Choux goes on to the finals undefeated, that would be two of them going 5-0, 5-0, matching up for seeding in the grand finals.
Yeah, of course, Tim is waiting in the wings to face the winner of this best of three. Oh,
There we go. All right,
the day is saved.
Put some respect on the Sikduck. Put his name on the screen. And honestly, like you said, Sikduck, he only has that one map loss because of Tim. So we can't really count that against him. I would actually love to see a rematch between Sikduck and Tim, but that would be
honestly,
sick.
Anybody here could win, and we're going to have a banger of a best of 5 to close this one out.
Yes, well, it looks like the players are ready on stage. Sikduck, hailing from Thailand, going up against Caramel Choux from Korea for a run to the World Finals. We kick things off on Moonlit Bamboo Grove in this best of 3.
Sikduck on top. Caramel Choux here on bottom. The map is loading in, and our cookie runners are off.
Yeah, you can't be spamming the jump like you normally do. Got to get rid of that muscle memory. Caramel Choux saving a couple extra jumps, not to greed on the early jellies, but saving it for later in the run.
This one smart cookie man recognized this is a resource. He doesn't want to take too many risks early on.
Yep, making sure that they're able to identify the obstacles as well, get rid of those ninjas.
3 more jumps saved right now here for Sikduck, and still lot of points on the board in total.
Yeah, just a couple of the extra basic jellies being missed here, though, from Caramel Choux, and that might make a difference on some of these air jump runs that you have to get.
Yeah, especially with the candies coming in, getting a bonus for every single one of these simple jellies. Usually they aren't that impactful, but in a situation like this one with the loadouts these players are running, they are critical. Both players able to nail that double jump and the drop.
Yeah. Still making sure that Caramel Choux gonna have to try to get as many of those leaves as possible, but still falling a little bit behind as he's not able to maximize the points. We see Sikduck kind of cleaning up all the leaves falling.
Yeah, honestly, Sikduck, with every single one of these sections, it feels like he is inching further and further ahead.
Oh, okay, cleans it up here from Caramel Choux, but still a giant difference there as Sikduck just charges ahead, maximizing the value he's getting.
It's kind of unbelievable what we're seeing out of Sikduck right now. I mean, a 1.3 million point lead this early, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Now, some progress is being made, but you have to keep in mind the jumps here are going to be a resource. We're already down past half of them. 140 jumps remaining in the bag for both these players.
I am curious, as we haven't really seen Caramel Choux have to use those extra jumps that he saved early on. So I'm wondering when he's going to be able to double down on them. Is that just a safety net, or does he have a plan later on in the map?
Yeah, it's a very big question because he is down 200,000 points, but I don't know, are 3 extra jumps later in the stage going to be worth those 200,000 points? That's the real question.
Yep. Okay, able to clean up all the memories. A little bit of a difference there here coming in.
Yeah, stopping at basically the same distance right now, so mirrored in that way.
Now we switch over to the cinnamon cookie. The jump's starting to run out for Sikduck.
Sikduck missing a couple of these basic jellies. Who on that drop, not the best.
Yeah,
both players, I mean, it's so tough in a situation like this one, right? To execute this completely perfectly.
Yeah. Okay, picks up all the car jellies as well. Caramel Choux still has 1 or 2 extra jumps in the bank, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The bonus was so big on the relay swap from Sikduck.
All cards collected once again. Sikduck, it feels like he hasn't really been missing that many of these basic jellies thus far, especially here on this jump. Okay, really nice finish there for Caramel Choux. That's going to put a dent into the lead of Sikduck, but still there is a mountain to climb. 2+ million points.
Yeah, and I really think it's sometimes just coming down to some of these, extra leaves being missed from Caramel Choux.
And we're out of jumps now, both players. I mean, they distributed them perfectly, right? No more jumps in the bank. That's going to be it. The time has run out, and Sikduck is going to take game number 1.
So the 3 extra jumps, 2 extra jumps, it doesn't really come in handy. We're not seeing it. It seems like that might have just been a safety net that Caramel Choux wanted in case he needed an emergency save, but does not pay off. It's not just those early jumps, though. Again, I think it's just small things adding up. Those early jellies being missed by Caramel Choux, the leaves, 1 or 2 extra leaves being missed every single time that you're getting rid of those ninjas, not paying off here for Caramel Choux.
Yeah, and I really want to see how many total jellies were taken right there, because it feels like Sikduck was just consistently getting a couple more.
Yes.
Like every single time we had a series of single jumps or double jumps, it just felt like Sikduck was able to connect.
Yeah.
It's you can't get every single one.
I mean,
but he was like 1% better, and 1% better over the course of a run like this one. Yeah, that is the difference between 645 and 643, right?
Exactly. It's such a small, tiny little difference that it's so hard to tell. And we talk about getting your best scores or whatnot, and yeah, we do have Caramel Choux kind of topping the board within the desert region in terms of their personal best while they were prepping for this tournament. But even then, that's when you're able to just redo it again and again. You make sure you get every single jelly. But, when you have 3 unlimited jumps and you're constantly thinking about that, you miss one, you're like, okay, well, it's okay. But you start to miss one every single time. It adds up a little bit. But a fairly close game, as we expected, between these 2 players.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about that map, too, was that Caramel Choux in the mid-game, you noted that he had saved 3 more jumps than Sikduck, and the point differential between them at the time, Sikduck was leading by 200,000 points.
Yeah.
And I was really thinking that, with 3 extra jumps, we do have some more mobility. We can probably close the gap.
Yeah.
200K with 3 more jumps. I think that's, if anything, I probably give Caramel Choux the advantage in that situation. He just has so many more options, but in the finishing moves, Sikduck just every single time, he would get a couple more,
yes,
a couple
exactly.
more, a couple more. And that adds up so quickly. It culminated in almost a 2 million, maybe a little bit more than 2 million point difference.
Yeah.
And at this level of play here in Cookie Run, that is absolutely huge.
Oh, of course. Again, it's the small mistakes that add up. It's rare to see the big mistakes like the collisions happen like we saw earlier. I mean, that can happen because of nerves as well. But you're racing, you're running against the best runners around the world. So we are going to have to see them lock in. Now, the ball is in Caramel Choux' court. And let's see, what did he select? It's going to be the Temple of the Sun Central Arena, bringing us back to this map that we saw as the second map, even in that earlier best of 3. See if Caramel Choux can take us to a full match.
Yeah, Vampire Cookie and Skater Cookie coming back. That common cookie, the Skater Cookie, man, getting featured here at Temple of the Sun. It is so much fun. A lot of distance on this map can be covered with that speed bonus. Excuse me.
Alrighty, we'll see if we can have the full match, the full best of 3. Now, earlier, this is where we saw Wreath, try to grade for the extra points and just barely miss it, then going into the extra blunders. See if that same pressure reaches Caramel Choux, as he now has 1 map loss on his record today.
Yeah, it could be plus 20k on pass-through for both of them. Yeah, the plus 1% base speed with the Skater Cookie's Ski Rookie.
Yeah, shouldn't be any differences here. Pretty straightforward. Again, it's really just about landing those extra jumps, getting the correct pass-throughs with the Vampire Cookie, and then especially when you're in that bat form, maximizing the extra points you're getting, since you have, especially with the Magic Candy, the extra bonus points on those pass-throughs.
Yeah, and also certainly not having any collisions could go a long way as well. That has already been the bane of at least one player here in this tournament. We'll see exactly how this is going to go. But, for Sikduck, he actually just took the first map off of Caramel Choux.
Yeah.
That was a impressive one. This
was
a match that a lot of people were looking at. It's hard to call, given how well that Caramel Choux played in Group B, going 3-0 against all 3 tough opponents. And for Sikduck, he might not have advanced in first place versus Tim, but if he's able to win this next map, he will get his chance at revenge in that final best of 5 to determine the seeding for the World Championship. Cookie Run Oven Break 2025. Sikduck, if he wins this one, he is qualified. Let's get into it, man. The map is loading in. Sikduck on top, Caramel Choux on bottom. Caramel Choux fighting for his tournament life.
Yeah, starting off with the Vampire Cookie, immediately going into that bat form, of course, and we see the zip lines as well. I mean, so many things to watch for as we're looking at both of them trying to maximize the pass-through on those early objects, and making sure that they stay on those lip lines, not missing any of the Rainbow Star Jellies. Obviously, that's the big point contention, but earlier we saw you want to try to get the edge, you got to get the pass-through points.
Yeah, it's 120k points approximately for each one of these Star Jellies additional. That is the main feature on this map. You got to really maximize those points if you want to maintain a lead and have a chance, especially against an opponent like Sikduck here.
Yes, both of them looking very clean, neck and neck, just 100, 200k difference going back and forth depending on the jump, both hitting all the pass-throughs they need, but that is keeping Caramel Choux just a bit ahead. It's going to be a couple of those basic jellies making a difference for now.
Absolutely neck and neck. Should be pretty easy for both these fellas to be able to connect with these jellies here. I'm more interested in the later stages on this one as we add in some more obstacles. Will they be able to navigate it correctly? Because things can get dangerous very quickly. The earlier stage on this map is not that difficult, but optimizing. It's hard to walk the fine line between greed and safety.
And we see it again, the build difference coming in, and Sikduck keeping a nice, healthy lead now with 1 million. And so it is on Caramel Choux. He's going to start to feel that pressure. See if he can bring it back now, catching up once more.
More Star Jellies getting taken here. Sikduck maintaining that lead for now. Oh no, actually Caramel Choux, maintaining that lead for now. More normal jellies coming in, able to connect with basically all of them.
And earlier on that run with the bat as well, Caramel Choux making sure that he gets the pass through, even there on the landing, not making a big mistake. Just barely staying ahead. This is going to be neck and neck. We're already past kind of the first half run here.
This is one of the closest matches that we've seen thus far, with everything on the line right now for Caramel Choux. He is absolutely delivering.
Gets most of them. Might have been one extra obstacle going through for Sikduck on that pass through, but we'll have to keep an eye on. I mean, when it's below 500k, it really just can come down to one extra jump, one extra jelly, so we'll have to keep our eye on it as the score continues to update live during this run.
right, drop down coming in, able to dodge those obstacles. Perfectly navigated on both sides.
Trying to make sure that you're getting as many as possible here for Caramel Choux, but not enough. Okay, he's able to steal it. He does not hit the collision this time. He's staying alive, so going better than Wreath earlier, still keeping his life alive here in this run.
This is unbelievably close. 300,000 point difference this late in the run. Both players are near flawless right now. Sikduck, again, if he wins this one, he's going to the finals.
Oh, this is so close, and neither of them look like they're ready to make any big mistakes here. This is going to be the last big run with the Vampire Cookie. Getting all the star jellies, the rainbow star jellies, hits them all.
So far, this one might come down to the Skater Cookie.
I think it's going
so
to.
Close. All right, they are going to transition at exactly the same place. Both of the same amount of energy. Still less than 1 million points separating either player. Can they navigate this difficult ladder section of the map?
All right, making sure they pick. I mean, it's coming down to all the little jellies as well. Caramel Choux has to think about that, but he can't think too hard. You can't overthink this. You have to play your own game. Both of them hitting all the star jellies on those drops. Now, up and down, up and down. You got to dodge those fishes, but you got to focus on the star jellies as well.
Yeah, Caramel Choux is doing about as best as you could possibly hope for right now. He's not missing anything. I am just locked in on watching him, and you see him play perfectly, but at the end of the day, it's the same amount of points. Sikduck is just going toe-to-toe.
It might even come down to just being able to extend the energy just a little bit here. A little bit extra miss here from Caramel Choux. Is that going to be what makes the difference? He needs to find a way to catch up, but it might have to just rely on Sikduck making a mistake.
Oh, I can't believe how close this is right now. All right, star jellies coming in. Everyone's able to get the connections. Okay, these jumps, the basic jellies, they really do matter in a situation like this one. Normally, they don't, but what?
Just a bit short.
200,000 jellies are the difference. Unbelievable, coming all the way down to the wire, and Sikduck is going to advance to the finals. 200,000 points.
Oh, just a bit short, and it's again, I think, missing a couple of those extra jellies to restore his energy. That little bit, it extends Sikduck just a couple steps forward, and he's able to maintain his lead.
This one came down to basic jellies. It's kind of unbelievable.
Oh my gosh.
That was maybe the closest match I have seen. I can't think of one that was closer than this at this level too, with everything on the line. Oh, I mean, for Caramel Choux, you came so close. Number of jumps a little bit higher there for Sikduck. One obstacle, 10K difference. It really was, I think, those basic jellies. That is just unbelievable, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, again, even in that skater section, just being able to extend it, you see the distance ran as well, and that, again, adds on just a couple of those extra basic jellies. What a difference that makes for Sikduck, just playing such a clean game. And, again, you look at Caramel Choux's game, it didn't look bad at all.
No, they were so good.
There weren't any mistakes, per se. It just was about min-maxing as much as possible. And Sikduck comes out on top with a 200,000 point difference. Holy. And that just means, again, the Korean players are eliminated. They're out of the running to go to the World Finals here from the Desert region. And we actually have 2 players from Group A qualifying to return to Seoul, South Korea in 1 month's time.
Yeah, 5 Korean players in total here in Group A, but it's going to be Sikduck from Thailand and Tim from Chinese Taipei who actually qualify for that October finals.
That's crazy.
The global scene really stepping up here in Cookie Run. It has been very impressive, kind of proving that the preliminaries earlier this year, and the Invitational, they were not a fluke.
Yes, and most importantly, we're not done just yet, right?
Yeah,
there is that rematch coming up.
There is more.
Yeah, there's a rematch as a best of 5 because the seeding is going to matter going into the World Finals. The first seed gets a very special advantage going into the group draw as well. So we're not done for the day just yet, but let's review what just happened as we take a look at Sikduck winning out. I don't say dominating because Caramel Choux kept it close, but it was always just that, one extra choice, in the first one, kind of saving those jumps, maybe missing out just on one extra jelly here and there. That messes up the difference. And then it's kind of the same story at the Temple of the Sun Central Arena. And so as we take a look at the bracket, it is going to be a rematch between the undefeated Tim and Sikduck looking for redemption.
When we started out today, we said that Sikduck versus Tim is the match to watch. It was the first match of the night. It's going to be the last match of the night. Tim, undefeated thus far. Not even Sikduck could take him down. in that opening stage, but now he has a chance, and it's not just in one map, it's not in 3 maps, it is a best of 5.
This is going to be so tense because now we're going into the most difficult maps of the entire tournament as well, and it's a best of 5, but only a 3-map pool. So are we going to see any repeats? Right, you can play one map up to 2 times. You cannot play it more than 2 times because if we do go a full best of 5, we do have to see all 3 maps at some point. But the loser gets to choose. I mean, this is going to be tense. And again, Tim still undefeated in maps. I mean, if he keeps that up going to the World Finals, I think all eyes are going to be on him, no matter who qualifies from the other regions as well.
Yeah, he's 5-0 already. Can he make it 8-0 by winning the best of 5 with his sweep?
Yeah.
Honestly, the way that he's looking, he might be able to do it, but Sikduck, he has really found his stride.
Yes. No, he wants to bring it back. He wants a little bit of revenge, you know, especially now that the pressure's off a little bit. You've qualified. You're returning to Seoul for the World Finals, so you can now say, all right, now let's play our game. Let's see who's actually better, right? Our gloves are off. Let's see who's able to put up the best scores, and we'll see if Tim's able to leave a scratch on Tim's record.
Yeah, it's going to be very epic to watch.
Yes.
I really cannot wait because, you know, a best of 1, at this level, I was going to say anybody could win a best of 1, but against these guys, you certainly can. There's a reason that Tim is 5-0, but a best of 1 isn't the litmus test for who is better right now, today, between Sikduck and Tim. We're going to find out who is better when we get back from this break, guys. The finals are coming up in 10 minutes. We'll see you soon.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 디렉터 흠입니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 e스포츠는 작년에 진행한 쿨림픽을 통해 국내 e스포츠의 저력을, 그리고 올해 3월 글로벌 인비테이션을 통해 세계 e스포츠로서의 가능성을 확인했습니다. 2025년 우리는 더 크고 더 본격적인 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 새로운 이름으로 거듭납니다. 이제는 세계 챔피언을 뽑을 시간, 바로 월드 챔피언십입니다. 월드 챔피언십은 작년의 쿨림픽과는 완전히 달라진 새로운 선발, 그리고 새로운 대회 방식을 도입하게 되었는데요. 더 박진감 넘치고 더 많은 세계 플레이어들이 함께하는 e스포츠가 되기 위해 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 팀이 준비한 2025년의 e스포츠 로드맵, 지금부터 공개합니다. 여러분의 참여와 응원이 이 여정에 큰 힘이 될 거예요. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작해볼까요? 올해부터는 모든 선수가 자신의 지역에 배정되어 경쟁하고, 하이라이트는 바로 최강자 토너먼트입니다. 2025년에는 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 총 2회의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 개최됩니다. 플레이어는 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 통해 지역별 랭킹 포인트를 의미하는 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 RP의 총합에 따라 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있는 자격이 주어집니다. RP의 합산으로 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선의 진출자가 결정되기 때문에 밀란마 시즌, 라인마 시즌 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 모두 정말 중요하겠죠? 2025년 그랜드 챔피언스 리그는 월드 챔피언십을 향한 여정이 될 것이기 때문에 기존 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에서 개편되는 사항들이 있는데요. 그럼 2025년에 진행될 그랜드 챔피언스 리그가 어떻게 개편됐는지부터 살펴보겠습니다. 첫 번째 변화, 바로 지역 시스템의 부활입니다. 설산, 바다, 초원, 사막, 4개의 지역이 다시 돌아옵니다. 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 처음 입장하면 무작위로 한 지역에 배정되며, 내 소속 지역은 그랜드 챔피언스 리그와 프로필에서 확인할 수 있어요. 이번 밀란마 시즌부터는 관전자도 지역이 배정됩니다. 왜냐고요? 바로 지역 응원전 이벤트가 열리기 때문이죠. 멋진 응원 보상도 걸려 있으니 내가 속한 지역의 응원전 승리를 위해 열심히 참여해주세요. 두 번째 변화, 토너먼트가 돌아옵니다. 참가자들은 예선을 시작으로 본선 3개 라운드, 마지막 선발전까지 총 5번의 라운드전을 치르게 되는데요. 예선에서 주어지는 하트는 단 3개, 더 이상 실수할 여유는 없습니다. 이렇게 치열한 과정을 뚫고 최종 16인에 선발된 선수들은 토너먼트에 돌입하게 됩니다. 그리고 16강 토너먼트를 뚫고 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 최종 우승자가 탄생합니다. 최종 우승자는 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 자동 진출하는 혜택도 누릴 수 있습니다. 매 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 종료 시 지역 내 순위에 따라서 RP를 획득하고, 2번의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 RP 합산 기준 지역별 상위 8명까지 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선에 진출할 수 있어요. RP는 같은 지역 소속 선수들끼리 성과를 기준으로 계산됩니다. 동점일 경우 마지막에 치러진 그랜드 챔피언스 리그 순위가 높은 순으로 결정됩니다. 게임 내 지역 랭킹 메뉴에서 시즌별 그랜드 챔피언스 리그의 랭킹과 종합 랭킹을 확인하실 수 있습니다. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 고수 여러분 모두 좋은 퍼포먼스로 월드 챔피언십에서 진가를 발휘하실 거라 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 쿠키러너분들의 열정적인 참여를 기다립니다. 자, 그럼 진출 순위별 RP 매트릭스에 대해서도 설명해 드려야겠죠? 같이 알아볼까요? 순위가 한 계단 한 계단 올라갈수록 받을 수 있는 포인트도 기하급수적으로 높아집니다. 결코 짧지 않은 여정입니다. 하지만 그 여정을 통해 진정한 월드 챔피언이 탄생합니다. 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 그랜드 챔피언스 리그, 그리고 월드 챔피언십, 여러분들의 뜨거운 참여와 응원을 기다립니다.
안녕하세요. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 담당자 레이나입니다. 좋은 소식으로 여러분을 다시 만날 수 있게 되어서 너무 기쁘네요. 자, 이제 그랜드 챔피언스 리그를 뚫고 올라온 최강자들이 어떤 무대에서 경기를 펼치게 되는지 살펴볼 차례입니다. 월드 챔피언십, 완전히 새로운 여정이 시작됩니다. 월드 챔피언십 지역 예선은 각 지역별 8강전부터 시작됩니다. 선수들은 정상까지 단계별로 치열한 대결을 이어가게 되죠. 8강은 라운드 로빈, 4강부터 결승까지는 선승제로 치러질 예정이며 3, 4위전은 별도로 진행되지 않아요. 선수들은 온라인으로 참여하며 월드 챔피언십 예선은 중계를 지원할 예정이오니 쿠키런 채널을 통해 우리 지역의 선수를 응원해 주시는 것 잊지 마세요. 이제 대망의 본선 경기 구조를 알아봐야겠죠? 이제 남은 여정은 단 하나, 세계 최고의 자리로 가는 여정뿐입니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 오프라인으로 진행되며 첫 번째 개최지는 대한민국 서울입니다. 선수들은 항공, 숙박 등 대회 참가를 위해 필요한 항목들을 모두 제공받게 됩니다. 본선 장소는 추후 고지드릴 예정이며 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크의 유저분들도 현장에서 같이 관람하고 즐거운 시간 보내실 수 있도록 각종 부스 프로그램도 같이 마련될 예정입니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 월드 챔피언십 본선은 예선과 동일한 방식으로 진행되지만 본선이니만큼 3, 4위전이 별도로 진행됩니다. 챔피언이 탄생하는 순간까지 꼭 함께 해주시길 바랍니다.
이렇게 치열하게 진행되는 월드 챔피언십에서 부정한 방법으로 진출한 유저가 있어서는 안 되겠죠. 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 팀은 어뷰징 및 비정상 행위에 대한 추적과 제재를 더욱 강화할 예정입니다. 정당한 승부 그리고 깨끗한 실력 대결이 될 수 있도록 모든 플레이어 여러분들의 협조를 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 2025년 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠의 월드 챔피언십과 그랜드 챔피언스 리그에 대해 안내드렸습니다. 작년 프림픽에 보내주신 큰 성원 덕분에 이제는 전 세계가 주목하는 월드 챔피언십으로 나아갈 수 있게 되었어요. 그리고 월드 챔피언십에 많은 기대감을 보내주고 계시는 유저분들께도 진심으로 감사드립니다. 2025년 전 세계가 함께 뛰는 쿠키런 오븐 브레이크 e스포츠 월드 챔피언십, 지금부터 여러분의 플레이가 역사가 됩니다. 많은 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Cookie run oven break.
It is time for the final matchup of today. It is going to be a best-of-5 finals here for the Desert Preliminaries, and that will determine who will be the first seed of this region going into the World Finals in 1 month's time.
Tim versus Sikduck. Tim undefeated through the entire preliminary here in the Desert region. Perfect in Group A, 2-0 in the best of 3 to qualify. Now he has one last series to cement himself as one of the favorites, honestly, heading into the World Championship in October. He has already booked his ticket. He is going to be back here in Korea alongside Sikduck in October. But hey, not only is that #1 seed on the line here from Group A, Chobra, but a lot of pride.
Yeah, and it says 4 wins because that's the match wins, but you really think about it, it's 5 because it's 5 maps so far. He never dropped a single map. Obviously, the first 3 were best of 1, so that's why we're keeping track of overall match record. But I think there is a story to be told here. If, let's say, Tim goes undefeated here, if he goes for the sweep, he is going to be going to the World Finals with an 8-0 map score in all the runs he's done.
He's been looking so solid. It's kind of a sight to behold. It feels like basically every run, I think maybe the first map, if I'm going to nitpick him and Sikduck, it wasn't perfection. It was very close, but then you look at what happens, like the last couple of games, everybody is locked in now.
Yes.
You know, it's been a very long road today. We've been here for what, 3, 4, maybe even 5 hours, getting ready, getting the stage set, practicing, warming up, and then finally the matches start. And things are a little bit shaky, honestly, for everybody. In the opening matches of the day, you're getting acclimated to the new environment. You're fighting on the main stage. You know, there's an audience around the world watching you. You know that you're trying to battle for a qualifying spot in the World Championship in October. It was a little bit shaky for everybody.
Yes.
But now we're here. Everyone is settled in. Tim and Sikduck, they are already going there in October. And these were the 2 top dogs coming into this. Tim, #1 in the world in the GCL. Sikduck, #3 in the world in the GCL. The favorites coming in to this desert region once more, getting a rematch.
Yeah, good. The top dogs of their region, #1 and #3. We'll see who's able to win it out. It was just that one map that Sikduck lost to Tim early on the map of Beneath the Lilies. But ever since, he's dominated every other opponent he has had. So we shall see if that comes into play. Now, in terms of the worst maps that they wanted to avoid, both of them did select, one of the maps in the map pool here for the finals. Tim wanting to avoid, or not liking as much Moonlit Bamboo Grove. Meanwhile, Sikduck not really enjoying a Torchlit Trial, which we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen it coming up, obviously. So we'll see what we're going to find out in the new map pool here.
All right, Sprinkled Ice Cream Land is going to be the starting map here. Candy Corn Cookie and Princess Cookie. It's a lot of sweet treats right there, Chobra.
Oh, boy.
I hope you have a sweet tooth if you're watching at home.
And this is a big one, right? It's just bonus points for all jellies. You want to maximize everything. You're getting 55,000 points extra for every single jelly. So you have to just collect everything. Now it's no longer about just going for the big ones. You got to make sure you're maximizing every single jelly that you can. The 5-star map that we have in this preliminary tournament is the only one, I believe, and we're going to see them face off as the kickoff map here in the best of 5.
And what a way to start this best of 5 with a 5-star map. The 2 best players thus far in this tournament, Tim undefeated, Sikduck only losing 1 map to Tim himself.
Oh,
and now
boy.
their skills are absolutely going to go to the test. We're going to take a look at their loadouts here as we get ready to go into map number 1. Thus far, identical, both starting out with a Candy Corn natural choice here.
Yep.
And it's just completely mirrored. Plus 300 points for Pink Heart Jellies on the Princess Cookie.
Yeah, it's going to just be about maximizing everything, right? Obviously,
Yeah.
the Princess Cookie, of course, having the skill to spawn the Pink Heart Jellies as well. So, again, it's just extra opportunities to maximize the bonus points that the map itself gives you. And I am so curious how this is going to pan out. I mean, to see these 2 players on this map in a best of 5, this is such a treat.
Oh, it's going to be a nail-biter. I cannot wait to get started here. And this is only going to be set number 1, guys. This is a best of 5 series.
Yes.
There is a lot of Cookie Run left to be played. And the way that Tim and Sikduck have performed thus far, I know that Tim is undefeated up until this point, but Chobra, I'm telling you, I would be surprised if this one didn't go to a map 4 or map 5.
I mean, I would hope so, especially obviously the losing player will be able to select the next map. You can maybe even bring it back for a rematch on this very first map. Once you lose, you can say, hey, I want to run it back. We're going again on Sprinkles Ice Cream. But this one, of course, randomly selected. It was randomly drawn going into the grand finals. Afterwards, whichever player lost the previous race will select the next map to be played. Just to give you a bit of a primer, coming into the preliminaries today, we have Sikduck with a higher, 3 million higher best score in terms of their own practice. But we've seen again that no one's been able to show that perfection. It is going to be the undefeated Tim from Group A, aiming for first seed, going up against Sikduck, looking for revenge and trying to steal away the top spot out of the Desert Region preliminaries.
All right, the 5-star map is loading up. Tim on the top screen, Sikduck down on bottom, and let's get this thing started.
All right, again, every single jelly counts, and we're starting to see a bit of the differences start to pan out depending on how early you're going for those jumps. Almost perfectly in sync as well, so we should be able to trust it for the most part. Weaving in between all the trees.
Yeah, it's very difficult to do. The rate at which these cookies are progressing across the map, and then the timing of these jumps, it has to be perfect. Every jelly matters so much, and thus far, I mean, Sikduck coming out of the gates looking really good. It's still a very close run, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sikduck has really been able to min-max some of these earlier jumps, but what we've been praising Tim for is the consistency that he's had for the entire run on every single map. So far, only a 300,000 difference. You consider the 55K extra you're getting for every single jelly collected, that is a non-issue so far.
Yeah, being consistent here might be the difference maker for both of these players. Continue on. Those scores have been identical. It's a 360-point difference. Okay, on those jumps right there, I think a little bit better potentially for Tim. Yeah, that lead dropping all the way down to 223. It's hard to exactly parse how many of these jellies get picked up when there's so many on the screen like that. Oh, on the drop, Sikduck missed 3.
Yeah, and that, again, not only are they bear jellies, but it's that extra bonus that you're getting from the map. So now suddenly, just off of that, another full line missed on those flying by. And now suddenly Sikduck nearly 1 million points behind.
These drops are crucial. Sikduck cannot afford to miss any drops again. He has to be perfect from here on out if he wants to close the distance because Tim has been so consistent.
And now trying to just stay in range, which he is doing. They will have more chances as well once we switch over to the Princess after the relay. But for now, focusing. You want to still, ooh, extra one's missed as well, but still just keeping in range as we now go for the relay.
I think Sikduck might have a little bit more distance. It's hard to tell with these two neck and neck like this, but you have to keep that in mind here at the end of the map as we continue progressing.
Yeah, and Sikduck, the numbers probably starting to get to him, but he has to just stay focused on what's coming up ahead. He has to make sure he collects every single last piece on the map. And he's trying to stay in range. You got to maximize these jumps, but I think he's just falling 1 or 2 jellies behind, which starts to compound just a little bit.
Oh no! Tim taking a little bit of damage right there. His energy, if Sikduck wasn't further along already, he certainly is now. Oh man, having that extra energy might be what Sikduck needs to overcome.
I mean,
this
that's
deficit.
huge. That is massive on a map like this. We'll see if Sikduck can really just stay calm to try to maximize it at the end. He's not quite sure of exactly what happened on the other side.
Oh no, not again!
Tim!
Not like this, Tim.
Does he finally falter?
We've been praising his consistency all day today, but here in the final match, it is Sikduck who is keeping Geen under the pressure. He is not succumbing to the deficit on points. He has not taken any hits on this 5-star map. Tim has taken 2 on the chin already.
Yeah, I mean, right now you can see the energy difference is noticeable. And Sikduck is going to realize that once he gets towards the end, he just has to stay calm. He can't think about the numbers right now because what, unbeknownst to him, he can keep going and he will take the lead on this first map, giving Tim his first map loss in the Desert Region Preliminaries.
Wow, the 5-star map. You can see what a challenge that map is, and the little ceremony there by Sikduck. He knows that he outplayed Tim. Sikduck has come here to play. He is locked and loaded, completely warmed up, and on a 5-star map like that one, it is so difficult to complete it without taking any damage. He did it flawlessly.
Yeah.
Tim taking 2 hits. That energy bar was so depleted, and now it's up to Tim to choose the next map.
I mean, again, we talk about how that just starts to really completely demolish your run when you're going up against the best, and we were praising Tim for being the safest pair of hands here today, but on that run, he starts to slip once, and it starts to go through 2 collisions, and that's all it took. A massive difference in the distances ran and a giant difference in the jellies collected as well.
Yeah, it's all about those 2 collisions. Tim, I think that possibly the jump pattern was a little bit better in terms of netting more points. He had the lead for the majority of it, but just a couple of missteps, faltering once or twice. And those 2 collisions, I mean, 1 collision is bad enough, especially on a map like that one where every jelly matters so much.
Yes.
But 2 collisions, no, the writing's on the wall at that point.
Yeah. I do wonder, like, if Tim wins this next map, and I assume he's not going to run it back on the same map, so if we go to a different map and Tim wins, does Sikduck say, well, let's go back. Let's go back to Sprinkles Ice Cream. Let's see if he can do it again. You know?
He could do it.
I'll give you another chance. You know?
In case you guys missed it, by the way, because this is a best of 5, but there's only 3 maps in the pool of this best of 5. Each map can be played a maximum of 2 times, which means if we go to a 5th map, every map will be played at least once.
Yes.
But yeah, that does mean, because it's only 3 maps, should Tim be able to come back here in map number 2, Sikduck could easily double down and be like, nah, we're going to go to the 5-star again.
Now, I don't know if they know exactly what each of them submitted for their bio, because Sikduck has submitted that his worst map in the entire preliminary pool is Torchlit Trial, one of the 2 remaining choices here for Tim, assuming he doesn't want to run it back here on Sprinkles Ice Cream. So I'm curious if Tim tries to target that. And we'll have to see. Or the other choice, of course, for those of you who were here since the beginning, you know that the other choice is One Future of TBD. There are going to be 2 of those maps. You could run it back on Sprinkles Ice Cream if Tim feels confident enough. But it looks like, okay, it has been selected, letting both players know what's it going to be. Which map are we going to? Tim, where will you redeem yourself? It is going to be the Torchlit Trial, and Sikduck will have to overcome his fears.
Yeah. It's the hardest map for Sikduck. It's the worst one heading into this. Will he be able to overcome that adversity on another 5-star map?
Oh, boy. All right. Well, I mean, if Sikduck can do it here, he does make a statement. Of course, it's a best of 5, so you have to win 3 maps, but going up 2-0 would be huge for Sikduck. But Tim says, okay, you know, I took a map loss on the chin, but overall still undefeated in matches. I'm still good to go all the way as an undefeated player here towards the World Finals. So we'll have to take a look as we take a look at the setups for both of these players.
Going to be Peppercorn Cookie here for number 1. Bonus from the Bear Jellies naturally here on this map. Cherry Cookie, yeah, completely mirrored. Exact same loadouts coming in here for Tim and Sikduck. And if you haven't played on Torchlit Trial before, you get 1,000 points for Giant Bear Jellies for each Giant Bear Jelly collected. So the total count of Giant Bear Jellies is absolutely crucial. Doesn't matter if you miss it early, it doesn't matter if you miss it late. You want that count to be as high as it possibly can. That is the most crucial factor in winning this map.
Yeah, but also you want to get them nice and you don't want to miss the early ones because
Exactly.
it's
You
going
don't
to
want
keep
to
on
miss
adding
anything.
up. Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Of course, in the second half of the map, they also both selecting the rescue blessing as well, so we'll keep that in mind. But for now, jumping in to this second map, Sikduck leading 1-0 against Tim, coming up from the same group in the Desert Region Preliminaries, aiming to be the first seed of their region, going into the World Finals. It is going to be Torchlit Trial.
Tim on top, Sikduck on bottom as the map has begun. And once more, this is not the map that Sikduck wants to play. Will he be able to overcome this adversity?
So far, a nice clean start from both players. Maximizing the points from the Peppercorn as well with the smoke bombs.
So far, every Giant Bear Jelly collected. That'll get trickier and trickier as the map continues to roll on.
Collecting all of them as well. Nice and easy for these players here on the early parts. And being able to jump through, throwing those smoke bombs nice and far ahead, collecting all those extra pepper points.
Thus far, it's very close. The jump's been really good. No damage taken just yet, even though this is a really treacherous path to be walking.
Jeez, all right, not missing a single one of these. It's neck and neck. I mean, what a showing from both players so far.
53K difference is completely negligible, excuse me, here. And I'm not sure, really, if either of them is going to be missing one of these Giant Bear Jellies over the entirety of the map. They have been so flawless thus far.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so nice and clean so far from both of them. I hesitate because I'm afraid of giving the good old caster curse to either of these runners.
I have no fear.
But, I mean, we are looking at an absolute neck-and-neck matchup so far.
Let the curse come.
Okay, one missed, I believe, from one of the runners from Sikduck, but perhaps still keeping in the lead, equalizing out.
Yeah, this is very close right now.
Yeah, that does make the difference, though. Gives Tim a bit of the edge. That earlier one missed on that burst forward.
It's 1,000 points for every single one. You want that count to be as high as possible. It's really hard to walk through these fires. Tim playing it a little bit more conservatively. Didn't go for that last one on the bottom, instead dodging the flame. So his lead is going to shrink. It's actually now 60,000 point lead for Sikduck. It is unbelievably close.
This is a bit insane from both of these. Nice and calm, though.
Slides was flawless. The jump timings as well. It is so tricky.
Making sure that you're getting all the value from your pepper smokes as well.
More Giant Bear Jellies getting collected. I think maximum we've had maybe one missed overall this run. It's really been a clinic.
Yeah, but the thing is unless you see the other runner also miss one, it just, like we said, it just starts to compound as you go forward.
It's all about the count. A couple of basic jellies here missed by Sikduck, but that is not the main story right now. He has a big lead. He's playing it safe. Now, who has more distance here? We're running out of energy on the initial cookie. It seems like a little bit more distance, actually considerably more distance here for Tim. I wonder if that's going to net him some more points.
Yeah, but I think he might have just missed one more large bear jelly, so that might come into play as well as we see the points continuing to be a massive difference here for Sikduck.
I think you're absolutely right. Certainly didn't miss one more jelly. I'm not sure if even a little bit of extra distance is going to make up for that lost ground.
Yeah, we'll have to keep tabs on that if that is what makes or breaks this game. Now on to the cherry.
And thus far, looking really clean. 3 million point lead here for Sikduck as we enter the twilight of this map. Sikduck already leading this best of 5, 1-0. If he can go up 2-0 versus a Tim who was until this point undefeated, it would be huge.
That would be an absolute statement from Sikduck.
Oh, both of them, I think, missing one of these giant bear jellies.
Having to skip out on one of them, but we'll see. Now, of course, with the cherry cookie, I mean, as usual, collisions cost you a lot, but it's going to cost you even more as you'll lose the speed as well as they continue to go faster and faster for the remainder of this run.
Both players able to collect all these giant bear cookies. Can they do it again? Yes, they can. The jumps are good. Now a little bit of a drop here and then a double jump. They get that one too.
Oh, one more miss from Tim. He knows. You saw it on the
no.
camera. Gives a little tilt of the head. He knows he's been behind. He couldn't afford the mistakes, but that is an extra 1,000 points being added to the bonuses. So that's a massive loss this late into the run for Tim.
It's just absolutely devastating right now. Unless we have some super bears get missed here. Some giant bears get missed by Sikduck. All right, he runs out of energy. Is there going to be enough energy for Tim to close the distance? Oh, it is!
He does!
By 600, he can't believe it!
Oh no!
He can't believe it!
The final drop!
The extra distance, it did matter in the very end. Tim, he turns it around. He ties up the series 1-1 by 600,000 points. We were wondering when the transition, when the baton happened to the second cookie, would that distance matter? Indeed it did. Unbelievable change, Tim. You are so clutch, and boy, do we have a series. It is 1-1.
That's insane. I mean, I think Sikduck misses one of the jumps at the end and the collision as well. Yeah, right at the end, he hits the collision.
It was a collision,
and
too.
It drops him. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was just energy ending or a collision, but he hits the collision, and that ends his run.
600 distance difference. The extra energy for Tim, plus the collision there at the end.
Holy, I mean, Tim never giving up, and that pays off. What an insane run here in the finals of the Desert Region Preliminaries. I mean, this is... that's less than, what was it, less than like 500K or something like that?
It's a 600,000 difference.
600,000, oh my gosh. I mean,
one false move. It happened to Tim in game number 1. It happens to Sikduck in game number 2. When you play at this level, especially on these 5-star maps, it is so hard to be perfect, even if you're one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I had my eyes on Tim's screen just to see if he was playing like well enough, but just because I assumed that Sikduck had it in the bag more or less, but that one collision at the end costs him the entire run. That is rough. That is rough. But hey, that's what it takes at this level. You cannot ever let your foot off the pedal.
Yeah, Tim couldn't believe it, and now
No,
it's going to be Sikduck's map choice. He might run it back.
Run it back on Sprinkles Ice Cream.
Yeah, I think you might.
Yeah, bring it back. You know, kind of put the nightmare back in his head for Tim's head of like, oh, I mean, and listen, you can beat me on this map. I am curious because I do believe Sikduck feels like he has a little ace up his sleeve with the last remaining map we haven't seen as well.
Really?
Yeah.
You favor him?
I think I might on one future TBD, so we'll have to wait and see. But because we look at the top scores, I do believe he has a higher record in his own build-up on his own practice coming into the preliminaries. But again, I mean, even on one future TBD, everyone's so close in terms of what they've recorded so far and what they submitted as a high score that it's probably not a big issue. But I am wondering what the selection will be here.
Just waiting to find out exactly what the selection will be. Of course, even if he thinks that he's better on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land, if he wins it, it doesn't clutch out the series. You have to win 3 maps to win this. It is a best of 5. It is not a best of 3. So he might just keep that for potential map number 5. Yeah. Should it go that way, or an elimination match in map number 4? Very interested in what the plan is going to be.
Oh boy. What's the choice going to be?
Dude, the anticipation is killing me right now. I need to know.
I need to know. Sikduck's just chilling. He's just waiting for instructions on what to do.
He might be the only person in the world who knows right now, Chobra. Of course he's chilling.
Yeah.
Everybody's waiting on his choice.
It's his choice. Tim's looking over as well, waiting for confirmation.
He seems pretty surprised, actually, yeah.
Looks like they might just be double confirming here. Of course, they have to go through the translators as well on stage.
So, that's right.
We'll just have to wait, and then you have to relay to production and back and forth. So we'll give the players a little bit of time here.
Sikduck.
All right, what is it going to be? Currently tied 1-1 in this best of 5. I mean, both of them also familiar with each other coming into this tournament. And, of course, Tim kind of giving props to Sikduck for having a good performance at the invitation as well. So both of them very well aware of how good each other are as runners. Tim keeping his ears warm.
Yeah, actually, there was our production team leading up into the tournament had asked the players, you know, is there any opponent you want to give a shout out to or deliver a message at all? And for a lot of folks who said, oh, you know, please go easy on me, yada, yada, yada. That's the most common answer that we got. But for Tim here, in Group A in Desert, he said, you know what, Sikduck, to you specifically, I hope that we both advance to the finals together in October. They have.
And
they're friends. They're very close friends. They're also rivals.
Yes. I mean, it's always the ones that you keep close that are the deadliest.
Yeah, that's true. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
So we'll have to wait. It does look like we're just going to do a quick double check, make sure everything's in good order to go in and continue this best of 5. So just waiting on confirmation from the refs and the players that they're all ready and set to go. So please bear with us as we wait. It looks like they just have to double check something over on the side of Sikduck here and perhaps getting ready to recreate the lobby as well. But oh boy, I mean, you know, things like having that little extra distance on the relay here from Tim in that previous run, but then the collision to really put the nail in the coffin for Sikduck. It's just the little things. It's one false step and your cookie is down the drain. So we'll have to wait and see who's able to basically stay locked in, stay focused all the way to the end. Again, we talk about it. It's a mental endurance game at this point.
It is. And I really do wonder about that map number 2. If it wasn't for, obviously, the collision, that shouldn't happen there for Sikduck. That is a misplay. It was the pivotal moment that led to his defeat in that second map. But I wonder if there was no collision, if there would have been enough distance on the baton, as it actually will be one feature of TBD. Honestly, in terms of just a map selection strategy, I really like this here for Sikduck because he knows that he's already been able to beat Sprinkled Ice or beat Tim on Sprinkled Ice Cream Land. You don't want to save that, or you don't want to use that right now. Save that in your back pocket. Wait until you're on elimination or you're ready to win the best of 5 in a potential final 5 map. I think it's very smart. Let's test him on one future of TBD. Let's see how he is.
We'll find out. Now, Sikduck, I think I'm okay to say this. I don't know if I'm breaching any trust from Sikduck here. But he has stated in secrecy to production that he's great at this map.
No, has he?
But,
I mean, it must. They're great at every map, Chobra. It's not much of a secret.
I mean, first of all, yes, he's good at every map, but also we're about to see it anyway. So I think I'm okay saying this. But he did want to keep it kind of as like a hidden wild card going into the finals. So we'll see. I mean, that must be why he's been picking this one here in this set number 3. So take a look at the setups and not really seeing anything different either. So we are going to see the pink Choco Cookie and the chest Choco Cookies.
Yeah, identical again.
Oh boy. I mean, Sikduck, if he can get the lead 2-1, if he closes it out, that'd be huge. The one loss Tim takes would be in the finals. The one match loss, rather.
You know, it's interesting that on every single one of these maps thus far, even though it's only map number 3, the loadouts have been exactly the same. Set 1, set 2, set 3, exactly the same loadouts. I wonder if Sikduck and Tim might, you know, collaborate a little bit and practice and discuss their strategies together because they're both top players. We know they're good friends. We know that Tim wanted to go into the finals with Sikduck, which they have both accomplished today as the favorites emerging victorious from this group. But it seems like they have very similar philosophies for what the best way of playing is.
Yes. So we'll see if that keeps up here as we get ready to jump in. It looks like the cameras are ready. The lights are on, and it is going to be the 3rd game between these two players, currently tied 1-1 to determine who will be the top seed of the Desert region for the World Finals. Tim on top, Sikduck on the bottom, and now it's time to jump here in TBD.
Both players need 2 more map wins to win the day and get that #1 seed into the finals.
All right, of course, heavy focus on the giant bear jellies as well.
Yeah, Plus 1,000 for each giant bear jelly collected here on Torch, or excuse me, on one feature of TBD, plus 200,000 points.
Yeah, just
It's a
big
lot.
bonuses. Yeah, big bonuses, and of course even bigger here for those rainbow bear jellies. So just staying in the air. Again, it's all about making sure that you time your drops and your jumps together to make sure you're in line to collect every big bear jelly.
Yeah, the jumps are through the roof right now on both these guys as they navigate. Ooh, I think Tim actually might have missed one of these big bears.
Yeah, starting to fall behind just a little bit, but still keeping in range right around 1 million. We'll see as Sikduck continues on forward, looking very calm and stable. Tim regaining just a little bit.
Yeah, it is still neck and neck though. There's a little bit of perhaps a desync between them in terms of exactly the pace. Is it really a 2 million point lead for Tim? For a moment I thought that was just, you know, one player being a little bit ahead of the other in terms of their game engine, but
Yeah, it looks like right now Sikduck's sitting pretty comfortable in the lead for the time being.
yeah,
But
keep
again,
switching around.
yeah, with the with again the big bonuses, obviously one extra mistake it could flip at any point. I mean, earlier we thought Sikduck had one of the runs in the bag, and Tim closes out with a clutch at the end.
Yeah, this has been very good here for Sikduck. And man, you weren't kidding, Trevor. He is really good at this map. Now up to 2 million in total on the lead. We're maybe about a third of the way through this trial. Can he keep it up? Gets the Rainbow Giant Bear as well. Both players navigating this very well here in the middle stage.
Yeah, I mean, the early difference just continuing to keep Sikduck in the lead, and unless he makes a mistake, I don't know how confident Tim is feeling for his chances right now.
Yeah, Sikduck, besides the final moments in map number 2, has been very consistent over the course of this best of 5 series, and he's demonstrating that again here.
Ooh, perfect line from both of them to make sure they collect all of them, and not a single one missed here.
Very impressive stuff on both sides. Those jumps not easy to time perfectly like this.
Just making sure that you're keeping warmed up on those jumps. Back into another jumping section.
Between the cogs, collect all of these big bear jellies, and both players are doing it really well, but for Tim, you kind of need to create some discrepancy. You need Sikduck to have some mistake or some misstep, because otherwise a 2 million point gap is just a little bit too hard to close.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like right now Sikduck is feeling very, very comfortable, and I do think part of it is going to be how he's used these beams as well to get some extra points, the extra destruction as well, to stay in the lead.
Okay, gonna reset right here, running out of energy at exactly the same moment, so no distance advantage for either player. And Sikduck just maintaining that plus 2 mil.
Oh, and you gotta be careful here.
Rainbow gets connected on both sides. Can keep doing this.
Yep, you definitely don't want to give up on the Rainbow Bear Jellies, but it is a little bit risky. But both of them getting through it just safe.
And it's been like a perfect plus 2.5 mil for what feels like the better part of the last 2 minutes. It's kind of wild. Players have been flawless since the early stages, but those early stages, they might come back to haunt Tim.
Yeah, but again, I mean, earlier watching Sikduck just make one mistake at the end there,
Yeah.
I don't think we can give up on this just yet.
Those Rainbow Bear Jellies do get collected here at the end.
Yeah, but Tim missing one more earlier as well, so that the gap continues to fall apart just a little bit, and I think just nice, slow, and steady here for Sikduck. He's gonna be able to keep the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we're very close to the end right now in terms of energy, and that lead has just been maintained at 2.5. Both players have been perfect for like the latter 80% of this map. Is that going to change here in the final moments?
Does not look like it. I think Sikduck's going to be able to keep the lead 2-1 here in the grand finals, unless we see something drastic and dastardly happen.
I think he's basically done it, man. That one false step in the early stages, so painful for Tim. Will he be able to stage a comeback? Energy has run out.
And that's
he gets
it.
a little bit closer, but in the end, with 1 billion points, it's gonna be Sikduck, another victory, another emote. He's emoting on him, Chobra.
Yeah, he's bringing it to him. He's really showing him what's up on the stage. But well played by Sikduck. And I think this is one of those where I'm like, okay, I get why you were confident here. It's nothing too flashy, but you're just confident in the consistency you can show on one of the more difficult maps. So a good run here on one future of TBD from Sikduck. And we will take a look at the stats here. Tim falling behind just a little bit. Yeah,
Man.
you see the number of bear jellies, it starts to really make a difference on some of the smaller ones as well. But then the giant bear jellies, 2 big ones missed here for Tim.
That was the difference maker
Mm-hmm.
by a lot. I mean, without those giant bear jellies, Sikduck does not have that victory, but yeah, that is the way that it goes. 1 collision apiece. And honestly, for Sikduck, in terms of this best of 5, winning 1 more map like this, winning set number 3, in my opinion, it's absolutely huge because now, no matter what, should we go to a game 5, should Tim win this next map, he's going to get to choose where we play on map number 5.
That's true.
Do we go back to the sprinkled ice cream land where Tim had a lot of misplays? Do we go to one future of TBD where Tim, he looks good, but is he as solid as Sikduck? It's really Sikduck's choice. I feel like it's got to be Torchlit Trial again coming out from Tim.
Oh, man. But even that wasn't really a guarantee, was it now? So I think you've got a lot to think about. I mean, if you're confident that you can redeem yourself on Sprinkles Ice Cream, maybe you bring it back to the very first map that we saw here in the finals. We've already seen all 3 in the pool, so we are going to see a repeat no matter what. But let's wait to see.
God, I just love this position right now because it is a 3-map pool in a best of 5. The fact that you have last map pick, it's absolutely huge here for Sikduck. Wherever he's feeling most confident, wherever he thinks that Tim is feeling the least confident, that can be the map of choice.
Yes, absolutely. So like you said, it means a lot in a best of 5 to have the lead in score, but it looks like he has now been notified. And both players getting ready. Tim trying to bring the focus back down onto the stage, trying to stay calm. Yes, you're friends, but obviously at the, on the stage, you are rivals. You do want to win. It is going to mean a lot. Getting that first seed and having that advantage going in. And you're right, it's going back to Torchlit Trial. Yes, it was a close match, but if he can also just clean things up a little bit, perhaps Tim feeling a bit more confident on this one.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance here for Tim to force a map number 5. Torchlit Trial looked really good for him earlier on in this series. Can he run it back? Plus 1,000 points for Giant Bear Jellies collected for each Giant Bear Jelly. So once more, getting that count, building it up as high as possible. That has to be the goal for both players. And, I just cannot wait to get this one started, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really think too much about what happened. You just have to say, I just got to play a clean game. Obviously, we are just going to see the same exact setups once again. I don't expect anything too different here. But Tim making sure that he's not missing some of those Giant Bear Jellies early on, making sure that you're keeping up. And then, obviously, for Sikduck, one thing that he has to think about is that relay. He lost a lot of distance there. Of course, he hit the last collision as well. But the relay could be the difference maker if he doesn't make a blunder this time. So that's something that he'll have to focus on. Not sure if he's aware that that was part of the difference that Tim made in that earlier run in set number 2.
All right. Map number 4 going to be coming to us very quickly here. Sikduck leading this best of 5, 2-1.
Oh boy. All right, Tim, can you recreate the clutch magic that we saw on set number 2? Your 1 win in this best of 5. Tim, undefeated so far coming in to the finals, currently losing in maps, but he still has a chance to remain undefeated in matches to instill fear in his opponents going in to the World Finals. Meanwhile, Sikduck says, hey, a little bit of a rough start, but what really matters is who wins in the finals. Who gets that first seed to go in with an advantage to the World Finals as we get ready to what could be the very last run of the day here for the Desert Preliminaries. It is going to be Tim versus Sikduck for match point as we go in to Torchlit Trial.
I cannot wait. The map is loading in. Tim on top, Sikduck on bottom. Let's get to this thing, man. Torchlit Trial, it looked so good for Sikduck in the previous map. Tim had a little bit more distance, but Sikduck with a fumble at the very end. He took too much damage. Tim was able to clutch it out. Can Tim repeat that magic here in game number 4?
So far, just nice and steady on both sides, as it is for this caliber in the very beginning. But Sikduck having just a bit of margin to work with in the earlier phases. Okay, collecting all of the Giant Bear Jellies. You'd love to see that. Again, that's the big focus with the compounding bonus points.
Yeah, the important thing to watch out for and to try and catch is, do any players at any point miss these Giant Bear Jellies? Because even the difference of 1 or 2 Giant Bear Jellies could spell disaster over the course of this entire run.
clean up to this phase.
Both players able to collect absolutely everything right there. Very small difference in points, as I think that Sikduck might have a little bit more basic jellies, but in terms of the money makers, the Big Bear jellies,
Yeah, I mean,
dead even.
less than 100K. This could be anything. Anything could make a difference in the remaining parts of the race, which we still have a long ways to go here in Torchlit Trial.
All right, continue to navigate this path. Every single bear jelly collected here on both sides. Oh no, Tim just missed one.
Oh, that starts to add up just a little bit, and we do see it reflect on the score. Of course, it will continue to update, but Sikduck being able to have a little bit more margin to work with. But hey, we saw it earlier. Sikduck was in the lead, and then he loses it off the relay and with a blunder near the end.
In the final moments of that map earlier, he took some damage, ran out of energy, and Tim was able to use that for one final oomph. That gave him the victory. Now, this is a very difficult area to pass with both players. They do
Another
it
one missed.
flawlessly. Did he miss another?
For Tim, I believe.
Oh, no.
I mean, again, because it's compounding bonuses, that just starts to hurt more and more unless Sikduck kind of equalizes the number. But 2 Giant Bear Jellies missed. I mean, that starts to just slowly add up over the course of time.
Those points continue to compound. You want the count to get as high as possible with those Giant Bear jellies.
Okay, for now, Tim has to focus on making sure he doesn't miss any more because he might have the hope that he can still get a better relay, and we'll see if that could be once again part of the difference.
Yeah, he was able to get a better relay and more distance the last time they faced on this map. And another Giant Bear jelly. At this point,
-3.
Is this too much? It feels like it's too much damage. -3 jellies.
I mean, it's not looking great. It's not looking great for Tim. But just because of what we saw earlier, I can't say that it's looking dire.
Well, certainly no more jellies to be afford to be missed here for Tim. All right. It's on Twitch coming in. This time, Tim not getting the extra distance. They are neck and neck right now. So he doesn't have that extra buffer zone to try and find some way to come back. He misses another one.
He's so concerned with trying to play it safe, but he's not able to drop low enough on a lot of these double jumps.
It's consistently the bottom of the double jump. Even the first time they played, that was the issue, the crux of the issue here on this match.
Oh no, and now the ball might just simply be in Sikduck's court. If he can make sure he doesn't hit a blunder, especially not anywhere early here with the cherry cookie, then he's just able to keep up in speed and distance, and he should be able to close it out. Currently sitting at match point, Sikduck looking to be the #1 seed coming out of the Desert Preliminaries.
Tim heading into this final match was undefeated. All right,
Okay.
Sikduck, hey, he misses one.
All right, you might have a chance, Tim.
As long as Tim can be perfect from here on out, he might be able to close it. But Sikduck, there needs to be
Another mistake.
another mistake.
And that, I mean, it's too much to ask for. We don't have that much left here on the run. It might just be too late for Tim. But Sikduck, you cannot let go. He has to remember what happened last time. He cannot let the foot off the pedal. He has to continue running in perfection. He has to make sure he's avoiding all the obstacles.
Especially in the final moments. You cannot miss these jumps.
So far, no extra mistakes from either of these players. Plays it safe there, doesn't hit any of the obstacles. And I think this might be it. Sikduck might be able to close it in.
He misses another. He misses another.
But
Two more get missed. I think he has one more as a buffer, and that is going to be it in the very end. Sikduck, it was close, a 2 million point difference, but he is ultimately going to be victorious. He gets his revenge from the first match of the night. He wins the last match of the night here against a Tim that looked absolutely unstoppable, and he is going to be your #1 seed coming in from the Desert Preliminaries to the World Championship in October.
GG's to Sikduck. What a good showing. What a good redemption. Not really making any crucial mistakes. Yeah, sure, at the near end, he loses out on a couple of those bear jellies, the giant bear jellies as well, but he already had such a lead, but not any of the big blunders that allowed for that clutch from Tim earlier, and Sikduck proves that he deserved to be the top player here in this region, and now he will take that title of the #1 seed from the desert region in the preliminaries to go in to the World Finals of the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship.
Rainbow Bear Jellies collected 84 apiece.
Yeah, that wasn't the difference, but it really did come down to just how many Giant Bear Jellies he had to begin with to continue adding on towards it, and of course, not falling behind on that relay either this time around.
Yeah, even less obstacles destroyed. Just a really well-rounded performance right there by Sikduck, and what a spectacular way to start out the World Championship preliminaries here, Chobra. I mean, this was a topsy-turvy day. If every single day is like this,
this is exciting.
I'm worried about my heart, man.
I mean, these are just very, very tense. We had so many good maps today, actually, if you really think about it. Not just the finals. We started with a round robin. Again, we'll have a chance to review everything. But what an incredible showing for the first region. And, of course, we have 3 regions to still go through the preliminaries before we have a little bit of a break, and then we come back for the World Finals later on in October. So this is an absolutely exciting showing here for the 2025 World Championship.
And especially for the global cookie run players, the non-Korean audience, which I know is a lot of the people that are watching this because we are the English broadcasters for the show. Look at that, man. Sikduck from Thailand representing.
Yeah.
Tim from Chinese Taipei. They are both going to the global finals first.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sikduck also perhaps a little bit of redemption from the Invitational as well, right? Just being able to really go a little bit further this time around. And as we see the score, the 3-1 victory for Sikduck. One small slip up on set number 2 on Torchlight Trial, but he redeems himself in set number 4 as Tim tries to go for another rematch. And he will be able to close things out on the toughest maps we had today.
I mean, the fortitude, the mental fortitude of Sikduck to be able to come through in the finals and win again. He is one tough cookie, Chobra.
Trying to squeeze one last one in. You know what? I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it because we had such a good day. But I've been impressed by both. Honestly, I think Tim, perhaps maybe a little bit of the pressure, maybe a little bit of the fatigue getting to him. But from what we saw earlier on in the day, obviously Tim's still a force to be reckoned later on in the World Finals as well. And while the advantage going in to the group draw and whatnot for the World Finals will go to Sikduck, I mean, Tim, he's still going in as a very, very strong player.
Both those players will be represented in October. They will be coming back to Seoul, Korea for that World Championship match, and that's going to be such a treat.
Yeah, that's
they absolutely
so awesome.
deserve. I think there's no question today that they were the best 2 performing players. They were just head and shoulders above absolutely everybody, and we had some really good performances for the rest of the players here in Group A. It doesn't, or in the Desert Preliminaries, excuse me. Tim and Sikduck are just on another level.
Yes, I think they absolutely proved it and deserved it, and they will be able to take those qualifications to return to Seoul in 1 month's time. I think we're going to have a chance to hear from the players as well, so stick around to hear some words from our 2 finalists as they now head on towards the World Finals, of course, as the representatives of the Desert region. You know, since we don't want to move on too far forward, a still round of applause for everyone else who, you know, went as far as they did, going through the round robin stage as well. But right now, I do believe the players are ready on stage, so let's send it down and hear from Sikduck, our winner, and Tim, our 2nd seed from the Desert Preliminary.
네, 자, 쿠키로 오븐 브레이크 2025 월드 챔피언십 사막 지역의 결승전이 마무리가 되었습니다.
And we will have our Korean casters conduct the interview, but we will have translators on stage.
정팀 선수와 식덕 선수 서로 웃으면서 응원하면서 정말 멋진 결승전을 보여줬습니다. 자, 먼저 아쉽지만 준우승을 차지한 우리
First,
선수
we'll
먼저
be hearing from
들어보도록
Tim.
하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 우리 본선 진출 소감 한번 부탁드리겠습니다.
那先麻烦你先说一下进军到复赛晋级的感想。
真的是蛮意外的，因为可以看得出来我今天状况真的不是很好，失误蛮多的，但真的还是可以挺进复赛，我觉得真的很开心，谢谢。
일단 너무 놀라웠고.
So first of all, I'm just kind of surprised, but also you might know, but I was actually feeling a little bit under the weather today. But I'm still happy that I was able to go through, which I don't know how we would have known because I couldn't tell at all.
Yeah, he was phenomenal.
Yeah.
那你是在哪一边觉得你的状态不是很好呢？
第一次来参加这种东西，手真的会很抖，非常非常的抖。对，那真的很多细节的地方我都很难去操控它，这样子。
이런 대회에 참가하는 게 처음이라서
And so,
손이 너무 떨리더라고요.
oh, it wasn't so much that he was under the weather, but he just said it's his first time like playing in a tournament setting like this, so his hands were shaking a lot more than usual. So, I mean, in the early parts, we definitely couldn't tell. But the follow-up question being, did anyone give you, some tips or some support in trying to overcome that pressure?
跟火神去讨论一些跑法，这样子。
사실 화신 선수랑 조금 더 교류이 많았던 거고
And
쉴드
so
짜는 거에 있어서
he
많이
did have
도움을
a lot
받았던
of
것
support
같습니다.
from Fire Spirit, who is in the Glacier region. Of course, both coming over from Chinese Taipei.
자, 그러면
And he says he kind of wants to give a shout out for helping him
경기 안 치는
prepare.
지역들이 더 많고 선수분들이 많이 있다 보니까 혹시 본선에 좀 올라와서 맛부터 보고 싶다 하는 선수가 좀 있을까요?
那我们现在
And now the question being, are there any players you want to meet in the World Finals?
出来是哪些会进入决赛？那有没有什么是你比较
The translations on stage are between Chinese and Korean, chat.
因为我现在
And I got
主
you
要还是
covered
跟
on the
火神比
English.
较了解他的
Thank you,
状况，
Choux.
所以我觉得他其实状态应该会比我稳非常的多，我还蛮担心他。
아무래도 이제 경기 준비하는 과정에서 화신 선수랑 같이 준비를
I mean, of course,
해왔으니까
since I prepared
서로에 대한
together
컨디션을
with
잘 알고 있어서
Fire Spirit and we
화신
know each other
선수에
so
대해
well.
조금 더 걱정하게 되는 것
And
같습니다.
so I think I'm actually a little bit
화신 선수.
worried
이게
about potentially having to face
알겠습니다.
Fire
일단은
Spirit
그
since they know each other so well. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get
sikduck
it.
선수가 정하는
Makes
거니까
sense.
네, 그건 한번 지켜보도록 하겠고요. 자, 끝으로 하고 싶은 얘기 있으면
Alright.
본선 진출 소감과 함께 가고
But of course, before we wrap up with
now
Tim
最后
here,
就是
anything you
再
want to
可以
say?
说一
Maybe
下进军
kind of a
晋级
statement
到
heading
我们的复赛
into
有
the
没有什么
World
感想
Finals
跟
as
我的
well.
决心，我的觉悟要怎么样准备这个复赛？
我的决心就是希望下一次手不要那么抖。
각오는 다음부터 절대 손 떨지 말자.
And she says, well, the one thing I'll say is, let's make sure my hands aren't shaking next time.
말씀해 주세요.
那再次恭喜你晋级决赛。
谢谢。
예, 谢谢.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would hope.
자,
I would love
말씀
to see what he looks like when his hands
자,
aren't
우리
shaking. Because
사막
yeah,
지역의
if this was
우승자
his hands shaking,
sikduck
that's
선수
crazy.
만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 우승 소감 먼저 한번 들어볼까요?
All right, first off,
ผมก็
how does it
อยากฟัง
feel
ความรู้สึก
for
ที่ชนะ
Sikduck
ในการ
to be the
แข่งขัน
winner
ครับ
of the Desert Preliminaries?
ก็ไม่นึกว่าจะชนะ เพราะว่าเกมแรกอ่ะผมแพ้ช่วงทีมแล้วทีเนี้ยผมแอบกังวลนะว่าเฮ้ยจะตกรอบตั้งแต่ควอเตอร์ไฟนอลหรือเปล่าวะแต่สรุปก็คือมาได้ถึงขนาดนี้ก็สุดยอดครับ
일단 놀라운 결과였던 것 같아요. 왜냐면 이제
Yeah,
첫
first of
경기부터 팀한테
I think
져서
I
그런데
was quite
이번에
surprised as
이제
well because I
우승을
started
하게
off with a
되면서
loss
이제
to Tim
정말
today.
기뻐하신다고 하셨습니다.
But I am very happy that I was
사실
able to
좀
win
이
out in
경기
the
내용적으로
finals.
좀 궁금한 게 좀 많아가지고 횃불과목 시험자 결승에서 광석질주 놓치고 나서 뛰는 게 조금 익숙하지 않으셨을 텐데 그때 어떤 기분이었는지 좀 궁금하거든요.
มันจะมีแมตช์
So
ตอนที่
asking
แข่ง
about
รอบชิ
the
งชนะเลิศตอน
finals,
ที่เราพลาด
a little bit of the
ในโซน
mistake
หนึ่
that
ง
we
ตอนนั้น
saw
ความรู้สึ
or
กของเรา
trying to kind of make sure that he stays up in tempo.
ในรอบรองชิงชนะเลิศ
ชิงชนะเลิศก็เอาตรงๆก็คือไม่ค่อยสนใจเท่าไหร่เพราะว่าเข้ารอบชิงอ่ะมันได้เข้าอยู่แล้ว ก็เลยรู้สึกผ่อนคลายบ้างนิดหน่อย เวลาพลาดมันก็เลยแบบไม่ได้เฟลอะไรขนาดนั้น
일단은 결승전이라서 이제
So,
약간 확정된 거는
first of
인지를
all,
하고 계셔가지고
In the
크게
finals,
신경을 쓰지는 않았다고
you know, I knew I was already
네,
qualified to go
편안하게,
into the World
편안하게.
Finals,
알겠습니다.
so I wasn't too
자,
concerned,
이제
you know, even if something
이
there was a
sikduck
mishap.
선수의
So
자리를
that's how I
정하는
was able to
것뿐만
kind of
아니라
stay in focus.
청팀 선수의 자리도 좀 정할 수 있잖아요. 좀 10월 2일에 진행하는 조
So
지명식에서
there will be the
어떤
group
권리를 행사하실
selection
건지 좀
in
궁금하거든요.
on October
มีแผนหรือ
2nd,
เป
I
ล่าเพราะ
believe.
ว่าเนื่องจากว่าเราชนะ
And
ในการแข่งขัน
one of the
รอบนี้
advantages that
เรามีสิท
Sikduck
ธิ์ที่จะ
will have
เลือก
is
ตำ
that
แหน่ง
he has
ให้
the
กับตัว
power
เอง
to
แล้ว
determine
ก็
where
เลือก
Tim
ตำ
will
แหน่ง
land as
เล่น
well.
ของ
So in the
เพื่อน
group
ของเราก็คือ
selection.
ทีมได้ด้วย
So how will you use that advantage?
ก็ต้องคุยกันอีกทีครับ
조금 더 상의를 해보고 말씀드리도록 할게요.
저는 화신 선수랑
Yeah,
같은 조
well,
보내는 것도 재밌을 것
I will
같다는
have
생각을
to
잠깐 해봤지만
discuss
이건
it
생각하지
further
말아주세요.
with Tim. So
자,
we'll have to wait and see. And the Korean caster was like,
정말
well, I think it'd be kind of funny if you sent him into the same group with Fire
우승자로서
Spirit, but
본선에
don't translate that part.
한국
Well, too bad for you. I translated it in English so the whole world knows.
That's so funny.
그리고 이번 예선 그리고 본선까지
Oh, man.
올해만 세 번째입니다. 힘들진 않으신지.
เนื่องจาก
Oh,
ว่า
and a
Sikduck
question
เองมาเกา
to
หลีครั้
Sikduck
งนี้
as
ถือว่าเป็น
well.
ครั้งที่
Now,
สามแล้ว
you know,
ตั้งแต่
if you
Global
when you return for the World Finals, the main
จะ
stage,
มี
it'll be your
แล้วก็
third time
รวมถึง
traveling
และครั้งหน้า
for
คือเดือนตุลาคม
Cookie Run Oven
รู้สึก
Break.
อย่างไรบ้าง
So, you know, how is that? Is that a little bit tiring? Is that a little difficult to travel back and
일단은
forth?
재밌을 거라고 예, 하셨어요.
Yeah, I mean, Sikduck just says I'm looking forward to it. It should be fun.
본선에서의 목표가 있다면요?
มี
And
เป้าหมายอะไร
last
สำ
but
หรับ
not least,
การ
of
แข่งขัน
course,
รอบ
looking
ชิงชนะ
forward
เลิศ
to the main stage, the World Finals.
10,000
Any last words?
일단은 10만 아니 만달러, 만달러.
1등 하겠다.
목표다, 겁니다. 네.
So the $10,000 is mine.
자, 그러면
Oh, big
Going for
words.
first
이
place.
본선 월드 챔피언십 본선에 임하는 각오 한번 들어보면서 인터뷰 마치면 좋을 것 같습니다.
We'll give him one more chance. Not just that statement, but just overall a shout out to everyone watching of what your mindset will be heading into the main stage.
만나봅시다.
Well, let's see.
만나보자, 붙어보자 이런 뜻이죠. 알겠습니다.
I want to meet everybody. All right.
우승 축하드리고
Man, I'm an even
선수들
bigger
너무
Sikduck
고생하셨습니다.
fan
listen,
now.
I'm a fan.
감사드립니다. 내려가시면 될 것 같아요.
I'm a big fan. Well, thank you so much to the players and the translators on stage as well. And thank you to me for translating to English as well. You know what? I give a pat on my own back.
That was well done, Chober. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
you. If I tried
Thank
doing that,
you.
it would have sounded nowhere near as good.
I would hope so, considering I've been translating for just a little bit longer than you, State. But
Man, Sikduck though, those are some fighting words. He
Those are some fighting
honestly
words.
has a lot of backbone though. To come
Yes.
back against Tim like that and then to go on a stage. Oh, I really think he might have a chance, a very good chance at that first place prize. If he plays even a modicum of the way that he
Yes.
played so far this week, wow, the world better watch out for Sikduck.
yeah, I mean, able to go through that pressure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all the cookie runners around the world, that's going to be it for today. But remember, we have 3 more days. In fact, we have another day coming up tomorrow. And I
Yeah.
believe that's going to be the Plains region. So we'll go through each region each day of the weekends coming up. Thank you so much for tuning in. Of course, what time is it? You have a little bit more time to submit that code. I believe it was Live Desert
Oh,
coupon.
that's right.
So make
Yeah,
sure you
yeah,
get that
yeah.
in. And we will be back tomorrow with more matches from the Plains region here in the preliminaries heading into the 2025 Cookie Run Oven Break World Championship. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Cookie run oven break. oven break.